values of the public service we have now. And while they prepare their exits, our responsibility is to make sure that we rip off the experience and the expertise they have now. You know, reform and create a new shift around them and allow the young people to take that drive.
According to the Executive Director, Imagine Public Leaders, Abigail Kajumba, the partnership stems from a huge part of their priorities to look across Africa for young people in leadership, with specific focus on their flagship initiative.
Our flagship program is a fellowship program that we'll be working with you to launch very soon, and we're signing the MOU around today. In our fellowship program, we work with you to recruit a cohort of young people. They are often graduates. They've proven in various ways that they're committed to Sierra Leone, and we take them through a year-long fellowship program. So in Sierra Leone, we'll be offering you the use of our curriculum, for example, which we have tried and tested over 15 years, but we still do not know half as much about Sierra Leone and your needs as you do. So we'll be working with you to adapt it to be as much use as it can be for you and your aims.
She continued that the initiative provides for a year fellowship program, work recruitment, trainings, mentorships, and community programs to build youth service to Sierra Leone. With its in-country partners, EPL selects and builds the capacity of diverse of youth and cohorts of youthful public service professionals who are committed to practicing and promoting good governance throughout Africa, through which these young leaders can influence and strengthen Sierra Leone's public infrastructure. Slbc News, Stella Bangura reporting.
We are watching news live from your Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation in Freetown with me, Cynthia Kama. Well, away from our national bulletin, let's now go over to our international news.
Hello and welcome to the International News Summary Nisa for this hour. In this edition, Palestine and Israel have both rejected President Trump's proposal that the displaced Palestinians in Gaza be permanently resettled outside the war-torn territory. While visiting Cairo, top Palestinian officials, together with Egypt's foreign minister, swiftly rejected and denounced on Wednesday the U.S. proposal that also seeks to take ownership of the enclave. Trump's suggestion came at a White House news conference with the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, where he detailed a plan to build new settlements of Palestinians outside the Gaza Strip, and for the U.S. to take ownership in redeveloping the war-torn territory into the revival of the Middle East. Palestinians, on the other hand, say that Trump's proposal for Gaza violates international law. Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas called for the United Nations to protect the Palestinian people and their inalienable rights, saying that what Trump wanted to do would be a serious violation of international law. The United States Postal Service has resumed accepting parcels from mainland China and Hong Kong following a brief suspension after Donald Trump changed the rules on import taxes. The U.S. Postal Service said it was working with U.S. Customs and Border Protection to ensure the least disruption to package deliveries as the U.S. President announced trade measures, which includes imposing tariffs on China goods. As part of the changes, the U.S. had closed a loophole that allows small packages worth $800 or less to be sent to the U.S. without paying taxes or fees. China's retailers, such as online giants Shein and Temu, have used the tax exemption to ship low-value packages to the U.S. and have benefited from similar rules in the UK and the European Union to reach millions of customers. America's change to stop low-value products being shipped tax-free under the so-called de minimis exemption came into force on Tuesday. The Postal Service initially halted parcels from China overnight, but restarted them on Wednesday. At least 17 children have died in a fire at an Islamic school in northern Nigeria. Several other pupils were injured and rushed to health centers in the town of Kuran, Namoda, Zamfara State for treatment. It is believed that the fire broke out in a nearby house on Tuesday night and spread to the school while the children were sleeping. Local authorities and emergency respondents were sent to the scene but the fire had already resulted in significant casualties. Eyewitness Yahaya Maha told the BBC Hausa the location of the school made it difficult for those trying to stop the fire, even if the firefighters had come on time. Reaching the house would have been difficult due to the tight road leading to the house, he said. Local official Manig Agdara said other Islamic schools will be inspected to make sure they were not a fire risk. And finally, on the international news summary on news, more than 100 female prisoners were raped and then burnt alive during a jailbreak in the Congolese city of Goma, according to the United Nations. Masses of prisoners broke out of Muzizi prison last Monday after fighters from the M23 rebel group began to take over the city. Between 165 and 167 women were assaulted by male inmates during the jailbreak, an internal UN document seen by the BBC says. Goma, a major city of more than 1 million people, was captured after the Rwandan-backed M23 executed a rapid advance to eastern DR Congo. The city was plunged into chaos with bodies lying on the streets and missiles reportedly flying over residential homes. More than 2,000 people were killed as the M23 clashed with the Congolese forces and their allies. DR Congo's government has said the UN says at least 900 people were killed and almost 3,000 injured. It was unclear why the UN and DR Congo's death toll vary. Earlier this week, the rebels announced a ceasefire on humanitarian grounds. However, there have been reports of renewed fighting on Wednesday. Well, that's all in the international news summary news. Thank you so much for watching and goodbye.
Well, we'll return back to our bulletin and now go over to our entertainment desk.
Hello and welcome to Entertainment News with me, Esther Susanette Bassi. In this edition of the Entertainment News, Lamke calls on Incredible JJ to help them grow. King's Empire releases video of House of Stars collaboration song titled Nayu. And Bakitano releases official video of his song Problem. Stay with us. Now, Incredible JJ is one of the fastest growing Sierra Leone musical artists who have gained a sparkling recognition in and out of the country.
Like it, I go wait for you, make you decide. I no go force, I go beg for no when you decide.
His songs are loved by both young and old, and people are vibing to his songs without any doubt. The new star from Kenema who stormed the industry with Freetown. Freetown, I'm coming now. Una receive me Safulo is now icon for most upcoming stars, especially in Kenema. Among them is Lamke, who has just released video of his freestyle song, A Letter to My Big Bro. He's calling on Incredible JJ not to forget them. The message is touching, depicting the struggle they go through as upcoming stars, hoping to explode through established stars. We got this video from recent Sierra Leone Facebook page and we are only using it for entertainment purpose. Let's get on.
Yeah, this is a letter to you, my big bro. There are certain things I need to let you know. You been the icon of Kenema, it's a great achievement. But remember, say we say fun for below. JJ, you know, easy with Swinayana upline. Some of we just rotate now the city like a client. Barriers for the dine. But since so you blow, we not able to come near you, but all the way been the bind. Ain't no fear, we need to expect each other, big brother. Even though you my bro from another mother, but that doesn't mean when I'm worried, you should not bother together. Now you need to go make you feel better. Silent Bokuna Kenny my way the waste. You know about I not to sing with me you for the baits. You been selling with patience, okay we still wait. But when the waits go down, so we go chill with mates.
From Lamke, we move to the biggest reality TV show in Sierra Leone, that is House of Stars. The reality TV shows are platforms where you show people what you got in you. And that's all we've been seeing all through the season in the House of Stars. The stars recorded a song featuring each and every contender. The song is titled Nayu. The video is out and it is impressive, seeing our stars singing and rapping. We got the video from King's Empire YouTube channel and we are using it for entertainment news only. You wanna watch it? Let's get it.
Show me white love. Not only you know the white spots. Give it to me like a baseball. Give it to me like a baseball. My baby Sabi show me white love. Not only you know the white spots. Give it to me like a baseball. Give it to me like a baseball.
It's indeed impressive. Finally, Sierra Leone's new prodigy Baki Teno has released the official video of his song that closed 2024, featuring Mr. Umba Samza. Just like the song, the video is superb and classic. You can get it on all his social media platforms. But first, let's get a snippet of it just for news purpose.
Fall in love with so cooler. Ina okuno wa shurailo. Now one time will not you say put cola. But last week I see you don't so bailo. Left, you want me fan feel fair? Miss me so umunike. Now go take my sapay still and pull on a odo. Dokana you chankili chair. Face fine, granny body. Pick you a hang like a granny bobby. The way baby will start the business and claim party boy. It's all like na granny for me. Hey, 1 pint for 10 months. Problem.
Fall in love or you talk fuller. Ina okuna o shirailo. Now one time we knock you say put scholar. The last day I see you down to bailo, left. They nailed the swag and vibe. Well, that's all we have for this edition of the entertainment news with me, Esther Susanette Bassi. Bye-bye.
Well, over to our final segment, Sport Update.
Hello, welcome to Sports Update on the News with me, Mohamed Lamitui. In this edition of the update, Sierra Leone International Augustus Cargo made his first appearance for Blackburn Rovers in a 2-1 defeat to Queen's Park Rangers. Here is the detail.
Augustus Cargo made his highly anticipated debut for Blackburn Rovers in a 2-1 defeat to Queen's Park Rangers in the championship. The 25-year-old was introduced as a substitute in just 3 minutes before the final whistle at Lowestoft Road. The match saw Rovers trailing after a first-half goal from QPR, with a late strike sealing the win from the home side. Despite the loss, Carbo's debut is a significant step in his career as he looks to settle into life at the club. Carbo, who recently joined Blackburn Rovers, described his debut as a dream come true. He was eager to make more appearances as Rovers continue their championship campaign. Rovers boss John Eustace noted that he felt his team did not do the basics well enough after Rovers fell to a narrow 2-1 defeat to Queen's Park Rangers at Lowestoft Road. Carbo, who joined Rovers from Italian outfit Cesena following an impressive season, has been working hard during training to ensure he is match ready. His versatility and creativity on the ball are expected to add a fresh dimension to Blackburn's play game. For SLBC News, Jonathan Turner reporting.
And now in the international scene, Canadian fans continue to boo US national anthem before NBA and NHL games despite tariff pause. Well, that's all we have time for in this edition of the update. Thank you very much for joining me. I am Mohamed Lamitui. Goodbye.
Well, that's all we have time for in this edition of News, but quickly let's go through our headlines. Leader of Government Business in Parliament, Honorable Matthew Sanuma, has said Sierra Leone Railway Development and Regulatory Bill 2024 will set the framework for regulating the operations and activities of rail services and ease transportation challenge for agricultural produce in the feed selling program by the government. Freetown City Council has played a host to mayors from across the continent. They are in the country to participate in the African Urban Heat Summit Week in Sierra Leone. The theme, Building Heat Resilience, African City, Tackling Urban Heat Through Innovation and Education and Action. And the chairman of Alliance for a Green Revolution in Africa, former Prime Minister of Ethiopia, Hilgali Mariam Dasaling has visited the Mountain Lion Rice Mill Company in Makari Chiefdom in Bombali District. The site tour with the Minister of Agriculture was part of his mission to the country. Well, that's all we have time for in this morning edition of Newsa. I have been Cynthia Kamara. Continue to stay tuned to your public broadcaster. Up next is Good Morning Sierra Leone. Stay tuned.
A place cannot produce poems. It can only not prevent them. And Freetown is good at that, for Freetown has its own sudden elegances. People are slow to leave it, quick to return. And there are others who come for a year or two and stay for a lifetime, sensing that they found a city that is in the world, yet sufficiently on the edge of it to have a different resonance. Let me tell you something about this city. All of us, we're all just passing through, and we've all been here forever. Those who came, those who stayed, those who never returned. Tides turn, seasons change, we've waited and we've watched. But we've always been here, we've always listened, because there is a different resonance here. It comes from the river, and the land, and the sky.
It's our place. All of us.
This city belongs to everyone.
And you know when it's your time.
And it's our time.
Listen, we are Freetown.
We are Freetown!
The golden rules of Freetown.
Don't pretend you're something that you're not.
Don't go thinking you're better than anyone else.
Or that anyone else is better than you.
Don't shout about it. Get on with it.
We are Freetown!
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 Yeah!
We found our voice again.
I'm from India and Freetown.
I'm from China and Freetown.
I'm from the UK and Freetown.
I am from Nigeria and Freetown.
I am from home and Freetown.
This city belongs to everyone.
The fishermen,
the taxi driver,
the barber,
the drummers, the dancers.
All of us.
All of us. Everybody. We are Freetown.
The past is ours.
The future is ours. It's our time again.
And this city belongs to everyone.
The playwright,
the greengrocer,
the teacher,
the dog.
This space is ours.
This light is ours.
The beaches are ours.
The rivers now we own.
The roads are ours.
The bridges now we own.
We are Freetown.
We are all visitors and we've all been here forever.
We've got the mightiest river
and the biggest sky.
And there's a resonance again.
Freetown, Freetown.
We are proud of this place.
We love this city.
and we want you to love it too.
We are proud of this place.
Na pass we all dey pass like stranger dem, but we all don dey from there. Come here, and you'll feel it, that end of the line sense of freedom. Say yes to Freetown. Say yes to freedom. A place cannot produce poems. It can only not prevent them. And Freetown is good at that, for Freetown has its own sudden elegances. People are slow to leave it, quick to return. And there are others who come for a year or two and stay for a lifetime, sensing that they found a city that is in the world, yet sufficiently on the edge of it to have a different resonance. Let me tell you something about this city. All of us, we're all just passing through, and we've all been here forever. Those who came,
from our Englandville studio here in Freetown. This is our welcome to our Good Morning Sierra Leone program, reaching you live from the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation television on channel 31. Today happens to be Thursday, 6th February 2025. Remember, this program starts today with news and analysis of divergent of views on news and current affairs in the country. I'm your presenter, I'm Dennis Fraser, and this morning our quote of the day we'll take an in-depth look of some of the topical issues currently up for discussion. And coming up in the program, Takugama Chimpanzee Sanctuary faces massive land encroachment. Regional mayors, vice governors, and development partners arrive in Freetown for African Urban Heat Summit. And Forum Against Harmful Practices, or FAP, talks on International Zero Tolerance Day. Well, these issues will be dealt with in the next hour of the program. Please continue to stay with us. But remember, you can also be part of the program by sending your thoughts, your comments, or suggestions to the number displayed on the screen, and that is 030073719. 030073719 is the number you can do that on. Or also, you can catch up with us on Facebook at Slbc Tv Live. The program is Good Morning Sierra Leone. We shall be back to continue the program. Welcome back. The program is Good Morning Sierra Leone, reaching you live from the SLBC. As you may have heard from the news, today is a International Day, Zero Tolerance for Female Genital Mutilation. Well, February 6th every year is International Day of Zero Tolerance for Female Genital Mutilation globally. The day provides an opportunity for all stakeholders involved in FGM to celebrate achievements, advocate for abandonment through the practice, and also to raise awareness on factors that affect women and girls. In Sierra Leone, is Sierra Leone making any progress in addressing FGM? Well, to help us further this discussion, in the program this morning, we have been joined by Reverend Moses Kanu. Good morning, Reverend.
Good morning.
And also we have been joined by Sheikh Abubakar, all coming from the Center of Forum Against Harmful Practices of FAP. Good morning, Sheikh Abubakar. Welcome to the program. Very well. For obvious reasons, I want to start with you, Sheikh. Of course, we want to dilate on the subject matter as to whether Sierra Leone is really making progress insofar as, ending the practice of female genital mutilation is so far as concerned in Sierra Leone. But before we delve a little bit into that, you want to give us the Islamic perspective as to, why is this practice harmful?
Thank you, Slogan. But in fact, I would attempt to say Sierra Leone is making progress in this regard, in minimizing and eradicating this practice. Well, when you ask the Islamic perspective on FGM, Islam based its position in every aspect of life on 4 sources of information, 4 sources of knowledge about Islam. I think I would limit myself on 2 principal sources of information about Islam, which are the Holy Quran and the Sunnah. Well, the Sunnah here is the entire lifestyle of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, who was the exponent of the religion. Well, the Quran is a very holistic book. It did not leave any stone unturned. Female circumcision in Islam, it was being previously practiced before the advent of Islam, or before the commissioning of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam to take the task of propagating Islam. It was being practiced as a social it was not any of Islamic bearing. The Quran consists of 114 surahs or chapters and over 6,000 verses. There is no reference in the Quran on female mutilation. No reference at all. Of course, as you did say in your introductory remarks, that female circumcision is a very topical issue, even among the Muslims, and because of the controversies, among the Muslims. Basically, there are 2 schools of thought: one endorsing and the other condemning. And one school of thought that is endorsing the practice, its own reasons given from the prophetic statement. Those statements, that school of thought put forward, are considered to be unauthentic. They are not correct, and in fact there are statements, prophetic statements, saying they were not directly from the Prophet, peace be upon him, himself. And so, as a result, this practice has no Islamic bearing. There is no reference in the Quran, all the 114 surahs I have just mentioned, and over 6,000 verses. There is no reference in any of these on female mutilation.
Very well, Sheikh Abubakar. Of course, now that you've given a clear perspective as to, the Islamic background as to what Islam says about female genital mutilation, you've made it clear that Islam does not sanction that. Now, take us head on. What are some of the progress made insofar as the forum against harmful practices? in so far as sensitization or awareness raising among those in the practice currently in Sierra Leone?
You mean, are you referring to me?
Yes, Sheikh.
Oh yes. When you said it, the sensitization, the awareness raising, and then unfortunately, well, I would not say the Islamic understanding is shallow, per se, but I mean, the sooner we are able to differentiate between traditional practices and those of the Islamic practices, the better. So the forum has been creating awareness, employing religious leaders, to bring, as we are doing now, and even traditional leaders. And then, that's why I said earlier that there is some progress being made so far. Because the way it has been practiced before this period we are now is quite different. And a lot of people have seen the need of going away from this practice, being that it has no religious bearing.
Yeah, check out Waka Conte. Before moving over to Reverend, the reason why this question keeps coming up, there is a phenomenon among some people within the Islamic faith that they are in support of the practice of FGM. I mean, it's pegging it to the fact that it's sanctioned by religion. It's okay to really go to female genital mutilation as practicing your cultures and traditional beliefs and tied up to this. I don't want to go into the intricacies, but you are a religious cleric, you know better, and of course you have a congregation under your command, and then you are also a leader in the Islamic faith. What are some of, the strongest contention that have been coming up? But again, with that, those that are in support of this particular notion.
Well, as I did say, there are two schools of thought.
Certainly.
One school of thought condemning, and the other endorsing. And I did say the one that endorses the practice has no strong religious stand. The prophetic statements they put forward in endorsing the practice are considered unauthentic. So as a result, they have no standing. Well, if I would attempt this, the Prophet, peace be upon him, was, as I said, the exponent of the religion, and him, Allah did say to us that if you want, if you know you love me, follow the teachings of the Prophet, peace be upon him. And then that Prophet, alayhi salatu wasalam, Muhammad, had children, female children.
Okay.
I have not read about him, putting his daughters into that practice. And the person that has been recommended strongly by Allah that we emulate as best as we can his practices. So I do not see, if it were sanctioned by Islam, then the Islamic leader, that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala sent was the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. He would have practiced that act on his own daughter. But I have not read, I have not seen any prophetic statement telling us that the Prophet did put his daughters into that act.
Thank you very much, Sheikh Abubakar Conte. I believe this is a very solid platform now to bring in on board Reverend Moses Kanu. And of course, Reverend, you've been hearing from Sheikh Abubakar Conte making reference as to the practice of female genital mutilation that is not been sanctioned by the Islamic faith. You might want to take a leaf from there. What does Christianity really preach about, or is it in support of FGM, or is it against?
Thank you very much. Thank you, Sheikh Abubakar. I think it's been a wonderful journey, and coming from a practice that is more than 1,000 years old, and until this time. And of course, I must say we have made giant stride to be here, or to be where we are today, because I know before now it's been a very difficult topical issue to be discussed either private or in public. And being here today, I think we must say yes, we have come thus far in the campaign against female genital mutilation. Yes, coming back to the question of what the Bible or what Christianity says about female genital mutilation, I think the most important answer I would give is that we have a zero tolerance to female genital mutilations. And maybe it's good for us as listeners or viewers to understand again what FGM is. It has to do with the removal of the female genital organs. And when you talk about organs, then definitely you see how serious it is. But coming from the Christian perspective, if we will say, what is our argument on female genital mutilation? One, we want to consider the fact that God created man and woman. You know, in the beginning, it is said that he created them male and female. And so being created male and female means God created the man and the woman with special organs, including genital organs. And also, of course, we also note that both male and female were created with special sex organs. And these sex organs, they were created for certain reasons. One, for sex, for sexual pleasure, and also for reproduction. So if you consider all of these, and of course, when God created man and woman, the male and the female, in all creation, he concluded that everything was good. And so we can say, yes, everything that God created about man and woman, in terms, including our including our genital organs, they were created perfect. And so, in line with that, we have not experienced or even read about any act that removes an organ in the Bible. And so, if we come to the aspect of female genital mutilations, we can say it is not a practice, it is not a tradition, it's not sanctioned by Christianity, neither the Bible. So, I think that is our premise. God created us with all organs, with special organs, and these organs are being created for special functions. And so if they are created for special functions, then I'm not sure whether it is wise enough for we humans to consider a particular organ as not useful, and I mean, we can remove it as we have in the case of female genital mutilation.
All right, another thing is, talking about female circumcision, Bible was clear about circumcision. In fact, if you go to the Old Testament, you will see that it was like a Jewish culture, and of course, God Himself instructed Jewish men to be circumcised as a way of covenant between God and man. And if some people are now twisting it that it is also okay for women to be circumcised, where does the Bible stand in all of this? Yes.
You know, people need to understand FGM and male circumcision. Male circumcision is not the removal of an organ. It is about removing the foreskin. It's like when you have a pen, you can remove the pen cover and the pen is perfectly functional.
Okay.
Yes, but when you come to FGM, in fact I can say FGM is the only cultural practice in the world that I know. Maybe people need to disagree with me, that I know that remove an organ in its practice. So in the case of female genital mutilation, it is a practice of removing a healthy organ, an organ for non-medical reason. Of course, yes, we can agree that an organ can be removed for medical reason, but in the case of FGM, it is removed for non-medical reason. And again, as I conclude this particular question, I also want listeners to know, that it might be very controversial, but truly, male circumcision is not even a practice of the church. It's not a tradition of Christianity anymore. Yes, I agree with you that it was practiced in the Old Testament, but as it is now, it is no longer a tradition. It is no longer required by the church. So we can say both female genital mutilation and male circumcision are traditional practices that are not required by the church. I agree that some Christians do practice male circumcision, and it will interest listeners and viewers that we have more Christians who are not circumcised across the world than those who are circumcised.
Reverend, I believe on this platform that we are now, we've sufficiently set the basis on which we're going to really transcend the discussion further. Because this is a very critical subject matter, a very contentious one, even in the public domain to talk about. And so when you interplay with religion, and you really have to strike the balance. But now to go deeper into the discussion this morning, in as much as you've also made it stated clearly that, of course, Christianity or the Bible, the scripture does not really sanction female genital mutilation. And in fact, in the case of male circumcision, it is also an outdated and old-fashioned cultural practice that used to exist. Now, if you are to draw the balance between, one practicing religious belief and one practicing what ought to have been done by God, and then tradition comes in, people normally we say it's an attack, it's an affront attack on their traditional practice. Is it on the traditional practice or the practice of FGM? Which is which?
Yeah, for this particular campaign we are doing, yes, we can say it is at the level of female genital mutilation. Of course, we are aware of our traditional practices. Of course, even the church, we also have our own traditions. So we can say tradition and culture and tradition, they are just a way of life of people. So we also respect the way of life of other people even as a church. But most critically here is the issue about female genital mutilation. The issue, people need to understand that female genital mutilation is practiced across the world, at least in 22 countries in Africa. And interestingly, it is only in Sierra Leone, maybe Guinea, and some parts, of course, Liberia, and maybe some parts in Ivory Coast, that we have FGM even being practiced within a social institution known either as the Bondo, the Sandy, and the rest of it. But the rest of it all across the world, female genital mutilation is not even part of a secret society. So I can say that. So okay. for us as a church, maybe as a campaign tool, we want to see how we can separate female genital mutilations from the other component of the practice.
Because a lot of them think this is a Western construct about some white people from the West wanting to really bar their traditional practices.
I agree. as I told you earlier on, the only traditional practice that I have seen that remove an organ, I have not seen any, even in Sierra Leone, I have not heard of any traditional practice that remove an organ, the eye or the ears or whatever it is, an organ. But in the case of female genital mutilation, it is about an organ. So how can you remove an organ in the name of culture? It is a human rights issue. So in as much as people are thinking it is a Western culture, but human rights is not, you know, this is all how it all started, even the issue of human rights. People say human rights is a weak. Living in human dignity, is it a Western culture? Okay. Do we not deserve to live in dignity as black people or whatever it is?
Thank you very much, Mr. Continue to stay with us in the program. Thank you very much for sharing your perspective with us. And of course, earlier on, you heard from Sheikh Abubakar Conte. They are all from the Forum Against Harmful Practices. And of course, as the whole Sierra Leone joins the world globally to celebrate the International Zero Tolerance Day on FGM, which happens to be today, 6th February 2025. We continue to dilate further on the issues and, of course, talk about the critical component insofar as the discussion surrounding FGM is concerned. But for now, I want to move to another issue and, of course, dealing with the environment, the protection of the environment. And for that, Sierra Leone is set to host the African Urban Heat Summit for regional mayors, vice governors, and development partners. The summit aimed at finding urgent solutions and raising finance required to combat the growing threats of extreme heat and its impact on urban areas. Why is Sierra Leone planning to host the African Urban Heat Summit? Well, in the studio to further discussion on that is Koma Hassan Kama, Information Communication Officer for Freetown City Council. Good morning, Madam Koma, and welcome to the program.
Thanks for having me. Good morning, viewers.
All right, so Madam Kama, aside from the convergence of very high-profile dignitaries from across the world on this International Day to discuss on its wave, what else do we know that is going to be very much important and beneficial to the people of Sierra Leone and input so far as protecting the environment is concerned? If you must tell our audience.
Well, to start with, this is very important and paramount, and of course it's timely because it's the very first heat summit, especially in Africa and even globally. And Sierra Leone, especially Freetown, we are super excited as a council to take this lead because we are leading, you know, and it's really, really timely looking at the climate change situation or issues around the continent as well as globally, you know, internationally and, you know, and the likes. And Sierra Leone taking the lead is a very, very good adventure for us as a council, for us to have this kind of summit or conference for the very first time. And what is important here is for us to know that climate change is becoming a global issue, and Sierra Leone taking the lead, Freetown City Council, with the initiative of mayors across the world. We have Evan Akisoya, I worship the mayor of Freetown, to take the lead as a co-chair globally. You know, it's like an added advantage for us to take this lead and taking Sierra Leone together with other partners, together with other mayors across other cities, for us to come together and, you know, discuss issues around and find solutions, innovations, and also educate our people out there so that they can be aware that this is a global issue. Like they're talking about any other issues in terms of helping and getting a cooler system or cooler environment for us. And as a matter of fact, there are certain things that happen to us as human beings that we are not even like aware of, we're taking it for granted. But these are health issues. So we are trying to find out solutions wherein we can be able to be aware and also take into cognizance some of the things that are happening to us in terms of climate change. That is now a slow killer. We call it a slow killer. That people we are not aware of. So we're trying to raise that awareness, and Sierra Leone is taking the lead, especially Freetown City Council, with the initiative of a very good leader, which is her worship the mayor, to her initiative and innovation with other mayors across other cities globally.
All right, Madam Koma Hassan Kamara. Of course, I strongly agree with your point you are marrying home there as to far as the issue of climate change and of course its disastrous consequences cannot be overemphasized. But again, bringing on board critical players in decision making and policy making across the globe to the first ever AIDS summit, like you rightly put it, and Sierra Leone taking the lead. This is a remarkable milestone for Sierra Leone. I must applaud you there. But again, this is not the first time we've been hearing the conferences on climate change, climate adaptation, support mechanisms. What is going to be different about this? What are some of, the nitty-gritties they are going to, go into insofar as mitigation efforts are concerned?
Well, as I rightly said, it's first of all important for us to accept the fact that we have a climate change situation. Let me just take, for instance, the weather we are now experiencing quite recently has not been what has been happening before. And as a matter of fact, Freetown, as a city, we are congested. We have a lot of backgrounds coming in from our rural settings, coming to Freetown because of greener pasture or livelihood support. So that, here, this is the point where they can have their livelihood support. And that's all is affecting us because one way or the other, either cutting down of trees or building houses or other informal settlements are really causing. So like coming together for us to find a solution and ensuring that we have policies put in place, because it's the very first time and it's unique in its own content. So we have to find solutions because it has not been, even if you watch it, you go through policies or acts or other form of structures, you will not find a thing like this. So it's important for us all to sit at a roundtable conference to discuss issues around and find solutions and raise awareness at the same time, especially innovations that can be able to stop this so that we can have a healthier city. Because the importance of this is for us to ensure that we are healthy and have a cooler system. Because everywhere you go now, it's very hot. Even your bedroom is hot. And you start to think, like, what is going on? Even as we sit in this studio, in as much as the air conditioner is on, we are still perspiring. Innovations like AC and all. What about our people down there who don't have the facility of AC? Can you imagine what is going on? Dehydration, other health situations comes in. Our people are suffering from hypertension and other things that are abnormal, that has not been happening before this time. Okay. And you go to the marketplaces, you have our people there in the sun 24/7, round the clock, trying to find their livelihood support. At the end of the day, they have health issues that takes them to their early graves. Okay. And we sit around and like it's normal. So as a city, we are concerned, and like I said, bringing other cities on board, especially around the region, the sub-region to be specific, and other areas, of course, because we have other African countries. It's not only about the sub-regions. We have about 7, delegates here, mayors, like we said, representatives, community representatives here to discuss, because it's very important. Okay. So we can be able to come up with recommendations, solutions, and put it together at national level, global level, international level, so we can find solutions. Very well. And our target is, from now on to 2050, because we are thinking that from now to 2050, our cities will be congested more than what we are experiencing now. Freetown was not like this before, certainly, years back. So we are expecting more. Everybody's heading towards the city. Very well, Komas and Kamara, we have to hold it there for now, and of course we'll definitely come back to you, especially so when this year, 2025 was really declared as going to be very hot as compared to other years. We'll continue this discussion around that, and the first ever
urban heat summit that is going to be hosted by Freetown City Council together with other regional leaders across Africa. She is, of course, the Information, Communication and Education Officer for Freetown City Council. The program is Good Morning Sierra Leone. We'll now go for a short commercial break. We'll come back and continue the discussion.
As a mother of the house, whenever I want to prepare palm soup, there's no need pounding palm fruit. All I need is Nkulenu's Ghana's original palm soup base. My soup is done, and its preparation, it is not difficult at all. Nkulenu palm soup base, it's easily done with no difficulties. Just take few ladles and your soup is done. And its flavor, it's amazing. This is Nkulenu's Ghana's original palm soup base. And this is Nkulenu's Ghana's original spiced palm soup base. Iron fruit and turkey berries are naturally added.
Also available Brown Gold natural cocoa powder, Sunny Gold brown sugar, neat fufu flour, shito, pisa and moringa. All available at Nyami Ado Enterprise, 1 Lower Waterloo Street, Freetown.
Nkulenu palm soup base.
Ghanaian original taste.
Welcome back. The program is Good Morning Sierra Leone, reaching live from the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. 31. And of course, we've been having a very interesting but educative discussion here this morning. And of course, we've been discussing on several topical issues. And of course, as today, 6th February 2025, is International Day for Zero Tolerance on FGM. And of course, we'll be discussing on, of course, the first Urban Eats Summit to be hosted by Freetown City Council. At this point, we want to remind you that you can be part of the discussion here this morning by sending in your comments, your thoughts and suggestions to the number displayed on the screen, and that's 030073 719 030073 719. Or you can also do so by going to our Facebook page where we are streaming live at Slbc Tv Live. Drop your comments, questions, or even suggestions to the issues being discussed, and we're gladly give that out to our guest, our esteemed guest here this morning in the studio for them to respond. We're coming over again to you, Koma. Just before going for the break, you were making mention of some of the mitigating efforts by Freetown City Council, and of course some of the policies you've been putting in place. Noteworthy among those, we saw you doing your Freetown, the Freetown effort as a mitigating effort against heat waves and climate change. We also saw you installing shades across markets in Freetown. Aside of these mitigating efforts, we all know the devastating consequences of climate change, and it is evident in Freetown. Indiscriminate cutting down of trees, people building indiscriminately around waterways. All the things that will protect our natural environment, we are like mitigating enemies against them. What are some of the mechanisms that this particular first Urban Eats Summit is going to put in place that policy duty bearers are going to hammer on?
Like I rightly said, that's the reason why we are going to come together, nationally or globally, as well as at the regional level, and even as a council, also incorporating our sister councils, because we cannot just talk about Freetown. We also have to take into cognizance our sister councils and the provinces. They are also feeling the pinch. So we all have to come together to put heads together and put hands on deck and find solutions. Because what can work for you here in Freetown cannot be the same as Guinea or Liberia or other places. So we all have to come together. And the most important thing is we're looking at certain levels, like we have the national level in terms of policies and other mechanisms to be put in place, and also at regional level at the same time individually, because they are starting. We have the long term, we have the medium, and the quick win, or the individual level. Like we always say, we have to sensitize our people, raise the awareness that they should stay hydrated. Always, wherever you go, in everything you do, in the morning hours, always drink water. Ensure that you are with water. Water should be your friend. There are some of us that are not used to that culture, but we have to ensure as a quick win, always stay hydrated. Don't allow yourself to be dehydrated. That can help to combat. And also at other levels in terms of policy making, like we're talking about putting down doctrines, if government can give council the full support, and not only the support, but ensuring that we enforce. And also, we're talking, but that's what we are looking at it at urban level, like the cities. Because if you have the urban planning, we ensure that we really plan our cities. If you are building a house, you ensure that you plant a tree or two that can give you shade, and also help in how do we call it, the ecosystem and other things that can be able to help us. So if those policies are put together, and there are many more that we cannot just think around, because this is dynamic. It's like a very first one. That's what we're saying. It's the very first ever. So there are certain things. It's not like a one-man thing. If we have the answer, it will not have been fruitful for us to call others. But we'll bring in others so that we can share ideas together and make recommendations, find solutions to combat this heat. That's what we call it, beat the heat. That's our slogan. We beat the heat so that we can be able, for us to stay healthy and cooler in our environment.
So, Madam Kamas, you putting in place stringent efforts to really combat, this growing enemy that is really waging war against our natural environment. How are we really going to engage? Because of course we know that industrialized nations also, they are the ones, they are the big time into, destroying our environment. They emit gases that are going into the atmosphere. The other day it was the summit that the mayor went to. They were also putting in place mechanisms to reduce the climate condition from 2-point-something degrees centigrade to bring it at least 1.5 degrees centigrade to have a cooler and safer environment atmosphere where we breathe natural and safer air into our lungs. We all know, in fact, during the dries, we are now into February, we are sensing the heat wave. And sometimes, even when the sun is not out, you feel the heat. At night, it is difficult, it's becoming unbearable for some of us to even have a peaceful night's rest. What are really these big GTBs going to really be bringing to the table? Because we have these big industrialized nations that are really contributing to, destroying our ozone layer, contributing to harmful gases that are really, offensive to the atmosphere. What are they really going to be bringing on board? Because talking about getting efforts, we are going globally. It's global partnership to really curtail this.
And so, if you find out, there have been signals. They have been alerting us. That the specialists, if you look at the environmental agencies and also the weather forecasters, the meteo and all others have been signaling this kind of situation. So like us all, finding ourselves in the closed doors, finding solutions to be able to come back to our people or to the duty bearers or stakeholders to tell them that I think if we do X, Y, Z, this can be able to salvage the situation. But as at now, I cannot say this is what we are going to do. But we all put our heads together, come out, because that's the essence of the conference, for us to come out with innovations, come out with solutions, ideas, and above it all, sensitize our people on this, that this is a global issue, and for us in the city of Freetown, it's really affecting us. So that awareness there, and then we will come out with ideas based on where you find yourself or your own speciality, or as a technocrat, you can be able to say, well, for me as an environmental protection agency, this is what I think we can be able to do. For us as a council, if we continue to embark on urban planning or planting more trees, then this can be our solutions, or raise awareness to our people that this is what we need to do, and so on and so forth. We all have to bring on board our ideas. That's the essence of the summit. At the end of the day, we come out with a holistic approach that we can, forward to the duty bearers, not only nationally but also globally, that we can all embark on and push. Like I said, our target is 2050.
Very well.
This, for now, we are in 2025. Yeah. So in 25 years after, we just imagine what will happen. So that's why we start now. The earlier, the better.
Certainly, as we plan to beat this dreadful enemy called heat, success as we plan towards it. Her name is Komasan Kama. She is the Information Communication Education Officer for Freetown City Council, talking to us there about the first urban heat summit for regional mayors. Of course, deputy governors and development partners to be hosted by the Freetown City Council. I'll quickly over to you again. Of course, Sheikh Abubakar Conte, you've been silent for a while. As part of celebration marking zero tolerance on female genital mutilation, we still continue with awareness raising because it is continuous dialogue process. You know, they say change is a gradual process, it does not come overnight. But again, some of these activities we are not talking about, they are not mostly done in urban areas. They are mostly done in the rural areas, where people have their religious beliefs, they have their strong traditional beliefs. And in fact, some will be telling you to go to some of these interior areas to want to talk about some of these other things. They will tell you that it's a taboo. You are going against what they really believe in. But you as a religious cleric, what have you been using your pulpit, what have you been using, of course, your congregation, your masjid to really tailor down the message to people about the harmfulness of this? Because even medically, like you stated, this is not right.
Thank you. And in fact, for us in the council, the entire religious council, we've agreed to be factoring a message on these topical issues. In our congregation and on all religious functions, being as during ceremonies, marriages, and funerals. And in fact, I wanted to say a word on this male circumcision issue that my brother mentioned. Indeed, he was right to say male circumcision is not the removal of an organ. And indeed, but that's why in Islam there is a well-established tradition of male circumcision. And during the Abrahamic period, that was considered as a fulfillment of a covenant with God. And we have very authentic prophetic statements in support of male circumcision. Because it is not the removal of an organ. In fact, it's a clinic. I think about a year or two or so, we had something happen in Kenya, Nairobi, that men, uncircumcised men, we are rushing to be circumcised. I think something happened there. You agree with me? The important thing here is that is good. Islam protects the rights of women. And a woman, has the right to sexual enjoyment according to Islam. So, if the removal of anything from her, violates that right, well, automatically that action is considered to be forbidden. But the laws of Islam do not change. So that one is considered forbidden. And it is the harmful practices Islam kicks against. So we continue intensifying our awareness, our sensitization process, all our engagement, in our pulpits, and as I did mention, in all religious activities, and by Allah's grace, as I did say in my first intervention, that we'll be there.
Okay. So quickly about you again, of course, you agree with me that this has been a topical issue.
Sure.
Of course, for most people, especially in interior areas, it's a no-go area. As a Christian cleric, how have you been
tailoring the message, and how the recipient of this message been accepting it?
Yes, thank you very much. I think I can say personally, I've been involved in the campaign against FGM, maybe for the past 10 to 20 years now. It's been a long way, and we've been doing so much in the church and through congregational meetings, and like Sheikh is saying, we always take advantage of a given occasion to talk about it. For me personally, I've also included FGM as part of my premarital counseling, because again, when people marry, it's good that you expose them to this kind of truth. Like Sheikh is saying, the issue about female genital mutilation, even from the traditional perspective, it is no secret. It is about reducing the sexual urge of women. And so when couple married, I think they need to know that this is the situation you're going to encounter in the future. So, but again, apart from that, we have been engaging, trying to bring religious leaders together to work on this issue, to understand. Currently, we are trying to work together with Sheikh Abubakar to see how we can develop a module. Of course, at Forum Against Harmful Practices, we have a module that we are using for educating either through our congregation or community engagement. But what we want to work on now is to see how we can develop a module with scriptural religious teachings on the two religions, Islam and Christianity, the predominant religions, to see how we can help our congregation, because the issue about female genital mutilation primarily has to do with misinformation, ignorance. But once people are educated about the issue, definitely they will say no.
All right.
And of course, we'll also be doing some publications. We do work. We do research and do publication on this particular matter.
All right, continue to stay with us in the program is Reverend Moses Kanu from the Forum Against Harmful Practice, and earlier on you heard from Sheikh Abubakar Conte, also a representative from the same organization. Well, now up next on Good Morning Sierra Leone, it's now time for us to look to the papers, what the papers are saying this morning for our front page review of our local dailies. For that, I start with the Independent Observer newspaper. It opens with a banner headline, Mr. President, can we talk? Part 95. Schools urge to comply with WAS entry. All stories you can find inside. Climate change and extreme heat remains a growing urban challenge. I think this can be of interest to Koma, as Ankama, she will be rounding off. My next pick happens to be the Standard Times newspaper. It opens with a banner headline, gang killing at Ascension Town, 6 on remand. Solar light installation and road projects. Moramba comments FS Mining Company. Our stories you can find on the front page of the Standard Times newspaper. My next pick is Awareness Times newspaper. It opens with a banner headline, H.E. Sadiq Silla, beg your pardon, fosters stronger ties and sets to work. Ambassador at Libya jail to get citizens free. First Lady gets 5 ultrasound and GPS machines from Korea for 34 military hospital. For a community applauds Minkailu Mansari for supporting mosque expansion. Other stories you can find. IGP Selu calls for international support to combat transnational crime. President Bill acknowledges achievement in access to information. My next pick, which happens to be my final pick for today's newspaper review, is the AIV newspaper. It says, one of its headline stories reads, is not just largest is Umar Sharif. Sierra Leone police investigations reveal. Freetown hosts first ever African Urban Eat Summit today. Chief Minister reveals government operations. Our stories you can find on the front page of the AYV newspaper, which happens to be my final newspaper for today's newspaper review. But I must quickly remind our esteemed viewers that views, sentiments shared on these various newspapers are not those necessarily of the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. We are merely reviewing headlines from the various newspapers. So quickly, over to you, Koma, as we round off in 30 seconds. As we start the EAT Summit today, what are some of the prime focus? What will be the high point of this particular EAT Summit?
So today we will be at the Gadis Blue, wherein we have, as rightly said in the intro, mayors across other cities and at regional level, and also other government representatives, governors, and also other parastatals to discuss the issues around climate change and the solutions or innovations that we can put in place, and also the awareness raising. That's one of the things we're looking at for today. And also at the end of the day, solutions, discussions, and recommendations or challenges, that we bring forward and be able to see how we can tackle, and also pay site visitations by tomorrow at places that we think can be of help to this the summit, and continue, because it's going to be an ongoing process. It's a kick-off for today, but as a council, especially Freetown Council, it's going to be an ongoing process.
Okay.
That is why we have created a department as well,
okay.
And we have the very ever first heat officer in West Africa at Freetown City Council, okay. And also we have got
a heat ambassador.
Yes, okay. And we've got a desk officer as well. So we'll be discussing issues around that. Is going to be like an ongoing process. It's not just a one-off thing, but okay. It's something that we have to take.
We do wish a productive discussion throughout the first ever Urban EAT Summit, as you will be hosting that today. We have loved to have a bite from our religious leaders before closing the program, but I'm afraid time is really not our friend. So this is where we draw down the curtains into this edition of the program Good Morning Sierra Leone. But many thanks, of course, to our religious leaders from the Forum Against Harmful Practices, and that is Sheikh Abubakar Conte, and of course Reverend Moses Kano for being part of the program. And special thanks again to of course the Information Communication and Education Officer from Freetown City Council, Madam Komas and Kama, for being part of the program. Good Morning Sierra Leone returns tomorrow. Before that, a quick reminder of our quote of the day, which comes from Lady Bart Johnson, an environmentalist, and it says, "The environment is where we all meet, where we all have mutual interest, and is one thing all of us share." It's a food for thought as we ponder upon it throughout the day. I'm Dennis Fraser. Many thanks to our production crew, and of course to our producer William Wise for putting this beautiful program tomorrow. Be on the lookout for Good Morning Sierra Leone as it returns tomorrow at 9. Keep watching your public service broadcaster, the SLBC. Goodbye.
As a mother of the house, whenever I want to prepare palm soup, there's no need pounding palm fruit. All I need is Nkulenu's Ghana's original palm soup base. My soup is done, and its preparation, it is not difficult at all. Nkulenu palm soup base, it's easily done with no difficulties. Just take few ladles and your soup is done. And its flavor, it's amazing. This is Nkulenu's Ghana's original palm soup base. And this is Nkulenu's Ghana's original spiced palm soup base. Iron fruit and turkey berries are naturally added.
Also available brown gold natural cocoa powder, sunny gold brown sugar, neat fufu flour, shito, pisab, and moringa. All available at Nyami Ado Enterprise, 1 Lower Waterloo Street, Freetown.
Nkulenu palm soup base.
Ghanaian original taste.
Hello and welcome. I'm Cecilia Ali Sise, and this is News Brief on the Hour on SLBC. Leader of Government Business in Parliament, Honorable Matthew Sanyuma, has said Sierra Leone Railway Development and Regulatory Bill 2024 would set the framework for regulating the operations and activities of rail services and ease transportation challenge relating to agricultural goods. Honorable Numa was speaking in Parliament as he committed the document to the Legislative Committee for further scrutiny. Minister of Transport and Aviation Fanditure said the bill provides for the establishment of an authority which shall have the powers to impose surface levy on railway and cable car. He also stated that the document guides government on matters relating to the development and management and coordinates the implementation of policies relating to rail transportation affairs. Other members of Parliament, including the leader of the opposition, said the bill would promote the authority with responsibility to develop and regulate a sustainable railway services. Freetown City Council has played a host as mayors from across the continent. They are in the country to participate in the African Urban Heat Summit Week in Sierra Leone. The theme for the session is Building Heat Resilience, African Cities Tackling Urban Heat Through Innovation, Education and Action. It was an amazing scene as mayors from Ghana, Guinea, Liberia, Gambia, and Ivory Coast received a hearty reception at the Freetown City Council Municipality Administrative Ground Floor by the Mayor, Yvonne Akisoya, and her team. The start of the African Urban Heat Summit in Sierra Leone has added a feather to the country as it's the first nation in the region to host such events. Mayor of Freetown Municipality Yvonne Akisoya said the gathering would be essential to deliberate on the threat of extreme heat and its impact on urban areas and vulnerable communities with possible outcomes. During the engagement, the Heat Action Plan that is set to benefit not only for Africa and other continents would be launched. Director of Climate Change and Information Services, Human Rights Commission of Sierra Leone, Abubakar Kamara, has lauded the Ministry of Fisheries and Marine Resources for the closed season, but called for human rights-based approach throughout the process. He made a statement during a two-day capacity building training for commissioners and staff of the Commission on Human Rights and Fisheries. Secretary General of Sierra Leone Amalgamated Artisanal Fishermen Union, Alhaji Saidu Sise, perceived the engagement as a platform for addressing their challenges. According to him, fishermen have been faced with several human rights rights violations. Several presentations were also done on key human rights issues facing small-scale fishing, including national and international human rights instruments, which were referenced by the lead person for Danish Institute of Human Rights, Maria Peterson. And finally, a news brief on the hour on SLBC. The mission of the Royal Embassy of Saudi Arabia in Freetown has offered over 25 metric tons of high-quality dates fruit to the people of Sierra Leone through the Ministry of Social Welfare. The gesture was said to support government's food security drive and strengthening the bilateral relationship between the two countries. It was the second time the embassy has presented the dates fruit to the country since its opening in 2023. Head of mission of the Royal Embassy of Saudi Arabia in Freetown, Ali Ibrahim Al-Haji, said the gift of dates came from the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salam bin Abdul Aziz Al Suad. He said the move sent a message of generosity from the people of Saudi Arabia. Documents were also signed and handed over to cement the commitment to ongoing support led by the mission of the Royal Embassy of Saudi Arabia in Freetown. Minister of Social Welfare Melrose Kaminti said the gifting of the dates fruits reflected years of valued ties between Sierra Leone and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia that was built on shared values and a collective commitment. Well, that's the end of News Brief on the Hour on the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation in Freetown. Thanks for watching, and do continue to stay tuned to the public broadcaster, the SLBC. I'm Cecilia Alice Cisse. Do enjoy the rest of your day. Goodbye.
You ready for the Zoom meeting today with the investor then?
Yes, boss. I'm ready for the meeting today. And I don't download all the reports they sent to me on the internet.
Make sure so you get super connection, because I don't want one problem during the meeting.
Everything is okay. Everything is fine.
Counting on you, even though we're not in the same office. I will be with you every step of the way.
Great Work Center Point Salon Limited. I don't buy the finishing material and for me hose. Give me hose fire and bulletproof to mount them. So if you have one SIM or CCTV camera supply and installation, hose and office furniture them, clip SIM board and electrical or electronics, or even double window glass. When are you normal waiting inside go see na door and person outside no go see inside. Call Center Point Salon Limited na 95 Regent Road Lumley inside Freetown. Center Point Salon Limited na the agents na salon in West Africa for postline tile them from Spain. Center Point Salon Limited get master sabi engineer them, technician them and machine them from Kosovo, Turkey, Salon, Spain and England for do you design and finishing to European standard. Call Center Point Salon Limited today na 95 Regent Road Lumley inside Freetown or call 088 01 9556.
one time, we all need that and where they help we. For make that your best soup sweet as how it been the sweet. Onga a great taste and aroma, they make you get them perfect every time. Onga na mama a helping hand.
Hey! Me, for can go na junction for go buy EDSA credit. It want money.
Say you want for go na street. Because the last EDSA credit wey me buy na ya asidom wey I buy am.
This one hard for believe.
Na true. Dial *363# with QCell and tell me what it say.
It say buy Q power, get last 3 tokens, register meter and exit.
Easy?
But I no get QCell money.
Na it make am sweet and easy. Just top up your QCell and buy EDSA credit. No mobile money, no problem. It no be one day na salon.
Okay.
Pass with QCell.
Make a try am.
Hey! Lights don't come!
Yes, use your QCell top up and buy EDSA Lite anytime, any size. Just dial *363# and follow the instructions. Make sure say you register your meter number before you continue.
For more information, dial 111. Terms and conditions apply. QCell, Salon Pride.
Discover Sierra Leone, a hidden gem of West Africa, where the radiance of life danced in harmony with the beauty of nature.
Feel the heartbeat of our culture in every beat of the drum, in every step of the dance.
Experience the tranquility of our shores, where each sunrise brings new stories and endless possibilities.
Immerse yourself in the vibrant tapestry of our daily life, where every color tells a tale and every face a friend.
Come, be enchanted by the sights and sounds of Sierra Leone.
A place where your adventure awaits.
And memories are made.
For quite some time, wolves were the most common carnivores on the planet. They have since been dethroned by red foxes. This is no coincidence. Evolution has endowed foxes with remarkable abilities and extremely sharp senses. Their versatility allows them to adapt equally well to the human destruction of their natural habitats or the rigorous conditions of the mountains in winter. We set out to follow a leash of foxes in the Alps for 1 year. Mid-April. In the rocky chaos of a forest of larches perched at 1,800 meters, every animal thought that spring was finally back. They were fooled. Following a snowy winter, life seems to get in its own way. In the darkness of this cavity, the female has just given birth to 5 little balls of fur of 100 grams each. Still deaf and blind, the eyes and ears of the cubs won't open for another 10 days. The first 2 weeks, the only time the mother leaves them is to do her business outside the den. The male has regurgitated a snow vole. During the season, his role is essential to the cub's survival. He has to feed the female. The female is back in front of the den. She's hungry. Like all foxes, the male has a good memory. He has to climb 400 meters uphill and try his luck to find a few shreds of meat. At an altitude of 2,200 meters, a young ibex couldn't survive the winter. The local corvids quickly spread the news, which entices all the scavengers of the mountain. But only the bones remain for this young bearded vulture. The leash of foxes shares its territory with a dozen deer, 80 ibexes and 120 chamois. No wonder there isn't anything left on the carcass, given how all the other animals have been feasting on it for 4 days. The big ravens are still there. That's a rather good sign. They should all hurry before it's too late. It's all gone in minutes. Perched and replete, the eagle stays in the vicinity. They've all helped themselves. Of the late ibex, only the skin and bones remain, which won't be enough. The female will have to fast for another day, all the while suckling her babies. The next day, the male goes hunting again. On the northern slope in particular, the snow is a stark reminder of this never-ending winter. This morning, the fox follows the teasing chirruping of the partridges. Four weeks have gone by. In the warmth of the morning, the female fox goes on the prowl. It's one of those days that hint at the entire prairie melting, shedding its white coat to finally reveal the colors of spring. She's traveled a whole kilometer this morning, catching 2 voles and a mouse. A mountain view. A natural cavity sheltered from prevailing winds and facing due south. 2 emergency exits. This house is too good to be true. The female jumps at the chance. The main entrance is upstairs. At this age, the fox cubs playfully battle for a mouthful of milk. The first served are always the same, meaning that they gain more weight than their siblings. This puny female is always behind. For these foxes, digging in this valley is a first. This new fox den suddenly makes life a lot more complicated for their neighbors, who have been using this remarkable underground network for generations. The problem isn't so much intruders occupying one of their summer homes, as the foxes considering the woodchucks as a convenient meal. For now, the woodchucks are so vigilant that the foxes of the leash prefer to bite into the carcass of a big ibex that fell from the overhanging cliff a week ago. A godsend for the cubs that are starting to like the meat regurgitated by the adults. The rugged terrain of the forest was once home to up to 11 cubs from a single litter. This was just after a gall epidemic that decimated all the foxes of the small valley. They have since recaptured their territory, and the terrain now hosts about 5 or 6 cubs per year. The female moves away from the den in search of a little serenity. Around the terrain, the signs of spring are in full display. Yet in the valley above, suspended at 2,400 meters, the nights are still frozen and the snow lingers. The woodchucks are vulnerable. Aside from the main set, all of their emergency shelters are still buried. Given that they came out of hibernation 3 weeks later than the rest of the colony, in order to survive, these woodchucks have to draw on whatever little fat they have left. A standardized alarm system notifies the menace of a predator. A single whistle for a golden eagle, and multiple whistles for a fox. Seeing how unified and coordinated the group is, the fox gives up. The wind has carried the danger alert along the entire descent that will lead him back to the dazzling greens of the forest of larches. Much like the other members of the leash, the female fox prefers to hunt alone. With her remarkable sense of hearing, she's best at catching small prey rather than big ones. The cubs have nothing to fear from this herd of ibexes approaching the den. For the ibexes, after the hardship comes the time of abundance. Every spring, the rise of fresh grass attracts the males and even intoxicates them. The herd was just passing. The den is located in the center of the living area, tucked between the stream to the south and the cliff to the north. The female doesn't wander outside of it. Just like the adults, the cubs have 4 canines and 4 carnassials, designed for killing, carrying, and chopping up their prey. Those teeth can be genuinely dangerous to a nursing mother. The little female still struggles to impose herself. Mid-June, now 8 weeks old, the recently weaned cubs demand more and more food. 2 other foxes take part in the feeding. They rarely come into contact and remain discreet. Where are the cubs? They're claiming their independence and enjoy taking naps scattered around the forest. The little female is fascinated by butterflies. Her sister is sleeping while her 3 brothers relax by the old larch tree. One of them plays catch with a vole that an adult has brought back. In this muggy pre-storm weather, the female eagerly longs for the fresh water of the stream. The 5 cubs are starting to assert their individual characters. While some are wary, the more courageous follow their mother to the meadow. Even though it's far from their headquarters that protect them from the dangers looming in the sky. It all happened so fast. In a lightning-quick, masterful nosedive, the eagle dug its claws into the cub. The cliff bordering the fox territory to the west is home to a couple of golden eagles with an eaglet to feed. Every so often, a fox ends up in the eagle's claws. This time, the master of the sky couldn't pass up the chance. As a result of a sunny spell, he spotted the small male from over a kilometer away. Now, only 4 cubs remain. They rendezvous on the right bank of the stream at the last glimmers of dusk. There they'll play until darkness falls. The cubs' night will be deemed a success if the adults can regurgitate food. As usual, the crow steals the leftovers, and the little female pledges her allegiance. The beginning of July marks the baby woodchuck's first outings of the year. They must quickly learn about safety rules and the other laws that govern the community. But until they do, the babies have to rely on luck to overcome their heedlessness. Foxes that don't belong to the family are prohibited from entering the 6 square kilometer living area. It features the den and a couple of resting spots, where the female no longer suckles the young. To the foxes, either you're a resident or a stranger. Following repeated incursions by unwanted foxes in the last week, the male keeps a watchful eye over the stream that marks the southern limit of the living area. While on his guard, this vagrant fox crosses over the border. He knows full well that he's trespassing. But having lived his life on the run, this fox has been through far more dangerous situations. The vagrant comes from a valley about 15 kilometers away, on the other side of the glacier. A seemingly similar environment, but with a road, a village, and humans. From an early age, he learned to live close to these two-legged animals that dwell in houses smelling of food, and to be suspicious of the proximity of this dangerous creature. Back there, game and carcasses were few and far between. His leash would wander near the village at night, mostly interested in the rubbish bins. Things took a turn for the worse during his second year. One night, his father decided to decimate a hen house, but couldn't carry away the 4 chickens before dawn. 2 days later, a trap was set, and that was the end of his father. His sister and mother were later poisoned. Only 2 of them remained. Then one evening, in the night, he headed towards the 3,000-meter-high pass. He explored small valleys, went up frozen streams, picked up dozens of smells, went across forbidden borders, and learned that the mountain is divided into several adjoining territories that belong to various families of foxes. Then one night, he found himself in the rugged terrain of the large tree forest. He was still alive, but facing a new leash. Like 15% of foxes, he had become a nomad, a vagrant ready to move in the first available spot, but an individual with a much shorter life expectancy. He became a formidable woodchuck killer and even managed to catch a mountain hare in the suspended valley. This morning, he went over the stream in order to hunt woodchucks. The dominant male sees the intrusion as an assault. This won't be tolerated. Hunted out of the leash's territory, the vagrant fox returns to the suspended valley. August the 15th. The 5-year-old and former dominant female that had given birth to 3 generations of cubs hadn't been seen in 2 weeks. Her time had come. She died at the water's edge. In captivity, foxes can live up to 20 years. But as free-ranging animals, 90% of them don't make it to age 5. September. As incredible as it may seem, the family of woodchucks residing in the heart of the fox's living area has survived. Thanks to an efficient alarm system and a network of multiple shelters, only 2 young woodchucks are missing. As time goes by, the days get shorter, heralding the end of summer. Fruits are in season, and everyone has to share. It's almost dispersion time for the cubs. Not all will be able to stay despite the abundance of food this year and the death of the old female.
Internal tensions are rising. The line between playing and fighting is rapidly disappearing.
The little female has no choice. Whenever she takes on her siblings in these power struggles, she's always on the losing end and folds down her ears as a sign of submission. A specific event is going to temporarily bring back cohesion to the leash. The air is electric, and the does are nervous. The wolves have just returned with their newborns. This time, their new resting place happens to be on the fox's territory. While foxes are independent hunters, this isn't the case for wolves. They have a higher success rate if they cooperate. Adult wolves are the only predators capable of killing animals the size of a stag or a wild boar. This explains the doe remains and the urine traces by other carnivores that the foxes noticed. Around this formidable canine, the foxes act with caution. Born 4 months earlier, the wolf cubs are still unaware of the dangers of life, so they take their time. The adults bring them back to safety under the green alders. They've stashed away the fruits of a night of hunting. The wolves are claiming the territory. At an impressive weight of 30 kilos, an adult male wolf is 5 times heavier than a fox. Their strength and intelligence makes them the most dreaded predators of these mountains. On the second day, the foxes wait until the pack goes hunting to feed on the leftovers. This pack of wolves dwells and moves around a huge space of 300 square kilometers of forest, pasture, scree and alpine grass. Their territory comprises 2 valleys where several families of foxes live. The abandoned carrion is equally coveted by the griffin vultures. What do 2 adult foxes do when they cross paths? Half the time they ignore each other. By nature, foxes seek to avoid physical contact. For once, the entire leash is here. In the tall grass, the long-established hierarchy is confirmed. The little female feels the need to leave the family tribe. She spent the night alone on the other side of the stream. This is the first time she's found the courage to wander this far towards the suspended valley. Away from it all, the wolf cubs have found a new resting spot. In these last moments before the winter, the abundance of insects and blueberries attracts birds, herbivores and carnivores alike. The weather is getting cooler by the day. Once the sun goes over the summit and the wind comes down from the glacier, the ground freezes. The 7 wolf cubs don't have their winter coats yet. They huddle up in order to sleep. They all try to get to the middle, knowing this is the warmest spot. Seven cubs together can only mean the pack is nearby. The little female fox goes back the way she came. Life outside the leash comes with its share of dangers. Many foxes have borne the consequence or even lost their lives. This time, she highlights her return with signs that give away her escapade. To the resident foxes, it's a clear, reassuring message. She's still part of the leash. October. Over the last month, the little female has ventured all over the place. She's been to the Eagle's Cliff, to the 3,000-meter-high ridge, and even to the circus of Swiss pines, from which she only returned 3 days later. This time, she won't be back. By midday, the rock and the carpet made of larch tree needles have captured the full warmth and delight of an autumn that refuses to give way to winter. November. The vagrant fox is still around. He seems to like it in the suspended valley. Since his intrusion into the forest, he's been nursing the muzzle wound he sustained against the dominant male. The infected bite is taking too long to heal. The lack of snow encourages every herbivore to store as much energy as possible. All except the chamois, distracted by the rut. Following a masterful pursuit A chamois has just chased away a rival to the brink of fox territory, an impressive 500 meters below. The wind rises on the night of November the 30th, a chilling wind that pierces through every living creature. However, it doesn't seem to affect the little female fox. She may look fat, but it's actually the seasonal growth of her own hair and undercoat. A comfortable protection against the cold up to minus 15 degrees. The ermine has turned white. The two relentless vole hunters come across and ignore each other. The little female has decided to leave. She couldn't find her place in the suspended valley. Was it because of the mood swings of the vagrant fox she inevitably kept seeing? Or the mating season that didn't pertain to her? Was it the lack of food that accentuated all rivalries? Or perhaps an irresistible desire to try her luck elsewhere? We'll never know. She leaves at the crack of dawn, goes across 2 passes, and disappears in the valley of the spruce trees, some 30 kilometers away. December the 15th. It's freezing cold on the southern slope at an altitude of 2,400 meters. This is no time for the vagrant fox to be choosy. There isn't a single carcass in the suspended valley, and all food hiding spots are empty. He must settle for what he can find. Over the granite, he uses his tail as a balancing pole, defying heights, climbing up frozen corridors. The majesty of the mountain has been in full display in the suspended valley for thousands of years. The rock ptarmigans never leave this higher ground. They survived the last ice age and are still here. Their camouflaging feathers hide a tasty flesh. For the past 2 months, under the protection of the Earth itself, the woodchucks have been hibernating. Occasionally, the biological clock telling them to come out for spring goes out of whack, and a woodchuck awakes in the middle of winter for a couple of hours. Because of the lack of carrion this winter, the foxes roam around more. The dominant male has also made the trip. The vagrant is determined to call this home and to keep his prey. He has the confidence of a dominant male. Although they're evenly matched, the fox from the leash now submits. The vagrant retrieves the woodchuck he'd caught earlier in the morning and hastily covered in snow. This woodchuck is a godsend that's unlikely to happen again this winter. In the last few years, climate change has resulted in more frequent mild spells in winter and floods in summer. The mountain wind has been blowing since yesterday and destabilizes the snowy slopes. Foxes have 45 times more olfactory cells than humans. This hyper-developed sense of smell allows them to locate a dead animal buried under a meter of snow after an avalanche. In the absence of carcasses, the fox uses his second-best natural feature to hunt small rodents, an extraordinary sense of hearing. Thanks to his ears capable of independently pivoting by 150 degrees and muscles that can reposition the auditory canal, he can pinpoint the origin of a sound with extreme accuracy. If it weren't for this layer of snow, he would also pick up the fidgeting of the voles and mice up to 100 meters away. He can also detect the low frequencies of their movements. But the fox has more than one trick up his sleeve to catch the field mice and voles that hide under the snow in winter. Scientists have recently observed that while performing the famous mousing leap, a fox catches 4 times more prey when he faces northeast.
It's another Thursday and get prepared for your weekly TV show, Bottom Line, on the SLBC with Hasmi Uba, the program that brings to you policy makers and opinion leaders.
So join the presenter as he engages the maverick APC Member of Parliament, Honorable Muhammad Bangura, who has begun his journey to leave in the APC and joining the People's Democratic Party, PDP of Temu Bangura.
I am an extremely very happy man. From what I've evidence of what is happening now, believe me, I'm very happy.
As 2028 draws closer, Honorable Muhammad Bangura is now thinking of joining another political vehicle by announcing that he will soon resign from the APC, the party under which he got elected twice as lawmaker.
In the next few months, I intend to leave the All People's Congress to join the PDP survey. My intention is based on many reasons.
What are his chances of leading the PDP Sobe? Join us on Bottom Line this Thursday live on SLBC.
Bottom Line, the show to watch. It's another...
Kepengo jokoma venga veta yigusia ndongia we na havele gufoma uma ta aji parliament hungbateta na we hungbate ya tutima Railway Development Regulator B 2024 na we yibi jita kwa utungbe hendina sia de goma handisia de tugutu dalkuma kebe vija na we Freetown City Council na we to hungbate ya te higa to goma ko we ye hungbate ita to gutu da kuma ko lui hungbate jiba tutima Africa Urban Heat Summit Week na we ye ko meje e video to goma video salote gun JKV pekesi amumala afoma bena go jokove je na gubla ati kometi hungbate siaba sawebo tugwana to hungbate ya na we hin ko we to gutu da kuma honorable Matista Numa now with a Guna AFA Committee call we Development Regulation Bill 2024. Now we be just a call to Hungbe and then I see a Blaga Handagale call we to go to Pu Aguya. Now we motoja and the chest ya where to go to the Lukuma, Kako, Mehena Chata, but every do that with Baba again this year. Call we in the Jessia to go to the Lukuma. To Honorable Numa, I am Melona Adehi. Sabe bu ye humpateje ye ke handaga mi na hin to kwa agoya na we document ga na we ye document na ta ko we to hugbe bi pe na we ta ye de goma hande Jesus ya ko we motoji hande siama ko we ye hande Jesus ya so to dal kuma to ye kumina ministry na transport aviation batesi aba funded to tabe ogulo ogubo agiti aye komejo hun ko wi ye hun bate bibi wajima ye tubu yugo ko wi ye de jisi asia vi o ti asai san hendaga tuguti dal kuma si abe vi kebo ka projetina na wi ye de jisi asia pe ogulo kuma to aya mero odehi ye hun bate jihin ye government bu yugo bi ko wi ye de jisi asia vi tugutu hun gbe na we digbo ma hande na chiachia agulo kuma ko wi ye de jisi asia ogu okoma ye do ejima to ye komejun gumu yana we hin bi mamo mi agie opposition hungbate ba tabe ogulo na agugo agiti ye komejun ko re ye bijima ye bijita ye ma hugo lo tun bebi sa na sia na we handa gale digbo ma handa gale ko otuku agoya tugu gaige to ye ko lo hunje Freetown City Council ta tugu na to hungbate yana we hin higa to goma Bido Charlotte Guhu. Now we ye hungbate call we Africa Urban Heat Summit Week. Now we ye comedy tattoo we lo Bido Charlotte Guhu. To ye comedy hi. Te amelo na ko we te handaga kini la kumana we digoma handaga le. Jiana meyo share ati nulele lo misia. Now we see at pete lo ye kume bibi waju. Tubulo Ghana, Guinea, Liberia, Gambia, Kebevi, Ivory Coast. Na we tikpe ko we to go to the Jesus ya to go to dalukuma na we gige hindi chia hende kakina sia na we hi nyani sia tayana ko we ye hindi Jesus ya we to go to pu aguya ogu ola lukuma to me ona na salumba me ibun akisoya tiagma blasia tikpe to go na ti hi to goma na we ta ye humbate waji ta bi e ga to goma ye hala wat lohi comme bibi wajita bi to ga nulele lomi je ame yo sia ati ko wetugu tikwe tupu aguya digoma hande ya agu ola lokuma to nyaku akisoya ya mirolo ne jaye dejima ye sia be ga do wajina te ya do gala hin ko wetugu te handaga kini na we digoma handaga le tugu te dalukuma hede na sia na we hi anganya unga to yogoya hibi sia na we ri hede sia kwe tupu aguya te dalukuma ko lo hi beleke dile eye duwe to ye ko lo hunje director na climate changes ngbatesi aba information service kebevi human rights commission ngbatesi aba Abubakar Kamara ogulo na ogugo agitia ye komejun egbe ministry na nyegbe hedesi aba yeke chiabe jedina na we hintu po ye ko we to go to handaga kini la kuma nyebe hedisi ya na we agu popo mai do ejima to ejia lojili lo hi awati na ti ji fere kango mehuwe jia na we hintagu nyebe hedisi ya gila atie ko we go to tega ahadena si na we hi bomaga le tagu to pe nyebe hedisi ya na we agu popo mai do ejima to ye kome bibi wana secretary general na ye nyebe hedina aba yi na Alhaji Saidu Sise tabe ogulo na ogubo agiti ya ye komejun ye ke hi goto ko mi gitabi te pia hi ye pepe wo ale ko we tugutu ngati ne moli na we hi nyebe hedina hedina sia putigo akpagumaga na we fa we hende na che pe aye nyebe hende sia ba ko we ye de sia sia pe tu gutu dal ko ogo opoma ye do e ma to ya milolo de hi ye to ye hende sia ye ku golo ti anu ga to lo nyi ve hi na we hi hende na che aye ko we nyebe hende sia ma ko we ye hende sia sia pe ogo ala ko ma vi para do e to ye ko lo hunji Ambate ya na we hi tutulima a mission of Royal Embassy na we share tubu Saudi Arabia ambate sia tubu na teji aga to adwe mehenga na we hi to magona bido kugobe a cartoon bogo mahon lolu na we ye mehe na chechi ko we te face alone de blawe ko we tubu to daga ye tele bunde sia ba to ye ambate je te amiro na te de hi ke di goma hande sia bana we hindi amo yedi ana do fuliji sia ba ko we bitu lo ko hibu na we ti ye do fuliji sia tugutu ko maga ye di goma hande sia ba to ye ko mi jitu ala hi ayana hi ma fele na we hi to ba aye di goma hande sia na we ko we saloli di blast sia ba bitu tugutu na fa tetwe lo 2023 na we yi humbate sia to det lukuma to jana na we hi mission of Royal Embassy Saudi Arabia na we ta ti jage to e bido salon te egu yegu mu ya Alhaji Ibrahim na we ta tamya lo ye humbate je luko hibu ko we ye diploma hande GCSE bi egu ola kuma do of GCSE lo hu na we hi to gu lo te maga kini lu mia go ve gba bisiama ko we ye de GCSE egu ola kuma to mu ya na we Abdul Aziz amelo na de ye kumejun ye ke komi GCSE to ala pokugo ale ye na ba melo cha ba vitu lo ko higo ye to ye document Ghana na we hi to gu to sign hi ko we tabi ye dia mo ye tabi ego aja hu do of GCSE lo to ye kumejun nuna na we hi ministry age social welfare hu ba te siaba mero community tabe wulo ogugbo agete ye kumejun ye ke humbate jina we hi mehega le tuela ye pepugo wale ye tugu hunego wale ye humbate jisema ye gbe ye na we hi digoma hande sia dia mo yeta bi ajabu lo do fuli jisialo ye ji awtu akpoma doejun to bodesia ke jimi ha vele gufu la uma kepege ali gaya malo venegia ye pena magidi na we hi ne bubu akesia wauna ugbe boma ta aji dia to na parliament humbate sia bana we hintugu lote humbate ya bua gesi ya kolwi ruwe development regulator b na we 2024 yebi na tako utungbe ende na chi anatugu tudalo kuma kebe vi humbate ji ya na we hin Freetown City Council na we tugu na humbate ya te bido tugoma kolwi nu lele lo misia ya me osia ati so ya kolwi humbate ji na we Africa Oba Hit Summit humbateta wiki sia makowe yende GCSE ala lokuma bodisa jimi ha vele go fula uma aboma be Slbc Tv ga nyama Ibrahim kuma godwe humbe nga ya molo wati yekema
Ikoika advance na logafo akera kake akimo no Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation television daminen aluseni adnami sisinga kaklika ataya atisirale anshit matimo to atira parliament ngani awa ampo ben kakaso pika okoi epai akumpa anakte atila Sierra Leone Railway Development and Regulatory Bill anakte kada dindisi kabika inka amban bana Waduku katsoi ka ken ka ebutisa ka glance kapits banai. So ampo so yo mit do asomo ame alom ku ka tot of tolomi kankanambe andi pontone. Aba ngani ampo de tongi kali kabi ka amitane atila Africa Urban Hit Summit Mayoka antofasui. Kali kadon aka opinawati Okubun ka no patma enquirement able to say ma here ka do parliament shit matmonto honorable Matthew Sanyo man apo tellement pa auto forfati abun patan piti apo ko bekati ka ampan banai atela Sierra Leone Railway Development and Regulatory Bill and tekade den disi oi e programme taishan to ngan aiti kikirene ebutsama pantma tagbeti anyem yala ne adun da tedenyi doko ka changan sant ka so gbin kiso mo son pa mo lo me salata ka tete bak ma yetma susama buloton kan ontofi okobon pori mo honorable nyamani obika ko fafaki ka do parliamenti do akubika ko epai apugbe pai kan ri kan ati akubika ka amban bana kan so ankli kamanta ti doko kati okapori ka kem kana botisia MBRC fandi tugini kono so kotelma so pa nank epai apugbe pa apu botayen oi tight fino tan kalata kamamban bana kli doko kati anangi antu song ofoso kankai a put time kama plant molo salata yimi ala ne adundati modo etil metasi anto kakoso kliso kabika tolo yati bakti titas kan finai duku ka so kakoso ba so ka nan eri kayate yima ti duku ka payati ati taitan ati tifino yete ka so bun so ko amenti kama klima tai tina tim not sonto fokone dodi ai payati be yi ko duku ka ari ka nyan apo nekter apo kubeka ka amban banai eto yati yi ko duku ka ti ana we bula lom so na so kabika ka to fino ku ka ti duku ka ai ka ti unimo ko bom ka ampatin IPC hangi kabika to fofati fino hi ka pa kani ni apanga IP amboya fino hi be antuma kana kama tai chuna tsugule tageti anyeme yo mapantmati ka kabika ti kara nekta atela Freetown City Council pinga mama imanti ka grants kapiti banai apo somo ame along kuka tot of tulomi kankangai ade kwa shagba ka soktane epa yi ekului moyengi afumani ai count of osu salata kade paktum kakaso sotane epa yi ekulu kamita tera tela Africa Urban Heat Summit mario ka ankalan count of osu andukana mabane mi mario manyi wa ne be tsakanan tama yi kama yi ka boats epa yi mi fina salata kakli kabika won anto kakoso kliso makala mfuame aitiku kane ika karankati anto yeti aitiki salata kakli kabika uno wipuita tot of to be wa kanta makpa ngani etwa amepi ngoi mafino do ameyongi anuka tot of to baske monto for Ghana, Guinea, Liberia, Gambia anto yoto Ivory Coast ngani abu agbasne ka ofina wati omi yokano camp anto yonkumpangi agbasne anchiki anchira nyi de ka ofina wati katap Hamilton atila Africa Urban Heat Summit mario ka antofasui ngai so antka so butso ni safina tanto fasu mapidi katoto ko kake mayo mitmo mi antofasui ngai antofoto ko ma wuk mukbane mo ma de sotane pai ekulumo yangi omi okado Freetown City Council Yvonne Akiso ayen kono so kakoso telma so pa mukbane mi mario mi o mukbane man amepi mo ma fino tesomi dibet kan kamaye kakoso soktani anto katik-tiki kama gbe itara ti aitiki salata kakli epayat mapdi epusompa ebaketai ekpati ngani ngoyo ngani hando pupane mo kama ta ti ngama di soktani di auto iska ampanye aneta kakli kabi kama shinkama ni yo komanto ebutisa ata kakaso kliso mama ina afma peti imo awaka kama hangi kono ni opoko iko yi ka kem kana ebu tsia kalmanta yi pa yaru manchi ka tingangi ampoyo tagbiti katang amputang kaban yesi kata makba anan ka tingang ayo tan dibet ka so kliso kama peli tara tuna kirane mamari ma afma kapeti kofof kateki ki obika ki oko kama pane ami ayo tamari maranga matsemangi bilu ka taka so tasa diso ka karang kulong sa amban bana imo ang commissioner anto i angi muksoi kama ngi ang pelitara ti ki kene ka klik kabika mamari mafma peta gbiti ai duko ka paya kalmi kama ta tuma keke paya tengi oyi manate kado Sierra Leone Amalgamated Artisanal Fishermen Union Alhaji Saidu Sising kono so kabi ka for fake ka fino salata mo plani mi hayo manyi o manyi mi bet kan kama bali ya ka so tane pa mi ku tagbiti atim sompa fum atengi ka ti kono ngi o papri afamai ka pa ya kalamanto ya nyim tila pa ya tengi ka tagi na tipota se apubuga kana foso ping o ya gondane kwati epubuga bu panfumangi salata tu ma titi kana foso ka fumata katapton ka timiane kanto foso anto I tot of tolomi o ya ngi be ye adi but e pa mo yo mit matimo okro ka an Danish Institute for Human Rights Maria Peterson ngambe kabe ka pa hi fina salata ka tinga so ampuso toy akumpanga fam au ka anto fnado Saudi Arabia apo de beka anto fosu ka koso de takdem yatmati manyi mo matamawo angi ande beka maka afam anto fe ka bikama okoi ka kra kim kane kayin kmede ka afmin afino ngami afama yingang adi bika manyi mibe teko bumpane en comments ka click ka bika adari antoi ka koso balka boots ka mama ne mi ma fine kama boots of foso ka mama ne mat ko ton ka tot of teng tateten ka bika ma to ka ki anto fana ngi ma de tak ma ya tame ka bi an kanti kama to kan ka dina kanyi ok bumka afama ngi de ngami shatela Royal Embassy of Saudi Arabia ika kama toka no camp ni Ali Ibrahim Alhaji ni kota ma pa no ma fino ngaminga ande bika mai o mi soy mi ude emishiri yon ika to fwati emishiri atela King Salman bin Abdul Aziz Al Saud ni ani bet kan kango kama de kama ko ka fumi kan to fi ko bi ka for so ko pa fumi kan to fwati Saudi anso ambo buntsna so ka ko so for fino salata anto for sumadi bika okay payate ka angika nyinga amba mushika na kutonyi imbe mi so apuka so bika ma ko salata ka kligo ama rangi eni kenyi ma fumanyi ampudi pika ka anto for sui okapo kaka kem kana kayin kmede ka fom melus kamintingi kota ma pa ma fino ngame adi yo noni o me pa ye fino matama ro matema kota ma pa o mani mi fino ta anto foso ma pede afma kwati antiki di mathematics ko bika ko fo fa ke ko fino en ka ma fino ngame asoto kanto ngalo Saudi Arabia kadi motong aterai Achet matin autolimo en parlementi oranga apo bika ko epai agumpayan atela Sierra Leone Railway Development and Regulatory Bill and nectar kada dinisi kabika yokoi kamban bana kama ankli ka ofinowati toko kati soy ka nectar atela Freetown City Council mukan skapit mananga so apo pasha bapange boli konka ka so mo ame alomi ka tot of solomi kama di ka sotane pai ekulu moyengi ai ka to fasu kama di stock tane ka tik pai ekulu ka meta tela Africa Urban Heat Summit Mario ka anto fosu hake another tane okay umuno Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation television aluseni alma misipato ana
Karibu halo ramina foma siyan ba ken tuma voice masil mara la tasumi kanta SLBC kaketu kavyami dunya na bina isema masil yamba kiga poto mina yikitipita ko yele tare de kai di parliamenti dunku no mawali mandela Sierra Leone Development Regulatory Bill ka tebne mawali ma kena menkanina wa 2024 ba kata non toni ba deni wali ka makaba kena member upo bide da na Freetown City Council de tro no wali mama di masib ne tabante ka na pena hena no na de kaya koto la kwelen ko ba ba setena kwe no na de ne mawali ka makuta de mabo binde ka kempu dukai beni mama ba beni ba hena bin konda do mama sir ma kuntema akala ni pela koto no ka banka ba parliamenti bini wali kale yende honorable Matthew Sanima eduga kumka bado na kwere ko salon de no wali kale no real development regulatory bill ba no beni ba tebine ba ni no 2024 mawali mabde katika koto ya kwere ko bani ba halu na de sira ta bantega beni ba transport ya kwere ko na uni sonia na halu ko temba bena na de pukini wali ba katano na binga ira be ba isa mutomen ka kempudu kaye forma bi wan ku ba de tegende kale ya luna de publicatie mo wali mama mbani ga kotore ka ku yen kumba bakala wa kotore wa banka ba parliamenti honorable Nima de duga ponki abado wana banka ba parliamenti bi de sera kotore ba nombe ni ba tibine ba utapa ba beni wali kale ba halgona de kai ga kotore ka ku yen kumba ni kamba tala ne tibeni mbaga kaponi banga ku yen ko no na sitene makuru ma honorable sama tunyuma no na kunkwende kabanga ba parliament ba seta no beni ba beni wali ba kata ku yon kumba nga kotol atala ne te beni ba transport menenda no bi kega kwe a utane wombe balon bimbi ma unda kotol fande turi yo duga punki aba beni ba te bina utapa forma ba halu na de kaya kotol no kama lo ma se subine ma bakala ni biende ben ba kun kaduna nomba nyo nzembe ba kenamen na dendi wal na moma no na tibine tomba ba iba pukale tika ya tomba na beni wali ba kata be ba transport la ko en kumba nga ko toy no mo wali ma do mi na gewe mene ka kebu no na bia kanjandi katinti ga tane won beni baba forma ben sisi memba kata mo wali mama ba nga ko toy kama mede ki ga ko toy no na mede ko beni ba tibine utakwa kwa mensa le tu kama na beni ba sisi ni ba forma ba kasa beba wa kwela kwa koto wa kwela nko mawali ma ken ma beba na ba sera tabante ba ndeni wali kwa mente ba le teka no sira ne ba tebe ne ba halu na de ponke de teka yi mawali ma de ne kai wa beni ba transport na mo kai ga kwela ka koto wa kama wali mbe na mambi ni wali kai ga parliamenti ba mbe ya kai nonka opposition leader ba halu ba le teka yi ga beni ba tebe ne utakwa bakala ni bigande be ba seta non peteni ba kena memba ba ne wali na bide ku Kenema wali ma yoy ba kata ko yen ko ba ni ga kotwe bo wa Freetown City Council bide tro no ma wali ma mandi ba meyo mi bebi nga iga na ko nga bia bibole bisega tabante kama kutande ma boy bina na sete ma ko ma kena men kano kama wali ma na African Urban Youth Summit week in Sierra Leone kama kutande ba ma ka sebina na tabante forma meyo binga iga na ko nga hena kano na bide punke dite kare kano ga ko nga bole ba punka dite kare no ko teni ba ne kai na bini wali kai ma wali ma ngama beni ba matani no na bile sitima ko mama ba ka sama wali mama ba ni ga kotoi kano me ba yi bine na sinde ga tabante bine meyo bi ka no binga iga ko yen ku ga Ghana Guinea Liberia Gambia Ivory Coast na ye se bide tani ba na bia ni binde ga no ka kepulu kai wali yoga koto nonka Freetown City Council imba walimbi kena yuna sinda tabente yawe bile makutandima niyo Yvonne Akisoya imba walimbi kena yuna sinda ba yeri satahine bamba kana se sibine no African Urban Youth Summit la kwa yanku ga salon bile duwa dinta ba non beni ba kiga koto na kwa kana mko ibine na se sibine malo mama baba makutana kwa yanku ga salon na gana aguma yonka bo ibine makutana mama ba kasa beba mio ka kwa na koto mio ba kempulu kaye imba walimbi Kenema Yvonne Akisoya de kokwe kama kusa de mabo ibine ba halo na de kukitie sala non peteni baboe ba ki ya koto ba mo kweren imba punka sa tabante no ba ditika ya metimba ba no na de bikaila ko ba ti ba Kenema na de siga tabante forma ba buka sinama wali mama mbani ba ka sama sel ma kotroi director wa climate change e ma seri ka kweren ko ba na kotroi ba no na utene wa tipika kweren ko man in Human Rights Commission na kweren ko salon ba mayori ma wa meti au pa ka kama no na sibira tabante na sibine lonkin beni ba tito na wa kweren ko mani Fishkin and Marie Sosi de Homa na sibile ni maloma mamba na sibile lonki ba manima halo na hen bebe buwete na lasiba kwenko kuti muna baba bile tira forma batala nete beni ba mayoyi ma wo meti ba halo ba ponka ditakai mon peteni ba boy ba kika ya kena men na bile kasibe ba tito amba kwenko mbani ya kotoi kana bile ponko no hemora kotoi uzo mali mama kama lo mama e masitibile ba ponka tanna no commissioner bin imba wali bikena memben ba halo ba de teka ya beni ba non di manga kwenko non kwenti mi kasi beni ba tito amba ya kwenko kombani ko kotoi male ki mama on set general wa kwenko wa salon ba non po wa Fishermen Union Alaji Saidu Sise de kunko ba do mana bilongo makuta ni mama bani kabia nimba se ba bile kunko no beteni ba boy ba de kahi ba katabe ba titamba ko yen ko akotoi kana bile kunko no batitini bebe ba no kunko de se no mawali ma boy ma le ni wali kahi no ba kutsama yo ma kena me no betemba ke kan ba te ke no be ni bara degia ba ke mawali ma kena me ma akotoi kanona de dunku mawali ma kena me ma tanka mi me fo manda o ne se be ni ba ma yoyi ka be ni ba si se be le ba mde tsene ni titsanga ko ren kumba na ko ren na hena ba halu na de te kai no mi gumde ni wali ba kata be ni ba titamba ko no ka kotsoi kana bi tanka no se te ma ko mama o ka ko ren kumba du na mawali ma kena me ba halu na de te kai ka be ni ba mawali ba titamba ko ren ko ka kotsoi ba katama sel ma kotoi ama bile kiga kotoi no obla wala embassy of Saudi Arabia kempudu kage setema ko mama ba na dana bile na dun ko bile ma seru kon to kai bi so metriton ba no mo ko mu yo mo to mu bile do nya sama ru mu isile ko en ko ban ba do no ma se kana batala ne ti be ni ba ga non di mara bien meti pasien bi menen da yere membe ba kasama wali mu mamba ni ga kotoi makuta de ma boye no ku ma se gudu ku bile wa kwa mentia kaka ba duna batala no te beni ba mutome ba halu ba ku ka ina wi ate ma titi ku ina ngai nga ba halu ba ka tama wali mama ba ni ga koto kama kuta de ma mai no na se bile embassy na du ku bile no kama lo mai se bile mutoma mu ba ka ku ku ga salu kana se se bile ma wali mama kan na ga 2023 ba wa koto akwa ha bani World Embassy of Saudi Arabia odola ke pudu kagiro Ali Ibrahim Alhaji de poko ba dama na o masidu ku bide ma lo mama bide sera taba te ba ku kasimo no ba dunguna no ka bia bidembe ba kamisi ba Holy Mox King Salam bin Abdul Aziz Al Swad ben baba fo ga bia bidembe ma sen kumba ka pati ke no ina dam sinando kana bide ke ga koto no kama seri mangi dibide ba non kabia bidon ya kwelen ku Saudi Arabia kana kuma sai gudu ku den ko ba ni ga kwelen ku ba kabia ni ba temda wata kwa non ba ni bile usani ba ku ka kara kotoi non na bile du ne ku masai ka bakala ni bibisete ma ko mama be ka kwa wa World Embassy of Saudi Arabia akempo bikali batala ne te be ni ba wo meti ele membe bi etembe menen patembe oda kotoi Melgus Kamil Tinde duga pukia ba masu se kumba malo mama kana de simo wata ni tada ni tambara ma na umase una gutia kun simo ba do mana ma yu mama na se du niye wonton de no na se de kuma yu mama titi ko salo me na Kingdom of Saudi Arabia ba ko to be ba ya te ko to ya kwelen kumba de ni mama fo mama se na tarante ba ko sama wali mama ba ni ko to ba kwelen ma tena pinga masirma anga ila tasumi tanga SLBC ya amidu ya mbaye lega ke gomina pe takule denta ya lekari pe parliament dunku no mawali mabde kungu teka railway line development and regulating bill 2024 mati binega labante ba kunkatia ton ba Kenema ba kasabe ba wali au parliament ga kotsoi ba bila na Freetown City Council de tro no makutali mabo ebine mama ndi ba meyo binga nga kwenga bya bole bisi sera ta bate ba seta makwe mama bani kabile bui makutali mabile na African Urban Summit hits ba halu ba meni tira kempudu kai tena pinga masiri mama nga ta sumita konda dona inga bina forma handa do imempe
Slbc Tv Freetown, family na money no this na this Catherine O'Connor, but first make I give na the big news. Parliament don gain self for Salon Railway Development and Regulatory Bill for make to legislative committee for make the look and proper one. And Freetown City Council don't get a mayor them from different African countries them, and then the inside Salon for can take part on the African Urban Eat Summit Week na Salon. Now for the proper one with me, Catherine O'Connor. The leader for government business na parliament, Honorable Matthew Numa, say the Salon Railway Development and Regulatory Bill for 2024 go build one framework where them go use for carry on with the Canada where they work and the team them where they do na railway service for help on the transportation while more like a wedding kingdom harvest the agriculture product them, how them for transfer them. Honorable Nimabi they talk this in a parliament where they give the document to the legislative committee for make their look inside and proper one. Minister for Transport and Aviation Fadé Touré say the bill go help for the authority and power for make sure say the railway levy gets capable. Say we so talk say then documents they also go guide government planting the way for the development management for joining together and implement law them we get for do with railway transportation business. Other member in a parliament we na the leader of the opposition say the bill go provide authority and responsibility for develop law them we go make we get sustainable railway service. Freetown City Council don't get a mayor them from all about it from some country them inside Africa and then inside the country now for take part from the African Urban Eat Summit Week inside Saloon. Then thing they say now for build it tapam na African city them fetam so that you know go ambog the community the way we tap we mean say they go give a sense message take action and do all that kind of thing then. It be fine for see mayor them from Ghana, Guinea, Liberia, Gambia and Ivory Coast and then be receive them well at the Freetown City Municipality administrative ground floor and Mayor Ivona Kisoya and in team na them go receive them. When the African Urban Eat Summit carry on inside Salon, it don't add further to the country as this na the first country or nation where the region the olden Kenema activity there. So the mayor for Freetown Municipality Ivona Kisoya say it fine for me then get also for talk about the Kenema free do people then can free replace can one pass mark and say we so the Kenema thing the way they do to urban area them and community the way open and waiting and would do for solver. The Director for Climate Change and Information Service Human Rights Commission Salon Abubakar Kamara don't tell thank to the fishing and marine resources for where they lock this season. But he call on the human rights them for use the proper approach during this process here so where this is the fishing season lock. Abubakar Kamara be the talk this during one 2-day capacity training will be make for commissioner the workman them na the Commission for Human Rights and Fisheries. The Secretary General for the Salon Amalgamated Artisanal Fisherman Union Alhaji Saidu Sise say this engagement also is fine for solve the problem them within they get. According to Alhaji Saidu Sise, say fisherman then get plenty problem where they can get with human rights they law them where they can give. Plenty them in do plenty presentation them pan human rights problem them where they can get with small scale fishing we get to do with national and international human rights thing them where the lead person for Danish Institute Human Rights, Maria Peterson, been talked about. The mission for Royal Embassy na Saudi Arabia, Freetown, don't give over 25 metric ton high quality date food to the people them na Salon to social welfare. This gift here so then give for support government in food security driving for make sure say strength inside the paddy business between the two countries then. Now the second thing this way the embassy they give date food to the country from where they open inside 2023. The head of mission for the Royal Embassy in Saudi Arabia, Freetown, Ali Ibrahim Alhaji say then gift dates they also come from the one them where all the two mosques them when King Salam bin and Abdul Aziz Al Saud mosque them. Ibrahim Halaji say this movie also don't send message of goodness from the people them in Saudi Arabia. They mean sign some documents them when they add over for give themselves for continue for let the mission for the Royal Embassy in Saudi Arabia will continue for support Freetown with them kind of bad gift there. So the Minister for Social Welfare, Melrose Community, say them gifts there. So they show the number of year them where Salon in Saudi Arabia don't be paddy, and how they will continue for engage for talk fine, letting and fine for the all, and make sure say the paddy business will continue tight one between the two countries them. And the use done so, but before I go like you na the big use, Parliament don't give the Salon Railway Development and Regulatory Bill for 2024 to the Legislative Committee, and Freetown City Council don't gather mayor them from different African countries them inside Salon for can take part on the African Urban Eat Summit Week inside Salon. And the use done so. I hope you will get a blessed day.
It's another Thursday and get prepared for your weekly TV show, Bottom Line, on the SLBC with Hasmi Uba, the program that brings to you policy makers and opinion leaders.
So join the presenter as he engages the Maverick APC Member of Parliament, Honorable Mohamed Bangura, who has begun his journey to leave in the APC and joining the People's Democratic Party, PDP of Temu Bangura.
I am an extremely very happy man. From what I've evidence of what is happening now, believe me, I'm very happy.
As 2028 draws closer, Honorable Mohamed Bangura is now thinking of joining another political vehicle by announcing that he will soon resign from the APC, the party under which he got elected twice as lawmaker.
In the next few months, I intend to leave the All People's Congress to join the PDP survey. My intention is based on many reasons.
What are his chances of leading the PDP Sobe? Join us on Bottom Line this Thursday live on SLBC.
Bottom Line, the show to watch.
I can hear you.
The vet has just arrived.
Okay, well, tell them to come down. We're waiting for him. Hey, Kaba.
Okay, so.
Yeah, it's for you today.
Okay, good. That's it. We'll take this. That's what we used to do for bird flu, you know?
Yeah.
You've been mostly in the aviary, haven't you?
Is it okay?
Yeah.
Perfect.
We have different conserving agents.
All right.
Okay, when I get the results, I'll let you know.
Yeah, you let us know.
Okay, I'm going back to the clinic.
Okay. Come on. Come on, Kaba. Come on.
Progressively, Kaba was learning to fly, gaining confidence in the use of her wings. The man was proud of her, increasingly taking her into wide-open spaces where the winds could carry her always a little bit higher into the skies.
Okay, Magoo, we're going to cross over there.
Her flights became longer and more confident. Her efforts and the repeated games and sometimes difficult exercises she engaged in were rewarded. She started to enjoy her flights, to play with the wind, discovering little by little what her wings were made for and what she was capable of. Baba and the man had become close allies. It was now her who expected him to help her go further and further.
Look, we have a headwind here. It's coming practically straight ahead. You've seen the wind? You've seen how it works? Come on. No, 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 no. No, no, no. Look. Over there, you're in the turbulence. You have to stay here, in the slope. That's where you can learn. Great. No, 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 no. Stay up above. Okay. Yeah, you really deserve it. That was great. Really beautiful. That was really beautiful. Okay, hold it there. That's it.
She was learning fast, gradually mastering the whims of the wind, playing with the unseen. The man, impressed by her determination, saw how far she could go and how different she was from all the others.
That's good. Look at all the kites you attracted. Look, he's right above you. Look. Let's go home. You've had enough for today. That's good. For your first outing, I'm really proud of you. You really played well with the wind, found some perches. Hey, you're even starting to look like an eagle. I said starting, huh? Don't get too excited. You're still far from flying like your fellows in the wild, but it's coming.
In my great-grandfather's mountains, the winter was slowly retreating, giving way to green pastures. One morning, Roy found a carcass uncovered by the melting snows. Little did he know that men often poisoned the meat that remained to kill the foxes and the wolves. Unaware of the danger, he ate the last pieces of flesh clinging to the bones. Under the spell of the poison, he suddenly fell into trance and was beset by strange visions. The visions deeply shook him. He'd seen glimpses of his fears and hopes, a possible future ahead. And not only had he survived, but his vision had shown him another of his kind. Could it be that there was another eagle left? A female? Could it really be that descendants were still possible? For days he was haunted by his visions. He had long felt the weight of being the last eagle of our kind, the last soaring giant who knew the taste of freedom. But he had locked himself inside the safety of his mountains, afraid to venture beyond the narrow boundaries set by his own fear. He was now forced to confront them. The visions challenged him to find the courage to fly off into the unknown. Roy understood that he needed to heed this call, the call of his lineage. He could not just wait for it all to end. He had to explore the possibility that he would find another eagle and give birth to a new generation. It was time to choose a different fate, time to leave the frozen world he had always known. But which direction should he take? Where should he seek her, that eagle that he had seen? He remembered hearing about the place where his mother was born, a land of abundant mountain lakes, beautiful and wild. He didn't know where it was, but with the coming of spring and nature's softening, he felt it was time to go. He had heard the call of life and knew it would no longer leave him.
Here, I'm bringing you another one. This one is also 4 days old. He's a bit bigger, a little griffon vulture. Okay, the hungriest comes last. This one is starting to eat on his own.
Life followed its course in the bird park that had become Kaba's new home. The handlers took good care of her. One of them had made what they called jessies, these strange leather straps fixed to our feet, which they held in their hands to prevent us from flying away. It had been just 6 months since Kaba arrived, and she was starting to get a feel for what it meant to be an eagle. She understood the purpose of the efforts that were being asked of her day after day. Spring had come to the valley, but winter still reigned high up in the mountains. And that's where the man took her next, to teach her how to fly faster in an environment where the air was thin and flying was more challenging. And once again, she carried out the exercise successfully. The man was fascinated by Kaba's thirst for learning. He saw the extent to which she longed to become a fully fledged eagle. So he pushed her, always further, always higher.
Take a piece of the wing.
So we unfold the wing, and we don't move it further. It's the first time she'll see it. Okay, Dennis.
Allez. Allez.
Come up. Here am I, cautiously walking around that thing which scares me. Come on, Kaba. Come on, my girl, come. Well, as you wish, if you don't want to. I'd like to see if she'll... Come on. Good. That's good. Look. Great, Kaba. Really great.
The good pupil that she was had accustomed the man to her rapid progress. But even though he was very careful, sometimes he moved just a little too fast.
Okay, let it go. We'll have to start again.
It's another Thursday and get prepared for your weekly TV show, Bottom Line, on the SLBC with Hasmi Uba, the program that brings to you policy makers and opinion leaders.
So join the presenter as he engages the Maverick APC Member of Parliament, Honorable Mohammed Bangura, who has begun his journey to live in the APC and joining the People's Democratic Party, PDP of Temu Bangura.
I am an extremely very happy man. From what I've evidence of what is happening now, believe me, I'm very happy.
As 2028 draws closer, Honorable Mohammed Bangura is now thinking of joining another political vehicle by announcing that he will soon resign from the APC, the party under which he got elected twice as lawmaker.
In the next few months, I intend to leave the All People's Congress to join the PDP survey. My intention is based on many reasons.
What are his chances of leading the PDP Sobe? Join us on Bottom Line this Thursday live on SLBC.
Bottom Line, the show to watch.
Are you tired of watching or listening to uninteresting television channels? Then your worries have been addressed, as the SLBC Podium is the answer to your concern.
The SLBC television show, The Podium, is one of the programs you can't afford to miss as a guest or a viewer.
Oh yes, Podium is the show where the mighty and the low will like to sit, because it is a trusted medium to channel your views, concerns, and aspirations for Sierra Leone and other happenings around the globe.
Podium is where you get breaking news, because everyone wants to talk to us. If you hear it on Podium, ask no further.
Don't forget to join us every midday from Monday to Friday as we ask the hard questions that you otherwise would have asked to the newsmakers, the movers and shakers of events.
Don't miss the opportunity to be part of Sierra Leone's topmost midday show, The Podium, where the agenda is set for others to follow. Thanks for watching. God bless you. Goodbye.
Those who stayed, those who never returned. Tides turn, seasons change, we've waited and we've watched. But we've always been here. We've always listened, because there is a different resonance here. It comes from the river, and the land, and the sky.
It's our place, all of us.
This city belongs to everyone.
And you know when it's your time.
and it's our time.
Listen, we are Freetown.
The golden rules of Freetown.
Don't pretend you're something that you're not.
Don't go thinking you're better than anyone else.
Or that anyone else is better than you.
Don't shout about it. Get on with it.
We are Freetown.
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 Yeah.
We found our voice again.
I'm from India and Freetown.
I'm from China and Freetown.
I'm from the UK and Freetown.
I am from Nigeria and Freetown.
I am from home and Freetown.
This city belongs to everyone.
The fishermen,
The taxi driver,
The barber,
the drummers, the dancers.
all of us.
All of us. Everybody. We are Freetown.
The past is ours. The future is ours. It's our time again.
and this city belongs to everyone.
The playwright,
The greengrocer, the teacher,
the dog.
This space is ours.
This light is ours.
the beaches are ours. The rivers now we own.
The roads are ours.
The bridges now we own.
We are Freetown.
We are all visitors and we've all been here forever.
We've got the mightiest river
And the biggest sky.
And there's a resonance again.
Freetown, Freetown.
We are proud of this place.
We love this city.
and we want you to love it too.
We are proud of this place.
Na pass we all dey pass like stranger dem, but we all don dey from there. Come here, and you'll feel it, that end of the line sense of freedom. Say yes to Freetown. Say yes to freedom.
Are you tired of watching or listening to uninteresting television channels? Then your worries have been addressed, as the SLBC Podium is the answer to your concern.
The SLBC television show, The Podium, is one of the programs you can't afford to miss as a guest or a viewer.
Oh yes, Podium is a show where the mighty and the low will like to sit because it is a trusted medium to channel your views, concerns, and aspirations for Sierra Leone and other happenings around the globe.
Podium.
It's midday in Freetown. Good afternoon and welcome to The Podium. Our quote for today says, "Nature does not need us.
We Need Nature. In this edition, school authorities that fail to meet the deadline to upload their continuous assessment scores (CAS) will be suspended for 6 months without salary. We shall be talking to the traffic management of the Sierra Leone Police on the ongoing CBD restriction operation for motorbikes. Ministry of Tourism issued strong warning to individuals or groups on the search of encroachment within the Takugama Chimpanzee Sanctuary. All these and more coming up in this edition of the podium. Be part of the program. Send your text messages to 030-037-719. The number again is 030-073-719. The program is the podium, coming to you live on Slbc Television in Freetown. My name is Daphne Zainab Kamara. First on the podium this afternoon, the Ministry of Tourism has warned of serious consequences to individual or groups as it concerns on the surge of the encroachment within the Takugama Chimpanzee Sanctuary and its environs. In a press release by the ministry, they reminded the public that the Takugama Chimpanzee Sanctuary, covering 600 acres of land, is designated and protected tourism development area. Well, in the studio to talk more about this is the founder and program director of the Takugama Chimpanzee Sanctuary, Bala Amarasekaran. Good afternoon, sir. Welcome to the podium.
Well, thank you for calling us.
Okay, first of all, can we just establish the fact that is it true that people have started encroaching on the sanctuary?
Yeah, it's very pathetic what is going on because I've been there right from day one when the sanctuary was established. So what you see there is 30 years of work, and we have managed to protect that sanctuary. At the same time, we situated the sanctuary there because of the catchment. It is a very delicate water catchment that holds two dams. You have the Kenema Dam and you have the Congo Dam. And the reason we set it up there so that we thought that is an area will be protected for our children and grandchildren because we all need water. But what is happening now is they have breached on many areas on the green belt. And about 3 years ago, His Excellency, the current sitting president, was there, and he also asked what are the challenges, and I clearly told him it's a wildlife facility, you have to give it protection, you have to create a buffer zone so that there won't be any people close to the sanctuary. If you remember, about almost 17-18 years ago, there was an accident there. Chimps got out and there was some people got wounded and things like that, and we were trying to avoid that, and we have responsibly run the sanctuary for all these years. And now the encroachment is mind-blowing. They are just penetrating from every angle. They have moved into the buffer zone, and after President's intervention, the Ministry of Land declared a large area as a buffer zone so that no one could come closer to the sanctuary or to the catchment to pollute the catchment. And this particular area was handed over to Ministry of Tourism last year as a TDA, it's a tourism development area. That means only Ministry of Tourism together with Takugama can decide what kind of development can go on there. Not people coming and building their shacks there. It's not possible. And it is also a very volatile area. When you had the Motame landslide 4 years ago, we also had 3 small landslides along the same ridge. That means there shouldn't be anyone building there.
So how does this affect the sanctuary?
Well, one is all the burning they are doing now. That is bad. It's supposed to be your pristine #1 ecotourism destination. You don't want anyone visiting there to see smoke coming from all the angle. Plus, constantly we are hearing the noise of people cutting trees, charcoal burning, people driving for land. Plus, There is no toilets up there. Everything they do there is washed down to the Takuyama Dam, and you expect people to drink that water in region and all these mountain areas. Over 100,000 people are getting water from there, and we are standing and watching this whole area being polluted. Plus, what happens if you come so close? Now the fire has extended, it has crossed the Takuyama stream. That means within 100 meters, it will reach the holding facilities of Takugama, where the chimpanzees are held in electric fenced enclosures. If the fire gets to this enclosure, if it burns that fence down, you're looking at 100 chimpanzees roaming around that area. Can you imagine how much danger that can cause for people? So it is something.
So these chimpanzees are not tamed?
No, they're not. So chimpanzees are wild animals. They cannot be tamed. You can tame them only when they are very small. By the time they reach 6-7 years old, because they are with us, not only that, they begin to understand they are much stronger. A chimpanzee, adult chimpanzee, is about 6 times stronger than an adult human. So they don't have any respect for our strength. So they begin to dominate us. So they are not scared of humans.
And now, Mr. Bala, what school can you say is responsible for this? Because most of the time you see orders being given, public notices, press releases, even laws of the land, protecting green belts, forest areas that are touristic sites. But yet still people go and build there. And they will show you authentic permits that they have. What do you think is responsible for all of this?
I think it's a failure, and it's a government issue between departments. I think it looks like sometimes what the left hand is doing, the right hand is not understanding what they're trying to do. I mean,
it's just a deliberate ploy to make money.
It is because we work so hard even to create a Ministry of Environment. It was never in the history of Sierra Leone. We had Ministry of Forestry, Agriculture, but we never had a Ministry of Environment. We created this environment and brought institutions that are supposed to be safeguarding these areas. You have the National Protected Area Authority. They are in charge of all protected areas, the national parks. And in fact, Takugama axis belongs to, or it comes under that unit. That means these are institutions created to protect these kind of lands and protected areas, catchment. And if we are not doing it, you need to ask the question, what are they doing? How are we wasting taxpayers' money on institutions that are not meeting what is demanded from them? So these are the problems. And also there are laws. We have beautiful laws, but we are not implementing them. You go and complain, you point people, you give names, you show where they are damaging, not a single prosecution. So how do you expect people to respect even the law if you cannot follow it? Then, going around breaking 2-3 pan podi is not the solution. And Takugama axis is something we can easily get back in control if the government shows the commitment. Because the same thing started 4-5 years ago below Kuma Valley catchment. That place is gone. You can see all that area from Biobari to Comfort Bridge, all that area is totally damaged. The last time when His Excellency went there, he was nerving, he was so worried what will happen to that area. And now there are so many masterpiece buildings have come up. It's even more difficult to break them. At Takugama, you have just 1 or 2 buildings come up, rest is all pan body, they're damaging the forest. Pass a line there, deploy the right people there. And sadly, we tried to do that, then we had problems. They deployed Ministry of Lands in conjunction with the military. They deployed some military personnel there, some army people. They became a problem. They were also trying to plot and sell. So it's a huge problem. So that is why we have...
Okay, so do you think the press release by the Ministry of Tourism is witless, or is it hypocritical?
No, it's not. Minister of Tourism, she is very dynamic and she speaks the truth, and she feels that if we have worked 30 years to get an orphanage, a chimpanzee orphanage, into a prime #1 ecotourism destination, she cannot stand and look at that co. And as for me, I sacrifice all my life for this project. And it has come to a point, maybe I have to just get out of that place because there's nothing to show. Because we have done it at this level. At the moment, World Bank is putting in a lot of money to upgrade the facility, build an innovation center, a botanical garden, everything. And we chose a location where everyone will go and marvel to see what beautiful. Within these 3 years, almost 180 degrees view is gone. Everything is destroyed. So even development partners need to ask the question. We are bringing in the money to do something. What are we doing as a country? We need to protect, we need to be sincere, we need to give back something to the donors, to give them the strength to give us more so that we can continue to develop.
Okay, so now let's go for solutions. What do you suggest be done to remedy this situation?
I think at the moment, however amount of sensitization, awareness we are doing is not working. So what we need is very different, however amount of sensitization, awareness we are doing is not working. So what we need is very effective law enforcement. Not just law enforcement, just to go and break pan body and kicking people out. No, we need to have prosecution. People who are defaulting. If you go and destroy a part of your national park, you need to quantify what is the damage. You take them to court and let them pay for the damage they have created. You are protected. I mean, in other countries like China, you go and destroy their catchment, they'll shoot you. They don't even ask you a question. And here we are asked to live with people. They are damaging your whole catchment, and we are supposed to stand and look.
Okay, continue to stay with us in the program. He is the founder and program director of the Takugama Chimpanzee Sanctuary, Bala Amara Sekaran. Well, for another issue this afternoon, the Sierra Leone Police recently announced a ban on commercial motorcycles, commonly known as Okadas, in the Central Business District, or Freetown, effective 1st of February. Well, this decision was made to ease traffic flow and enhance public safety. The ban followed a meeting between the police, the Bike Riders Union, and other stakeholders. But now we want to check the level of compliance. I have in the studio Chief Inspector Edward Kotokama. Good afternoon, sir. Welcome to the program.
Good afternoon. What's the name again? Daphne, and good afternoon, listeners.
Now, can we know what's the level of compliance so far from the 1st of February to now?
So, thank you very much for having me. As you rightly said, just 2 weeks back, we brought in all stakeholders and the transport sector, most especially the bike riders. So, where we had a conversation and a meeting that this is what we plan to do at that time. And so the 1st February of this year, we launched our operation as was agreed. So far, in answering your question, we have more or less gotten 85% of compliance for banning Okada riders coming to the CBD. 85%.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so now let's talk about how you do this particular operation if they default.
So what we did, we are a professional police force, and we go by the dictates of the Constitution, which empowers us to enforce, to give security, internal security to our people. So Section 155 of that Constitution, of the Constitution of Sierra Leone, subsection 1, gave the police the authority for internal security, and one of which is for us to see that we are in a city which, is free of short encumbrances that have been happening, especially those bike riders, because they have been a very serious issue. So we went into the operation with him and face. We called them, look, this is our country, let's look at the bigger picture. And if we all comply, I think it can be better for us. So the few reactions we have gotten these few days is a very overwhelming. We received a lot of applaud from members of the public that there is sanity now so far.
Okay. And now talking about sanity, this particular operation is just for commercial bike riders. Well, is that so?
Yes, specifically commercial
bike riders.
Yes,
well, there are some private bike riders that do take passengers to the CBD. What would you do about them?
So, since we started the operations, we have not yet seen that. Because what we did in our mandate, or the mandate we gave to our men, even if you are a government worker and you are having a motorcycle, you must prove to us that you are working for this institution. You must show us your ID card, which can prove that.
What about private bike owners who are not working for any government institution?
Then we have to arrest you.
So they cannot use the CBD too?
Not at all. As long as
because at first the complaints were coming like most police officers do own these bikes and they register as private and then they run as transport.
Well, that has been something in the past.
Okay.
But since we launched the operation on the 1st February, that has been something in the past. We told them only officers in uniform, be you a police officer, a military, or fire force, or prisons, you must be in uniform and we can allow you to come to the CBD. That's if you are coming for work.
Okay, so now let's talk about the streets that people should avoid during this time.
Well, we designed out 35 streets. 35 streets we are named on the memorandum of understanding. 35 streets. So as we move along, we can review and pay focus on those streets that most matter. But initially they were 35 streets.
So can we just go over them briefly? Some of them, the main ones.
Well, I will try to pick it up as we go along so that members of the public can be refreshed of those streets, because I don't have one now on my hard copy here.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, well now, because some of us have noticed, our reporters went out and about, and they noticed that even some junctions that are not in the CBD, that the bikes used to park and passengers board, they are not using them anymore. What solutions have you offered for that?
No,
have you sent them inwards or?
No, they were supposed to occupy some certain streets.
Okay.
Like for instance,
for instance, Mountain Court.
Yes. If they have been used to park closer to Kisiru Mountain Court. So what we did, we shift them up so that they can come up at least a bit. And you can borrow your bike there if you want to come to this end. So that are some of the things we put in place. We deployed our men in strategic points. We are not arresting them, but we just tell you that you are not supposed to come to at a certain street. So please use the other outlets. I think that's what we did.
So for right now, there are no arrests, no enforcement. You just want.
No, for now we just warn you and tell you to please go and use the other streets that we are not identified.
Okay, so yes. So far you are satisfied with how the operation is going?
Now, as I told you, 85% has been achieved.
Okay.
And I think people are moving up and down freely now these days, especially Shekasiri Street, Abacha and all that.
So what about provisions for alternate routes?
They are there, the streets are there. Okay. Like if, for instance, a concerned game this morning for students coming to IPAM.
Okay.
Woke Street, we can't arrest anybody here because as long as you tell us that you are coming to IPAM, we make facilities for that. Our men can just direct you and do the needful. So this is what is happening currently.
All right. So in the coming months, will there be a review or the streets be lessened or added?
Well, certainly so. Certainly so. As we go along,
according to the public feedback.
Yes, as we go along, we look at the feedback, because when you design a program, you launch it, you have to listen and get opinions from people, what would be their comments. Then you come back on the drawing board and review. So we did that with Kennedy Street and Fobe Road. So when we look at it that they are not to matter, and in the CBD. So we decided to drop those 2 streets.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. Continue to stay with us in the program. He is Chief Inspector Edward Koto Kamara for another issue this afternoon. As a result of the delays in schools to complete their batch registration system, entries uploading into the WIAC portal, the Ministry of Basic and Senior Secondary Education, in a press release, urged boards of governors, parents, heads of schools, and education officials across the country to ensure all schools meet the deadline to complete the BRS, or candidates will be ineligible to sit this year's ones. Well, in the studio for more, I have the National Coordinator for Civil Rights Coalition, Alfonso Mali. Good afternoon, sir. Welcome to the podium.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me.
And now, let's talk about, before we go to the details of this press release or press conference, let's talk about the essence of the BRS.
Yeah, thank you very much. After successfully uploading your CAS, which is the Continuous Assessment Score as prescribed for in the Basic Education Act, Section 31, subsection 2, which states that a pupil must have a percentage, of the West Africa examination cancelled, and for in the case of this is the Continuous Assessment Score, which is 30%. 10% SS1, 10% SS2, 10% SS3. So what you write for in the exam is 70%. The 30% comes from your CAS mark. So after, the most important CAS is the CAS 1. It contains the biodata of the pupil, your name, your picture, subjects you offer, your age, address. It contains all of this information.
For SSS?
No, when you are in SS1 and you are promoted to SS2, schools will be required to submit their CAS to WIAC. But before that, it's also in the act that, before you attempt the WAS, you must ensure you have passed BECE, 5 subjects, including English or mathematics. So what the ministry does is to verify those results. After they verify the results, they send it back to the school in sufficient time so the school can upload, their CAS 1. So after this process, the people will have a reference number. With that reference number, you can be able to upload CAS 2 and CAS 3. But without uploading CAS 1, where you have not generated your reference number, you cannot upload CAS 2 and CAS 3. And it is the primary responsibility of heads of school, principal, who are charged with the responsibility to manage school, to administer the school, to ensure they do this activity, that is uploading of CAS. So after you have uploaded CAS, the WIAC now will now ask you for your BRS, the batch registration system. It's a portal system. It's a click of a button, it can generate all your BRS. And the BRS is that card you give to the people, that you allow the people in the examination hall, where you say you identify, yes, this Maya to say yes, indeed, your picture is on this, your name, your age, and all the rest of it. So that's the process we are in now. And successfully, 892 schools
out of
have uploaded their CAS.
Out of how many that are remaining?
No, I'm giving you right. 892 schools have uploaded their CAS. Of these 892 schools, we only have 228 schools that have uploaded their BRS, which means we have 664 schools yet to upload their BRS, and this is scary.
So when is the deadline?
So as a ministry, the ministry issued out a press release calling on DDs, calling on education stakeholders, old pupils, parents to actually check at school level to ensure principals have done the needful. And the deadline for this is on the 5th of February. And this time around, no, it's on Friday. This time around, yes, the 5th is today. This time around, the ministry have made it mandatory. So it's the 7th. This time around, the ministry have made it mandatory that if principals fail to upload their BRS, which will actually prevent pupils from writing this exam, a robust action will be taken. They will suspend principals for 6 months minimum and withhold their salary, which means for 6 months you will not get salary. But if this continues, the ministry have also reiterated they will have no alternative but to relieve principal of their duty, because in running a school system, this particular function is done by the heads of school. And in the school system, you have the vice principal, some school have IT officer, you have other. So they wait until the last moment. You know, firstly, what should ideally happen when a child promotes from SS1 to SS2, have all the list and their grades. So when once WAEC open the portal, you upload everything on the very first day. But they will not do this. They will wait to bring illegal candidates, because this is what is causing this problem.
So you think that is what is responsible?
Yes, this is what is causing the problem. So they will think, you know, the ministry will advocate to WAEC, say please open the portal for class 1. So they bring all kind of candidates into the school system, give them fake class number, change their age, you know, and government will have to pay for these kids to write this exam. Some of them are adults. Money that government use to construct more schools, money that government use to support the Ministry of Education to increase teacher salary. Government is spending all this money on examination. In some cases, some of these pupils do not exist, because when some school upload class 1, they actually put in fake names. So they will go back to the ministry, please, this Maria Tusise, I mistakenly input it as Fatu Thomas. How comes? So I will not allow you to edit names, but they will allow you to delete subjects and add subjects. Also, what is more scary for class 2, we have 12 schools that have not uploaded class 2. 4 of these schools are government schools, 4 of them are private schools, and the other 4 the ministry cannot account for them. So there is ongoing investigation as to whether this school are ghost school. So the ministry is investigating. But the thrust of the press release is to reiterate that on the 7th of February, all schools should have uploaded their BRS. The portal is now open. And we are encouraging old peoples, members of the board. We are also encouraging councillors, parliamentarians to show concern. Go to the school, ask the principal if that principal have uploaded. If the principal says yes, you get back to the Ministry of Basic Education. There is a district director at every district. Okay. You can talk with the district director to ascertain whether what this principal is saying to you is actually the fact. Yes, I have uploaded. The DD will now say yes, among the list that WAEC has given us in DD school, I've uploaded their bearings. Because there will be some principal, if you ask them, they will say yes, yet they have not yet uploaded. So you can cross-check. This is why in every district you have DDs, you know, that's responsible, you know, to actually aid school in terms of this process. And the ministry before now have done training for even these DDs and IT officer to assist school. So if school, you know, you're having challenges, they have offices, they have provision for that. The Deputy Chief Education Officer provided resources through free education program to train them last year, and CPSS was part of this training. So it's rather disappointing that principals are failing to honor to their responsibility, and also far as the end of it, it's unfathomable pupils. Because this is an exam that should actually give them entrance to a university.
So how does this affect them? What does it mean when your CAS or BRE are not uploaded into the system? How does it affect the pupils? Okay, if CAS 1 is not uploaded, you will not write the 2025 WAS. Secondly, if you do not upload your BRS, you will not. You will not, because they cannot account for you. You are a student. Uploading your BRS means you are now actually creating the intention to say, yes, I want to write the examination. You send those names, say these are the candidates who are eligible to write this examination. And now once they are in the system, you can print it to say Fatu Sise, age, this your index number, blah blah blah. You give that card to the individual. If you go into an examination, all of them will have that slip. That is the BRS. It contains their biodata. So without that, you cannot write the examination. Why we not know the number of questions to print? Because they will print number of questions based on the BRS, the number of people who should write this exam. So this is a critical stage. This is why no less supposed said that the minister was part of the government press conference. He encouraged principal. This will affect even emotionally pupils.
in terms of writing their examination. So we don't want this to always become principles.
Because Alfonso, year in year out, this is the same problem.
Because they are bringing in candidates that are not eligible to write this examination, and in the process, some of these candidates pay 2 million, 3 million. All of us know about those stories. Like for instance, all police officers now want us to go to the university, so they want to sneak into the school system. In the civil service, all of them now want us to go to university. So what they will do, they normally
the private was.
So they don't want to write this private was, and this is more disturbing. Why are you dodging from this private was? You want to come in school system, and in school system, it is the government that pays. Even though you go to school, you pay 2 million, 3 million for one man pockets. That's principle. It is the government's money that the government should use to support even other sector or the education sector. They are using this money to pay public exams. This is not fair on the part of the government itself. So this is why the minister is now saying, we are going to take action. TSC is on board, CPSS is on board, and we want to commend CPSS. They have been working with the ministry, and CPSS actually found out those principals who are not effectively and efficiently discharging their duties, because we also have the code of conduct. When you flout the code of conduct, you will be disciplined. That is why the ministry is now iterating to say, look, we are bringing you on board, the general public, go check at your school. If that principal has not uploaded, or encourage that principal that you should have done it not later than the 7th of February, after which actions will be taken, because you are depriving kids of writing their examination. And let me say, it is the government that is paying 100% for this examination, because some principal they collect money. Like one school, the pupils allege that the IT officer asked them for money. They didn't give the money, they were not uploaded. IT official, if this is correct, that allegation, because the ministry is now investigating, they are now investigating because it's allegation. If that IT officer is proven once, he should go to jail. You are asking pupils for money, a free service at school level, and you not upload their class 1. As I'm talking to you, there is a particular school, now parents are in the school demonstrating because about 47 students were left out, and some of the students claim that they asked them for money, the IT officer, not the principal. And this is another issue we want to actually.
But the pupils should not have any business with the IT officer. The IT officer should work with what the principals supply.
So you have those careless principals, sorry to say, that will just leave the job to the IT officer, and actually give the IT officer the school pay. So the IT officer in some schools want to also find out in the ministry, they will fill in eligible candidates. So this is why, in terms of the Beckett check, it's not normal paper based. It's an electronic system. Market, you just celebrated Education Week, it's moving towards automation. Okay. Yes, so when once you put it into the system will actually pick it out to say this particular candidate is not eligible. So when you have one index number that have passed the Beckett exam, they give this particular index number to 50-60 pupils who have not passed. That software will pick it up. Yes, so that is why they will submit a number of candidates, and the ministry will say, look, these are the eligible ones, go and upload your class 1. They will not upload the class 1. They will wait, thinking the ministry will change its position, and it will not change, because the ministry have what we call the education sector plan, and objective 7 the education sector plan is to eradicate corruption in education. Objective 9 is to use data and technology. When you combine these two, it aids you to eradicate corruption in education. So it's an automated system. Before now, they will submit class after the WAS exam. It's no longer the case. Okay. When the child progresses from S1 to S2, you submit class 1 and you generate the biodata of that child.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, Alfonso. Continue to stay with us in the program. He is the National Coordinator of the Civil Rights Coalition, Alfonso Mali. Well, the podium is going for a short break. When we come back, we shall continue with the discussion. Well, in case you just joined us, you're watching The Podium coming to you live on Slbc Television in Freetown. But still with me in the studio is the founder and program director of the Takugama Chimpanzee Sanctuary, Bala Amarasekara. Well, Bala, we were talking about solutions and enforcement. And, with the people who seems to be doing this, they are too daring, because there are laws of the land that state you should not encourage, you should not build in a reserve. So what have you done, like talking to the authorities involved, especially like NPAA, the National Protected Area Authority, because I know they used to have guards, forest guards.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good question. So for me, really, you don't try to break the existing mechanism. So that's your first line of contact, is you go to the institutions that are supposed to protect you. But then at some point you get frustrated because you don't get the right response you're expecting. Sometimes you will go and complain, not a single soul will even come to check what has been going on. So you get frustrated, then you run from one place, you go above them, maybe go to the minister and talk, or maybe go to another minister, because Takugama kind of connected to many things. Like, we are connected to water resources because we are protecting one of the major catchments. We are connected to tourism because we are the #1 ecotourism unit. We are connected to environment also because under the forestry, NPA is also it also concerns wildlife. We are the law enforcement arm for the government. All these chimpanzees, which is your national animal now, which is also, whenever they are under threat, or whether they are, for bushmeat, or when they are poached, all these orphans end up at Takugama. When we catch them with traffickers, they are brought to Takugama. They are animal dealers, we bring them to Takugama. So Takugama addresses the law enforcement part of the government. That means we connect with that ministry also. Ministry of Tourism, because we are the #1 ecotourism. If we go to any search engine and look for Sierra Leone, Takugama will come up as the first place to visit. So these are all to show it's a very, very prominent place, and this needs to be protected. So what happens when you don't get help, or people are trying to help? Sometimes that is also a problem. Maybe a particular minister wants to help, but he has to go through the channel because there are mechanisms in place that they need to use. But then when the forest is burning, what do? How many days are you going to wait for that diplomacy to take place before someone comes? By the time they come, the forest is gone. So it's like 3-4 days ago, I had the opportunity to see His Excellency and the Chief Minister, and I explained to them that this is really, really sad what is happening, and I saw some results. These last 2-3 days, we are having military police presence there. They are coming and they are combing the area. They are trying to bring some sanity.
So they are demolishing the existing structures?
No, they have not demolished, but they have come and looked at some of these people who are causing this problem. They want to see who they are. They're investigating, and probably that's the next thing to do. They should kind of join force with lands and environment and tourism, because this is also a tourism development area. That's why you see Minister of Tourism has released that press release warning people. So that means the mechanism is in place, the law is in place, it's the enforcement. If they all got together, if they go there, this problem can be solved in 1 week. And that's my frustration. I don't want to get to a point where I say enough of enough and I quit, and that can happen. It's a reality.
I don't think it will get to that.
But it's a reality.
Because if the chimpanzees are the national animal, and it's a touristic place too, I know the government will do something. And also, as your neighbors, because they are trying to be your neighbors, have you investigated to know who they are and how they acquired these lands?
It's a combination, sadly. Sometimes you have professional land grabbers. Okay. So they will go to communities, and maybe a community person knows that this is some sort of a state land, it's a gray area, they won't have the power to go and push it. So the professional land grabbers who have connection in Ministry of Lands and all that, they will tell the community, okay, you know what, you cannot fight for this, but I know how to fight this. So then they will go and get them, okay, if we fight it and if we get it, you will get some, I'll get some. This is why these are the professional land grabbers. Then sometimes you have, as I said, men in uniform. Sometimes they are sent there to protect it, and sometimes that is a problem itself. they use their power and their uniform sometimes and challenge the National Protected Area Authority guards because they are not carrying guns. Military personnel carry guns. So that's like the incident that is happening above Takuyama Dam is after Ministry of Lands allocated an area for judiciary, which is legal. It's not illegal. It was legal, and Takugama also agreed with that. That's okay. There is a need for land. But then they put a line there to say nothing should cross beyond that line. The soldiers who are there, they put a checkpoint there on the line. Now they are brushing behind the line. So if anything happening behind the line, they are responsible.
So have you reported this?
We have reported that. And that is why the military police is there now. My problem is, these things is not the first time. I have gone through this thing maybe 10 times in 30 years. But every time it starts well, it's like putting out fire, but there is no permanent solution. That's what we want. This time when they go, don't just break the pan body, follow it up. Get the person, bring them to SLBC and show people these are the land grabbers.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
And then
And if it's a law enforcement personnel, I mean, they take oath before they join the forces. And if they are doing something, I mean, that is why we are not even... Yes, exactly. They have. That is why this time the military police is coming to investigate me, because they know there are soldiers deployed there also. So we are trying, they're trying to do it, but it's not complete. If we don't do it properly to the end, the problem will start again. And I'm very, very concerned for all that water that is going down, because that is where Guma is putting their pipe and collecting the water. And this rainy season, all that mud, all that slope, all that shit from that hill, all going to come to Takuyama Dam. And you don't expect a single person, one person to fight this. This is a country's fight. We all need to get together and we need to stop this nonsense.
And now with the Ministry of Tourism taking out this press release, what follow-ups do you think they'll do to ensure that these areas are relinquished to the forest?
Yes,
because that's where it belongs.
We are already talking. Yesterday also I was with the Minister of Tourism. She has some plans. I think tomorrow they are coming up there. They want to put some signboards to show that this is a line no one should cross. So that's a good step. They are going there to show her conviction that she's committed. Then also we are planning towards the rainy season. We want to do some massive tree planting, all that area. And also I want to see the head of disaster management, head of ONS to come there, because this is a very volatile area. It's no point all these people when it collapses that slope. You cannot come to the government to blame the government like what happened in Motame. All these people knew that they shouldn't be there, but yet some people, gave them some fictitious papers and encouraged them to go and build there, but everybody knew it's a disaster-prone area. And that's exactly here. Above Takuyama Dam is a disaster-prone area. Not a single building should get a permit to stand there. And that means the laws are there. It's just the implementation is the problem.
Okay. And now, so let's talk about your own area. For now, they have not entered where your chimps are or the animals are. Are they really protected?
No, they have not entered, but they have come so close to the place. Now the fire is reaching us within 100 meters, and just one night is enough to collapse the enclosures. If that fire goes, now this dry season, we are not expecting any rains till May. Within this time, if somebody puts fire there and that fire crosses and goes to the sanctuary, if the enclosures get burnt, it's going to be a huge problem. I mean, we have worked so hard to create this place as your #1 destination. Everything will evaporate overnight. I mean, so we need to think about it. It's no point everybody comes there, every dignitary coming into the country. Everybody, I mean, not a single day, month passes without Takugama being featured in the foreign press and TV, and we have on CNN, BBC, Al Jazeera. But what is all this for if we cannot protect it? It's just waste of time.
And that's the problem with many institutions or many things in Sierra Leone, maintaining the structures, sustaining them. That's the problem.
But I mean, Takugama is a different model. It's 30 years. We have sustained that operation without even a budget line from the government.
And now outsiders are trying to derail your work.
Exactly. So the least I'm asking is protect us. We are not asking for money. We're asking us to protect us.
Okay, thank you so much. Continue to stay with us in the program. Now we go over to Chief Inspector Edward Kotokamara. I believe you have most of the main streets that the operation covers.
Yes. Thank you again. Well, the streets I have here, 36 of them were the one we holistically took as no-go area. Let me just go through them quickly. We have Kennedy Street, Kisi Road, Frobe Road, Sanabacha Street, East End Police Clock Tower, Gori Street, Lumley Free Street, Upper East Street, Circular Road, Regent Road, Pademba Road, Cotton Tree, Passiva Street, Charlotte Street, Wilberforce Street, Gloucester Street, House Street, Rodden Street, Wallace Johnson Street, Lamina Sanko Street, Sekasiven Street, Paulson Street, Battle Street, Donda Street, Adelaide Street, Kuto Road Street, Sanda Street, Campbell Street, Service Street, Waterloo Street, Brook Street, Wellington Street, Niambana Street, Charles Street, and John Street. These were the streets that we covered holistically. But as I told you earlier, we have dropped both Kennedy Street and Frobe Road.
Okay, so
as time goes by, then we'll review it.
Okay, and so now let's come to the. There's another menace to the tricycles. Yeah. We know they are happy that the bikes are not using the CBD and they are using. So how would you control them? Because we know that most times when there's a traffic, they'll just bypass and cause more traffic. So how do you plan to control these two?
So what we did, this operation, we planned it professionally and strategically. If you come now, as I'm speaking, if you come now to Cotton Tree, you meet there are 3 commanders. 3 DTOs are presently there monitoring our guys who are doing the footwork to see that the enforcement is carried on fully, and even the KKs who are taking advantage of the situation to make sure they do not overload. If they do, we have to arrest them immediately. Because even this morning at Money Coffee, we received a concern that because yes, they are not hiking
they're on prices of their own.
Yes, prices, because bikes are not coming now at the Central Business District. So I immediately took this issue to the Director of Traffic for onward communication with the Minister of Transport and Aviation, so that the situation can be put to control.
Okay, so if I am on one of our office bike and we are at Cotton Tree, would we be sent back or arrested?
Well, I said it here. You just have to prove to us that you are working for this institution. That is by showing or displaying your ID card.
Okay, so if it's not an office bike, just a private?
Well, you have, if a private bike, of course, the word they are private is for your convenience. Okay. So you just follow the rules. You just follow the rules, but make sure you have a crash helmet.
Alright.
Because if you do not have a crash helmet, and that's what we did, you can be arrested. If you show to us later that you have your crash, we give you a bike and money.
So if in any case any of these commercial bike riders attempt those areas, what will happen?
Well, for now we are on a community policing.
Okay.
And don't forget, we are on the drive also from service to force. So what we are going to do, maybe in the years to come, is a force that should be more friendly than hostile to our people. So I think that's what we are doing.
All right. Well, thank you so much. Continue to stay with us, Alfonso Mali. As we round up, let's the 7th is just 2 days away, and will there be any extension? Because we know it's bulky. The schools remaining, there are many, and the pupils are many too.
So these portal have been open for a very long time.
Yes, I remember since last year.
Yes. So the ministry is deliberate when it says the 7th.
Okay.
So all of them will be able to upload because it's a friendly system. They will be able to upload, except otherwise they don't want to.
Okay.
And if they renege, actions will be taken. Our job as civil society, remember the last time I was here, I pleaded for principles. I was pleading with the ministry.
Yes.
So what the ministry also did, we actually took part in the training exercise to understand the caste system.
Okay.
So I can tell that this is a friendly system and it works. There are other schools, the minister is working very hard for them to be part of the system. But these are issues with the ministry.
So there'll be no extension?
Well, it's left with the ministry, but we are just actually reiterating what is in the press release issued by the ministry. So let me also encourage principals who have not uploaded their BRS. Please do. You have time. And this issue of just leaving the job with IT officers is a problem. Because the school pin, why only give the school pin to the head of school, who is the principal, and not any IT officers. Every ministry of basic education do not have access to your school pin. What they train IT officers and did it to aid you in the process to actually take you through the portal system. If there is any issue you do not understand, but when it comes to you inputting your pin so you can submit those informations to WAEC, you only have your school pin. So this is how the system is. So it's for them to comply. On the 7th, the ministry will take action. And we also want to commend Parliament and the ACC. They have been collaborating and working with the Ministry of Basic Education. We want to commend the chairman for the parliamentary committee, Honorable Jabi. He has done so well in cooperating with the ministry. At times he even goes to school. Okay. So if you inquire why are you not uploading, so this is how the training came about, where the deputy chief education officer championing the training of all DDs in the country and all IT officers attached to the Ministry of Basic Education. So say if there are schools at district level, they have any challenge in uploading, come to the district office. If you cannot come through telephone, you explain, because we can export the data also. It's a friendly system. You can send in your information where they are, they can actually profile solution and send it back to you for you to upload. So they have all of these facilities. So there is no excuses. So I think it is because they want to bring in ineligible candidates into the system, and the system will not allow you. So yesterday the minister was part of the government press conference where he reiterated this one, that this time around actions will be taken, and he is specific about the action. 6 months suspension without pay. Okay. If it continues, they will have no alternative but to replace you or to relieve you of your duty as principal.
So Alfonso, what will happen if, like, by the 7th, some schools do not enter, and how the pupils will be affected? What will the ministry do to offer solutions to that?
So as I rightly mentioned, the ministry cannot perform this function.
Okay.
This function should be performed by heads of schools.
So what if that does not happen? What will the ministry do in the process?
So this is why we pity principals who don't think about the future of these PPs. You must put them.
They are not affected.
Exactly. So even if they fail to upload, the ministry cannot do it for them. As I rightly said, they have the school pin that actually gives you access to the portal and not the ministry. But if there are challenges in you accessing the portal, you report to the ministry will report to WAEC. If there are technical support you want, there are staff at each district office. And we also have some SQUAMS officer who are affair with this system. They can proffer assistance to you. But the bottom line, as I said, they are admitting PPs in SS2. And these people do not have CAS 1. So these are the issue, and we know this issue. So this is where he discuss. So when you go to the school, they'll say, no, the ministry have removed your name. It's not the ministry, it is you. Because again, if this particular people you admitted, if it comes from another school, there is a process wherein you transfer the CAS 1 of that PP to this school. So the system allows all of that. So this is why I push for CSO to be part of the training. So when we discuss about this, we know the kind of system they are using. So it's a friendly system. So the ministry is not to be blamed.
So will you be kind enough to help to do the entries?
Yeah,
if they request.
Yeah, if they request.
If
they request. Okay. But unfortunately, none of them have come forward. Okay. But again, like even last week, the deputy chief education officer and the CEO was communicating to school, say, look, directly, if you have problem, go to our district offices. The CEO was telephoning principal, going that slow, because they want success in the ministry. Because some people think that the ministry are not working and this is the fault of the ministry. It is not the fault of the ministry. The ministry have cleared these candidates long before now. Long before now. But because they want to bring in candidates that are not eligible for this exam, they wait for this kind of drama. And this time they will be punished.
Okay, thank you so much. And also now as we round up, away from this, because we know that by the Ministry of Tourism taking this step to warn people, we believe that more needs to be done and it will be done. So let's when all of this is settled, let's talk about what the sanctuary offers in terms of tourism.
I think, as I said, it's the #1 destination. When you come there, you first of all you enjoy that natural, cool environment you have. You don't have many places in the world where you go to your capital city and 15 minutes drive and you get to a spot. You can call it a paradise. It is so well looked after over the years. Why we want to destroy that? You have a place where you come there, you enjoy the tranquility, and you see your national animal in action. You actually see how they live. It's a very educational tour. It also provides a lot of facility for school kids. Not a single month passes without 100, 200 school kids come there to learn. And with the help of the Ministry of Education over the years, even the current Chief Minister was Minister of Education at some point. At that point, he even included our education curriculum into the national curriculum, just to make sure that kids learn and grow up with some of these environmental messages and to understand why we need to protect. I mean, we are all connected in this biosphere. We are all connected. We cannot just destroy a certain part and enjoy that or think we are going to live well. It's not. So it is a #1 destination. It's your pride. It's your national animal. In China, if you kill a panda, probably they'll give you 20 years in prison. But here we are not. So there are things that we need to also to look at other countries, how well they have done to protect their nature. And also, we are protecting a catchment. I mean, forget about the chimp and this and that. This is water. 100,000 people all the way down to SS Camp Hill Station, they are drinking this water.
A lot because they don't have a drop.
Right now, as we speak, Regent, they have given them a ration now. Only once a week they are getting water. And why will you destroy the catchment that is so near to you? So it is not one man's fight. I want the whole country, or everybody who is a concerned citizen. If it's not a matter of wearing green, white and blue on Independence Day. This is the time you need to stand up and protect that place.
Exactly.
It is.
Okay. And also, Bala, one seems to admire you because in terms of preserving that place, you started from small over the years. You've grown to this big, being on international media because of the work you do. And when I talk to you right now, I see you beam the smile from the depth of your heart. I know it's your passion, and I know you want something good to come out of Sierra Leone. But apart from these menace of the cultures, I believe you're satisfied with the support you're getting from the government.
Definitely. At the highest level, I get a lot of support. The problem is the institutional capacity. The other institutions that are under these ministries, are they functioning? This is what we need to look at. Because, government is paying money. They are putting a lot of taxpayers' money into these institutions. Are they doing their job? That's what we need to look at. Why are they having all these laws under their wings, but they cannot implement even one of them? So those are the frustrations. Okay. But definitely at the highest level, we do get the support, but I think they cannot do it. They're expecting these institutions to wake up and protect us. It's not happening. So that's what the main problem.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. And thank you so much. That's how we end the podium for this afternoon. Many thanks to my studio guests this afternoon, Chief Inspector Edward Koto Kamara from the Sierra Leone Police, Bala Amarasekaran from the Takugama Chimpanzee Sanctuary, and the National Coordinator of Civil Rights Coalition. Well, Salma Tabako is the program. Before I go, the quote for today says, "Nature does not need us, we need nature." My name is Daphne Zainab Kamara. The podium returns tomorrow, same time. Have a blessed day. Goodbye.
Hello and welcome. I'm Cecilia Ali Sise, and this is Newsbrief on SLBC. The leader of government business in Parliament, Honorable Matthew Sanyuma, has said Sierra Leone Railway Development and Regulatory Bill 2024 would set the framework for regulating the operations and activities of rail services and ease transportation challenge relating to agricultural goods. Honorable Numa was speaking in Parliament as he committed the document to the Legislative Committee for further scrutiny. Minister of Transport and Aviation Fandi Toure said the bill provides for the establishment of an authority which shall have the powers to impose surface levy on railway and cable car. He also stated that the document guides government on matters relating to the development and management and coordinates the implementation of policies relating to rail transportation affairs. Other members of Parliament, including the leader of the opposition, said the bill would promote the authority with responsibility to develop and regulate a sustainable railway services. Freetown City Council has played a host as mayors from across the continent. They are in the country to participate in the African Urban Heat Summit Week in Sierra Leone. The theme for the session is Building Heat Resilience, African Cities Tackling Urban Heat Through Innovation, Education, and Action. It was an amazing scene as mayors from Ghana, Guinea, Liberia, Gambia, and Ivory Coast received a hearty reception at the Freetown City Council Municipality Administrative ground floor by the Mayor, Yvonne Akisoya, and her team. The start of the African Urban Heat Summit in Sierra Leone has added a feather to the country as it's the first nation in the region to host such events. Mayor of Freetown Municipality, Yvonne Akisoya, said the gathering would be essential to deliberate on the threat of extreme heat and its impact on urban areas and vulnerable communities with possible outcomes. During the engagement, the Heat Action Plan that is set to benefit not only for Africa and other continents would be launched. Director of Climate Change and Information Services, Human Rights Commission of Sierra Leone, Abubakar Kamara, has lauded the Ministry of Fisheries and Marine Resources for the closed season, but called for human rights-based approach throughout the process. He made a statement during a 2-day capacity building training for commissioners and staff of the Commission on Human Rights and Fisheries. Secretary General of Sierra Leone Amalgamated Artisanal Fishermen Union, Alhaji Saidu Sise, perceived the engagement as a platform for addressing their challenges. According to him, fishermen have been faced with several human rights violations. Several presentations were also done on key human rights issues facing small-scale fishing, including national and international human rights instruments, which were referenced by the lead person for Danish Institute of Human Rights, Maria Peterson. And finally, on Newsbrief on the Hour on SLBC, the mission of the Royal Embassy of Saudi Arabia in Freetown has offered over 25 metric tons of high-quality dates fruits to the people of Sierra Leone through the Ministry of Social Welfare. The gesture was said to support government's food security drive and strengthening the bilateral relationship between the two countries. It was the second time the embassy has presented the dates fruits to the country since its opening in 2023. Head of mission of the Royal Embassy of Saudi Arabia in Freetown, Ali Ibrahim Al-Haji, said the gift of dates came from the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salam bin Abdul Aziz Al Suad. He said the move sent a message of generosity from the people of Saudi Arabia. Documents were also signed and handed over to cement the commitment to ongoing support led by the mission of the Royal Embassy of Saudi Arabia in Freetown. Minister of Social Welfare Melrose Kaminti said the gifting of the dates fruits reflected years of valued ties between Sierra Leone and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia that was built on shared values and a collective commitment. Well, that's the end of News Brief on the Hour on the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation in Freetown. Thanks for watching, and do continue to stay tuned to the public broadcaster, the SLBC. I'm Cecilia Ali Sise. Do enjoy the rest of your day. Goodbye.
Where use?
Where use? You get use?
Yes, I get use.
Well, I will say I'll do and come to the program where use the program where they make it know different where they happy all about the country. You anyway they know the country. So now they know they watch the program. So chance go for me could take part in the program. As for who wait up now other country or country then they watch the program. Who say will get chance for take part in the program.
But the only way you do them now, where you watch the program, the number where you see on television on 076 or 031 812174. Send you text or WhatsApp message, you will get them inside the program.
And it will be your voice.
My voice.
Inside the program, and I will not say one school teacher, according to allegation, don't tamper with one 6-year-old girl picking. The family support unit at the Watano Police Division, they found out more about this allegation case. Wait happy you will know the program. Fire don't nyaka host them in a Kosoton community, and the people that we suffer don't lose all their property them and save no get side for tap. Uno go service on no again say one trailer don't get accident. It bang two Motoka them on the spot. A bang one shop, not up the bang one keke. All this been a Konopak now Waterloo. How the accident been be? Waiting be happy, waiting not happy. We go inside the program. We no say no again. Say Okoda rider them na Mary Street by Sakila Road. Now the central part inside Freedom Municipality. Don't blow their mind to the program, but how the tap then tap. Okada there, Abada as from February 1 this year, not for going to the central business district. Waiting the Okada rider and central part see we not going inside the program. And self chance go day for me kuna look we community watch as SLBC team where you been go waka na Senesi drive na Tengbeton. Wait to find out who bring come we not going inside the program. All wait here I tell you so plus other one then self one no hint about it. All line up na the program we use. We will they bring the program come. Raymond Fox na my name. And me uncle
Nande Watawanka na my name.
We can take a break. After the break, we will continue the program we use.
Your bank along with you everywhere you go. No need to stress when you don't have cash on you. With Million SLCB Visa debit card, you're able to access your money, pay for goods and services, shop and send money online via ATM and POS devices in Sierra Leone and worldwide. It is convenient, secure and easy. SLCB, delivering value.
Welcome back as we will start the program. Well, this now one alleged rape, where they allege say one school teacher tamper with one 6-year-old girl picking where they attend the same school in Waterloo. Well, for sake of that, the matter then at the Waterloo Police Division now the family supports unit. Make we watch waiting with the Green Council as Abdul Masare become with the support in the office.
So by the Monday, me I not been there in trouble.
Yes.
So where I come, Tuesday now I will know in problem. Even the wet pine self with the cry. So now I put her inside rooms, now I ask her, now I say, what thing happen with you where the wet pine self so begin cry. Now I say, no cry, I'm not doing nothing. I want like explain to me what is my problem. Now I say, if I tell you they beat me, now I say, no, I know they beat you. I say, tell me. I say, if you tell me, I know they do nothing. So, but I've been done the one since that time when that picking been done like Friday, Naton. I've been done the one. I say, any side we go, if in a school now, any side now, picking now, teacher now. I say, let nobody, allow for church. So now I begin crying. Now I begin call the names. Then at school, then picking them. I say no. I say, who's teacher? So now he say, if I talk to you, they beat me, then I say, I know they beat you. Tell me what happened. Now he say, I pause, now I say, who that? Now I call the teacher, then I know. I say, no. Now I say, what do you do? Now I say, if you go to the bathroom for wet, he say, now the teacher, who's the remote soup? Now I say, He say, now the teacher enter, meet her inside it. Now I say, left, me mama know the grade like person church me tutu. Now the teacher taking hand in 2 fingers, then he wear pan. So now he begin cry, he left her inside the bathroom, they come. So the picking himself to grab, he use water by himself to grab, now he come at the school. So from that day now, the picking the sick now, they eat, they body the one panel, the wet by himself to the cry. So now St. Paul the headmaster, the panel been there. So when daddy can St. Paul the headmaster. So at St. Paul the headmaster, in Aka. Now in Can, now I explain to her. Now we go na the school. Say now go na the school. Go reach na the school. Now I call all the teachers there. For na afternoon time, na the staff room. So now I just get for all the picking. Now I say point for me would I do something inside this. Then teacher they are all anyone will do something from me now. Say show me Amber. So from there the man begin misbehave, make that way the 9 headmaster they take and go lock up personally. So but luckily the teacher when at the headmaster I think say we don't get the same problem back. So then I begin confuse me now. So when I call the one nurse where they work in a cottage. So like treat the picking now because the picking in the go to say if not being well again. So now we go the 93 nurse they say luckily not to invoke than they say not to that part they in a cottage they work for they send we na Rimbo. So from there the next day now we want to go na Rimbo clinic and then say and the headmaster say make we go first for the headman then they give me paper to go na Rimbo. So we go assist in a family issue the one out for beg. Now I say this photo me case so I say but me I eager for me picking life before me they go any side for start no for me picking problem back. So now I move foot me picking now. I left there. While I left there and the headmaster run. And the headmaster run, he go meet me in a road. So now I just get for follow me, go na Rimbo clinic, go reach. 9 days, go watch the picking. 9 days ask them what 9 say I want to enter, let me talk. So when they go, luckily they not allow me for la enter. They say now one person for enter. But they ask them in the picking what he say in the picking, then say well let enter inside. So we in kind inside, I tell the people then I Rimbo say the picking up for them. So but we then one watcher now, and then I mean the woman, then call me, then pull in. When they open the picking and they say this not a for dog case. He said that man say this picking up for them. He say but when I return back, when I go ask this what is wrong with her, say this not a case when I for dog case. So now we can. They don't pass 1 week now, and the 10 days they can.
Well, folks, and you said lawyery, well, fumble them for second this allegation, yeah. So we'll try to forget all the other parties that were involved into this matter, so including the police and people that were concerned, authority them for make themselves we know from them. Yes, so what you
well, some people that can say if you not take them go take you. Well, make people that know now say fire down nyaka host them na certain community and the people that will suffer now that fire accident they lost all their property them and sell them on side for leader aid now. Well, me two company them Samuel Kuruma and Aminata Sai say bingo day and send waiting and bring come for we.
The Philly body, pick Megas lady. I just go and go see. So the Megas only the pick where is Stella pick for me. Where I go I don't give the Megas inside room to Mrs. Stella. Now we are back of with the fire. So now we won't come on. We'll come on and I'll place them. And go down the side. They are even almost them will not actually happen. They like them. So they say that they see go like fire.
Some they say.
Yes, let me go and say so.
No, allegation that one day.
Me bobo.
They say see post will go like fire.
Yes. And sabi the post.
They sabi the post.
Yes.
I go for go wet. Now the alarm tip. So that walks our camera I see the alarm. Fire.
I'm Mr. Fuad Kamara. Me passport them call me. They say host the land, host the boundary.
Okay.
2-3 people then call me, I do attack you. Now Chacha Ukada, then count me. I come at the place, me and the fire force they then pass me. He said I come. I meet her in the house. I don't know how it starts, I don't know how it ends. I fire no more I meet in the house.
Okay. So now where are they living at this house?
Now me picking. Now me buy the land and me give them. And when you build an me roof for them, buy the pan and roof. Same thing like his sister was built for yonder back.
So, but you don't know anything will cause this fire or what cause the problem?
Well, me don't know. I know there. For me, I know easy. You know easy. From where I get this, I buy this land. I don't get me and somebody for say this, that. One day, he be this man will be so and brother, I buy. One day, we be one say for enter and I mean call, talk with a gam, 2 feet or passing fence. I say because I know if God want expand for spread the ground. If you want enter and I give you now all the work now attack. One day me and possible not get no crash. Well, what to me? Are they put help to the family? Are they put to Papa government? Let them put help because now Drekman, now Okada they ride all day. I don't know what's happening. But God, only God know. Now God one great know. Yeah.
Well, one for say us to that family there in a certain community. We'll go before the rest of the program. This the one accident will be around the Kono Park. Outside and say one trailer hits 2 motocar them, 1 shop and 1 keke. More say, get more.
I'm a business place is where the beauty shop. And then I see the motorcar, get to go up, you come up Freetown way, you go up like that. Or hopefully, I'm not even a wrong gear now or this, but this together with the big sister, with 5 picking there, when we picking included, with young big sister picking included. From there now turn watch now, I see the motorcar, they near me now. So we said, so the spot, so the time I see the telling me now, all everything is there. So from there now, once you go apart, you can manage to go again. Also now, Moscato enters the shop, markets with the shop, especially with the push clothes, Walmart, floor mat, table mat, then with orange moon with the blue. But people, I see people like, if they're happy, you like, go to help. The markets, although not to all go, but I get half of the market. Well, we don't say, now one motor with 1 keke. From there now, they take time for the up back. You don't know well other one motor 1 keke. So don't be 2 people, 1 keke with 1 shop. Me no be advice to everybody say yes, I got a key. But sometimes back, you need to protect yourself. Highway, always when we there highway, when we focus, when we watch that street, especially or you sit down or you turn it back you go. Or even you go front end. But make sure that you focus. Because must be saying that person, you don't see or you never speak in Maga. Condemn iron there, iron them. Spear, there iron them. There spear, load. And load, and one kind big and long together. Then the iron the way you load. If you anyone wait for the church, anybody in Unda, post it for the there. I'm not going to say you know go there, we're not settle that moment day. It will be problem for life.
So what are the advice you get for them Muska then?
So the advice for them Muska, so start Muska then. If you don't know for government or either, many of them run bedtime. You will have the net or either so Muska you know to get problem. We know say this, not gonna part manage them. Forget about that. Make him order Muska now.
Well, from the Western area rural district and our Tolo axis, we can at the central part inside Freedom municipality. So the Kamekuna no say, Okada rider them na Mary Street by Sakila Road. Now the central part inside Freetown don't blow them mind, but the way man where they say the tap with them in tap them. We police band and say abada not for the gonna the CBD say mona there. Then talk what's in the how they feel and I mona there. And then talk to me company and then they were throwing car.
In the morning we for the picking there, down the dust, all the gonna we hose, you know, all them things. I'm picking there, I already pass for good school, now inside community. Me, I want let them go up to Godic Street and let the bike then go able to get space for pass. done for the pikin, they let them not go and bug the pikin for go school. So we expect that one day. Because putting the day, they happen, a bike, they jam people, you know, all that thing, they will understand. This bike, they help because they one day they go work, the one day they go in a college, and collegians them, you know, that make it go slow, it go late for go. So na bike they carry and go from slow, say up to 6 o'clock morning.
My name is Juma Jallo from Mary Street, number 3 Mary Street. Yeah, it's not really easy, you know. It does, the begin in cross one, and we say where they pass. It's very risky for we. Well, the bike man, they know say they know they look to post where they cross. Now for their own self-interest.
Edward Pesima, a motorbike riders. So they decided now we say government also with the skin and decided also the pass does the day. And not that much again. Like how they ride the bike, some of we educate, not of us will not go to school. And because of job facility not there, so the big Papa government, we are less sorry for we.
Tommy Karim. There's a clear road here for Lepa for we take go Panema Road. Now take Gento, now for tap. For the student there, for the claim with them. We said to no, let the banu no more say to na. Boy part let the give no more.
I'm name Abubakar Jallo. Some of we na students there, some of we get family them. It's true when they say no for ride inside town. But I feel say if they say no ride inside town, there's that na good things for we back and a safety from the government. This is not so good because some houses and then like how they pass so this one go there, the dust go there. It can have some people in compound there. Some man in that room, all side the dirty. Look, some man office there, all side the dirty and a dusty place. So you see, and some picking and they, yeah, this place is so tight for we. You see, so if you say they pass, they put some picking for go to school, say they get child on dirty. So you see, and this place are really, not really good for we, not really convenient for we. They take money now we on. They take money now we on. Everywhere going to that junction, you know the enter go inside. They don't arrest you. So you see, we don't take an house say this thing, they don't count into business.
Alpha Jallo. We were ready for about to the law. We want police or government. But they left with this circular routes. But yeah, it's still, you know, now we stop. We know the inside palm. Because they where they go now, then points and they where they measure issue. Then go get more than that. And even this morning for that left lunch, it not be able easy for me.
I'm a Chief Inspector SOA. I come by the CBD operation. In respect of this bike issue, majority of them now they cooperate. Now so arrogant one them, where they come from a distance, then they use circular road with speed. So we not want to stop them because of the pillar where they be in, make you no damage, make you not for them. Yes, because the end of the day, we do them professionally, have to capture them. Now on work, we don't capture about 2 or 3. Women men they don't go there right now. Yes, but we see the monitor. As time goes on, we don't see them go much change.
We see them they pass frequently and picking them, but what are the safety for the picking them and
they picking them, when they come and they stop them, they bike them, then they park one way, then they pick them back one way. Then from there I can stop from both sides. From there they get access from go, then they pick them cross. So now this is not the issue. Because the manufacturer they don't get them this way, now that make they give the access for them go so.
Well, from Circular Road, I've been get to work a quick one going to attend some community in a Tennessee Drive for watch waiting they be inside this community.
Today, the team come waka na Waska community na Tembetong. We go find this community here na the western part na Freetown. Na big community with plenty people them. But according to what in the camera pic, make I been get for shine me eye and open me yes fine one for listen to the people them constrain na the community. I waka small, climb up the Tennessee Drive, I see plenty dirty them na gutter and the water safe not been good for watch. I still continue me waka and meet people them they get water na the water side. I go before and meet Gladys Ellie, we tell me say no sign no dey for trade dirty na that make then the iba na gutter.
Because of when the box on the around, I make a train and the gutter. And all the affected the mosquito then all empty in the
one Combra, Kadiatu Bangura, tell we say in picking them they sick malaria because of the mosquito we bokuna the community. And clean salon bobo themselves, no they give them chance for rest find one, na them host them.
They're small picking they are like this one so now I time for Kange. The day at 8 o'clock now next.
Like they and then they for the effect, then they first take inside this water. The road no bad. See, people then clean salon the way don't can at this country. Now next we don't talk say look come on where the dirty park yonder. We don't talk say where see that down they go total then get in 5,000. You want vote and next we don't lead or you can't even.
One Bele woman, Salima Tukouma, tell we say then they strain as Bele woman at the community as health center no day.
I go to hospital like me so. Now I go in Stempo na cottage. Now they go join. Mosquito is boku. Or anytime they go check me and they tell me about malaria business. Anytime they go now hospital, they tell me say me I get malaria. Put they stay for water business, hospital. Bele woman they work. Bele woman they boku ya so, but when they ready na cottage they go.
This and other thing them been make plenty people in the community be raise concern and call for support as they ask the government and other Soriat organizations them for go help them in the community before they lost them life.
My name is Santigi Kamara. Constantly at this community, mama the water and the dirty is plenty in the water. Even say people in the strain, even say the water facility. When they get normality, so man they can pack rubber for me. Say go outside the pack rubber for so they there for money, and then to refresh from the water. This water again don't too poor. Can now be used for drink, brook, and cook. People they use them toilet from up, take and down. Even serve public toilets not day, public latrine not day. So people they strain latrine for day, not for the toilet inside this water.
I'm Malfa in the the water we use for cook, for wash, you know. If you know well self they able to make for we in a street pump, you know, we appreciate.
Well, Sote, we could update on our back, but the Waska community within a Tembetong inside Freetown, my name Nanandewata Wonka.
This 21st century year and so life like for them people in our community, people in the way go keep for land within the land from all within don't fail. So when this time now we come know about one project, when are the Resilience Urban Salon project with the development work them for the Western area regional structure and people that we get seen at that project they don't tell this program but the thing that we done with the little development. My company Aminata say get more.
Resilient Urban Salon project where they na for develop and push the Western area regional structure. This project don't exist for long term na salon. USA ministry, department and agency them can push community and the country will go before Tranga one. But this project here so na the Ministry of Lands, Country and Housing Planning na the team before this project here so better one. Inside this project here so they talk about Freetown structural plan development and same way so sufficient transportation system and improved service delivering, community leaders, private sector representative and plenty other thing them inside this project here so. When we talk about the good thing them way this project here don't do from the time where they started, the team lead in talk say this project don't do but good thing them not like outside they don't support the Western area rural district council for sake of that development plan and for say that parts in the country go before Tranga one and same way so they don't support the Freetown City Council and say outside they implement plenty thing there for push the city go before.
The first output was to have this regional plan for the whole of Western area, as also Mr. Buduki mentioned, then the MOU between FCC and WordC to work together on an integrated sector development for the whole Western region.
When we talk about this engagement where they do now the City Hall, the Director for Country Planning at the Ministry of Lands, Housing and Country Planning, Sir M. Kamara, in talk say from the time where they study project and then they help community them for go before Tranga one in terms of development plan them.
Yes, of course, we all are familiar with the automation. We all know say planning has been big issue in Sierra Leone. Due to that incident that will take place 2017, government began to take up very serious and come up with this project we call the Urban Resilience Project to tackle the planning issue to minimize disaster and to make sure say we get a well-planned city so that then will be happy. So now that brings about this project.
different representatives there will be the part of this meeting here. Then self begin their own contribution. Also they talk say this project here, so when are the resilient urban salon project, don't do plenty thing there in a different community them. Also they see now development on the in terms of water, good road, school, and plenty other one them.
I strongly believe that today we will have a wonderful deliberation.
Happy in terms of providing the resource, capacity, and the expertise.
Slbc Ways, I'm not as I say the report.
Well, for Mianda, we're going to Maburka as the Helping Hands Development Sierra Leone, when our medical charity group, they don't do 10 days free surgery to patients and we get plenty sick them. Well, we own person when Abdul Karim Kanu na Maburka send this report for me.
The exercise where they take place in the government hospital in Maburka, they target about 100 patients who get different health conditions there. Inside December 2024, plenty patients then be screen them and then give them go ahead say them go do operation panel inside February 2025. According to Rebecca Casby, when I founding member of Helping Hands Development Sierra Leone, they talk say the organization they do the operation, it's free of cost for people that were not able to afford for pay for their operation. Say this now for make them go restore their well body business back to the normal way and see them get respect in the society.
Well, I'm a Sierra Leone and born of Sierra Leone, so I don't do this for past years. I carry doctor them from Canada. One of the lady joined me as well himself from America and Sierra Leone, but in America, so we joined together. Come with doctors them we specialize for can do free surgery for people that really can't afford them. Not all everyone, we want them, we don't get at all. We get cases that really affect them like hernia, something where lipoma, you can get some bump or like swelling, within your body, within your legs, some within your back. We get one case within at the back. We also get a hydrocele, that hernia, like when man can say bones in, then want some get water inside. Thyroid, then call them gege. So we do lots of that. Last year, the year before, they try for do more this time for people.
So why not choose Maburka this time?
Like I say, one of I start this alone, and then a doctor joined me from Canada, and then another lady joined me when I was in India, America. So Maburka in hometown, I go up. So if we come Maburka because we don't do it several times in Freetown, so that other people will get opportunity for reach and get the free surgeries.
It talks say they go do but 10 patients them where they go do operation pan until the 100 number where they target they will for do them all. Madam Casby been go before for talk say the operations they go do them according to international standards and that the doctor the way they do the operation, not professional doctor there. On the own part, medical superintendent for the Maburka Government Hospital, Dr. Alex Kano, say they're glad for this effort to Helping Hand Development Sierra Leone they do more so when they take the bold step for do operation and people in a salon. We're not able to afford for pay for the operation there.
After the screening done and the doctors and the non-come now for can actually do the operation then, we tell God thank you, bring them all safely and we don't start the work today. For operate the 100 free operations then.
How long this process will start, will last for?
Well, roughly it will take about 10 days. The target now for do 10 operations every day for the next 10 days.
Okay. Now, which different types of condition, the health condition, the way they will go for look into?
Well, family, now just the sickness, the way concern operation there. Now this country, the thing the way most people they can come for operation, the hernias, they can come for their growth. Then that thing we can grow back purposing now the face, that big thing what they can call a keloid. We they call a keloid. Yeah. So now the operations that they get what they do mainly.
Some of the patients then will succeed for qualify for this operation. Been tell thanks to Helping Hand Development Sierra Leone for this kind of effort and talk about how they no go ever forget this kind of good belly thing where Helping Hand Development Sierra Leone don't do for them.
You still watch the program where they watch show na Slbc channel where they watch show. Now with that now we can take a break and join with sponsor, after which we'll continue the rest of the program we use.
Take your bank along with you everywhere you go. No need to stress when you don't have cash on you. With Million Slcb Visa debit card, you're able to access your money, pay for goods and services, shop and send money online via ATM and POS devices in Sierra Leone and worldwide. It is convenient, secure and easy. SLCB, delivering value.
Well, welcome back to the program. The second half of the program we use. Now with this now, we can send the hook for C, waiting in there where they can catch them for we.
I don't send the hook.
Well, what does not see on screen in Justice Ganawa in the Chief Executive Officer for the National Education Champions Award 2025. It can't tell me wait for tell me. Justice Ganawa, I will do a couple to the program.
I want to thank you and I'm glad for there.
Now, you say National Education Champions Award 2025. Tell me more.
Well, the National Education Champions Award, now the second edition this. We get a country where we celebrate people already to different things, but we don't get any national event where they celebrate people with their education business. So this particular event, they celebrate all the different categories of people with their education at the country. So in terms of they know they do well in a secondary school exams, they know they do well by MPSC, Becker, and also they know within a university where they graduate at the different institutions as the best graduating student there, and when they give institutions they will also they help from planning business, and they give lifetime achievement award to people who don't contribute significantly in the education ecosystem over the years.
Now, Justice, how do they get the recipient to them? They're not for benefits. How do we get them?
Well, you know, because I award not to vote in education business, so from the secondary school, for example, NPSC, the best in the country, everybody know. You go to Ministry of Education, they give you the data. You go to Becker, was not easy. Then the best graduating students are all the public and private institutions in the country. We go to the institutions or the rights to them. So you go for Bay College, you know, the best day. You go IPAM, you go College of Medicine, you go Chala, you go EBK, Unimac, all. That's what we get them. And we come to the life achievements, who can get small people who can get follow one. We look at people who don't contribute to the education sector for like 10, at least 30 years. We don't do. Like last year, we give Professor J.D. Ali, where everybody knows saying a renowned name we can plan in business at this country. We can get 4 or 5 names, then the board can now say, okay, they all deserve them, but this year we'll give this person lifetime achievement award. And we get other one another category. They look at their institutions and where they help, like within my foundation, they do so, who they help for and provide funding for the less privileged picking them. We get the institutions at the back, then we can look at them now, we prioritize the one that we think they contribute eminently in a particular year, the end of the award. That's what they do for identifying the recipients.
How long are we beginning? Don, we talk about sustainability. How long are we able to sustain this kind of this kind of thing, so we go lead to development where we talk about planning business.
Right,
we start at begin and now the sustainer.
Alright, so this is the second anniversary, second year we do the National Education Champions Award. Then in terms of sustainability, it really get for be sustainable because na an event we be to say one of the key activities as a foundation now for our ensure so they celebrate education champions and it is part of the thematic areas and as a result it is so key and we're very intentional and the way and manner in which you go about with no say for be sustainable because we get other bodies that will be ready for come on board with the support we in which we do so.
So when this award get for be? Well,
they happen this Saturday in Reggie Manuel Gray, for which the red carpet will start around 5 and the actual award will take place will start around 7 p.m. during the evening hours. So forget that all them people are we say are the best, the champions them. What's not them for achieve? So what I've been started, I say we continue to celebrate people who music, people who football business, but education being a key driver for the growth of any state. We don't ever get an event where we get a national event where then they celebrate the people there. So when you celebrate them people, they give room for people or the young ones for be more serious and you say, okay, if I do help and plan in business, I will be recognized. And beside the recognition, every individual like people who don't push over the years, like for example I mentioned earlier, these are people who now when they are life for celebrate them so that other people in the queer the young one already into academia will continue for do so that we say there will come a time in our lives when we say they will be recognized because anything with somebody the way you recognize them you give the person the motivation for they do more and the young one they will come up they say will continue for do more. When they announce MPSC after that all man don't forget about that person but when we get that kind of thing where media get for the cover we get several interviews that will be done all over. Now they will serve as a motivation for other people where they can take the MPSC was all the one know the university for be pushful. I know that at the end of the day, if I don't do all this kind of thing, I will be recognized. And the recognition are one important thing where at times we can downplay. Like the footballers, they say Ballon d'Or. When they give Ronaldo, they give Messi. You know the kind of hype where they create around it. They give them extra motivation. Others and they compete more. We won't forget now education ecosystem where people forget reason for do well because they will be recognized. Now it's not all about looking at other sectors. The education way we believe say now for serve as a bedrock for changing narratives in the country. We know they celebrate people in our system. So now that's make we the push and we know say we'll continue in this trajectory.
Justice Ganawa, the first one I do this award ceremony in Freetown, the second one in Freetown. Who's not going to the provincial headquarters there?
Alright, so the foundation basically now for now Western World and Western Urban, I do even get beneficiaries that would help. So what will the plan? The third one we might move to another district, but for now when you start something you get for ensure so you get comparative advantage that you go to do until where you don't get the train now you can begin moving out from one district to another district. So I can put money for the others in there. So when it comes to the dinner and the awards we do, we get tickets that we can sell under one. Okay. We'll get institutions where they support like AfriCell, this particular one we get Commercial Bank and other institutions that also they support. Okay, I think so we'll go before. And
Justice Ganawa, the Chief Executive Officer for National Education Champions Award 2025 and he come out na the Mami Mariama Justice Ganawa Education Foundation. Continue for the program.
Well, NAFRA organization, well, then they on one training where them they train both man and woman them how for cook sweet one. Well, this being be na SLBC where we own person when Samuel Bangura send this report for we.
Training is something we do as an organization, especially when we find out, say, the young people in the nation, they don't involve into substance abuse, and some man out there, we go out and become hustler, go selling body for money. So that it be help we, since 2012 to now, we give free training sessions, so we give out to the young people there, so that they will empower themselves, they will do something. So a couple of years back, there is this woman from NAFRA restaurant, we don't call, we reach out to, we say, really love what we do, especially in the area where they help for empower the young people also. They say, well, you don't get money for give them like how we can give them money, you don't get money for people science, neither give the back rest. But instead of for big part of the training sessions they move they give out there. So I'm therefore asking how. They say like part of the training session on the catering, instead of a professional caterer, where instead go volunteer for come in, no partner, instead go give time for train somebody people also. Then I say, okay, though it didn't take time for me, but by the grace of God, we will reach out for achieve this goal. We today we don't reach out to hundreds of them young people here, so we don't come give this free training session. I believe say after that kids training, they're going to do something for their life.
This training law benefits me a lot because first to start with, I'm very happy about for free training because I will always wish for the kids training. And that time I wish always for a bit, but not get the proper hand for go to one. So why for this free training, I'm very much happy for Kantua.
This thing I local land, so first of all, it going to benefit me a lot because I get idea for like go implementer like a small food side because myself can become a food seller. So if I get this idea now, I go back in my community, open me small mini food side when a restaurant like we say able prepare food and give out to the community people they can sell to where they buy from me. So me say from there we will get income to support me to go further.
So myself I'm proud of myself today where I can't appear for can land something because myself inside this first month I'm gonna make me own food now because I'm gonna sell it online.
All right, we take other story for make we complete the work we carry on. The College of Business and Marine Studies don't get a number 16 every year graduation ceremony, and there have been 76 students that have been graduated all together. Now this business and marine studies and graduation don't mean get out of the 76, 2 students and they would have been named. One na Sierra Leone Broadcasting, and the other one na Alfred Kenema. They all two be the best graduating student at the graduation ceremony. Well, we work with Sulaiman Babatui, go tell we more.
Not been traveled by your singular self.
This gathering na combination of 2 sets of students them. The one them where they graduate and the one them where they matriculate. The executive director of College of Business and Marine Studies, CBS, where in be they talk to the students them, in been talk about how the institution be done the struggle we make na 2 sets of graduates them this year. In talk say now the 2022 to 2023 and the 2023 to 2024 academic year students them graduate together, and the one that we matriculate in tell them for let them all the institution good one as nada did then qualify for be students them na the institution.
For the graduating students today na the way una they start all over like the chairman say. You see, when you don't graduate, they just don't polish you until you see, go to the wall and see the reality of life. The expectation we been get say as I don't study done, and they get big work, I get money, I buy motor from Papa, go see about if not true. And go see how yourself go make and become a reality.
Now 76 students them graduate from the institution and then take 40 students them we matriculate. The students them we can force this year, Sarah Mariama Conte, na in can force for the woman them, and Alfred Kani Matia can force for the man them. Them be same way so talk about them story and how they work hard for make them all them position and they as the best students them. The big one then same way so we go where them be the talk. Be advise the students them make them all book learning fine one and talk say the one that we graduate go get a better life with them all tight and go implement waiting the learn.
Well, from that colorful graduation ceremony day, we come back to the studio guest when Justice Ganawa, the Chief Executive Officer for National Education Champions Award 2025. Now, Justice Ganawa, whose time the award ceremony go be again? Now, they allow school picking the way they come in school for go look so that that's good ginger them for making them get that award. And even the students are now different tertiary education them for making themselves go look on by invitation. You free for all?
We get people the one when they get the awards, then they don't pay anything because they don't work over the years for get the awards. So then they're free. The one that we want for go get different prices that we then go pay for any for witness.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So when the date again?
This Saturday, Regiment.
This Saturday, now who's day?
The 8th of February. Regiment.
How much o'clock?
The red carpet they start at 5 and the actual awards they start at 7.
Okay.
Well, now with that, now we're going to drop the cutting down on this edition of the program. We use I want to say salutation with enough respect to with transmission supervisor na broadcasting house Fasonamo. Control my operator na Tosan Onyeweng and Sulaiman Samora. We operator them when on duty up na Leicester Peak. Salutation to unu. We camera operator them when we get all the way to get so clean one na on screen na Abubakar Dumbuya and Shakuji camera. Now William Wise produced the program. Production assistant na Abubakar Kamara. We will do the program.
My name na Nandiwa Toronka.
Raymond Fox na my nomenclature and I want to tell you say if John Pamain throw na John Rest, waiting John for do. Well, so to defend the answer, I say good night and tata.
It's another Thursday and get prepared for your weekly TV show, Bottom Line, on the SLBC with Hasmi Uba, the program that brings to you policy makers and opinion leaders.
So join the presenter as he engages the Maverick APC Member of Parliament, Honorable Mohammed Bangura, who has begun his journey to live in the APC and joining the People's Democratic Party, PDP of Temu Bangura.
I am an extremely very happy man. From what I've evidence of what is happening now, believe me, I'm very happy.
As 2028 draws closer, Honorable Mohammed Bangura is now thinking of joining another political vehicle by announcing that he will soon resign from the APC, the party under which he got elected twice as lawmaker.
In the next few months, I intend to leave the All People's Congress to join the PDP survey. My intention is based on many reasons.
What are his chances of leading the PDP Sobe? Join us on Bottom Line this Thursday live on SLBC. Bottom Line, the show to watch.
Baba mote tonga na zo yo kumba nelo no gana gbele mamo ke yo mamuna lo ya fungoni baba bambi gawi mina meni ndo chigo dape mina meni zo chigo na la pe mina meni baba wala mama wala meni zo deo chimo pe biza mona devant timi minga ke mola mo ke solution ti problème timi mola mo ke solution ti ko bela timi mola mo ke solution ti ko bela ti ko timi Seigneur zambi ga iti ape zakol timba ga iti ape zani ga gubana leta zo ape mezani ga iti ritimo zani ga iti to irichimo waragonda motema yake docteur ta docteur ko bela na ya bio na ya mitelensa pa moyinga baba mana lerti la cuiso ga chimo boy guérison na boy kolitimo hallelujah Jesus Merci. Merci, papa. Alléluia. Jésus, merci. Merci, Seigneur. Alléluia. Merci.
Même si mon qui n'a guerre, assez peu. Même si on a un gada, assez peu. Hein? Alléluia. Amen, amen. Bon, Zambi Bassi. Adieu, adieu, baba. Adieu, baba. 3000. Ah, il se calme là. Akateka. Oh! Iba.
Solando como tu quando que na peti benizo gudush sabaranza tentenzo
não tem nada não tem fama como tu coisa uma que ela gosta de jogar
mas minas me sa com minha do ano
parce que na tini de tu se sont bien tenen bien au congo quand même assez qui passe comment ma petite idée à ti foyer parce que ni la petite ilinga ichi tenemu beti kweza tagina ndo chitenji kangu injo mbibati mbi amashande hapo ndio ngafande akosa aganga me passe kama ma petite idée ati si wana amekati si isatu
bien kati mpita opewe aingango kite bikinani makomo kinani
Maintenant, je dis que tu n'as pas tout le monde, il m'a dit qu'on fait. Non, j'ai déjà payé.
Maman, il faut payer maman.
Mais quand on a piqué, tu as dit que tu as quoi tenir, ça fait tout bain.
Kaya guana pa tumbala. Jona. Mokwe. Ah non. Madame kwa te mongwa tena pa tumba mo. Bimana ona. Ala musimu do fana la tenue.
Ah vous changez bon.
Ah va changer bon moi. Non. On changer bon gane.
que ba aye sa que passer ti pene na ti contrôle ti dunia e que mate ti corona e que mate ti kirikiri e ga e bom yanga ko ti sambela that ti contrôle ti that is I tati ake palamo ake dakolitimo e go mingi ba film so tati Jésus kiri awe Jésus ganduruti gawe la mona kwa mingi après échanger d'outils échanger les questions et couvrir notre Jésus Jésus ganduruti gawe ake la nduzike la place wacho abatakoto tangele ko bani tati Jésus ganduruti ga il faut changer les questions on moule les questions. Mama, Isako Itawali, Kuta Ebon, de la télévision, ça peut passer la TV. Encore de la parler, de la communauté, on
Bini bombe, so Russie à ça là, tu m'en le Canada bat bombe aussi, même États-Unis là. Ils vont dire ça va faire la mission pas. Et qui couait la fin du monde là. Zapa télé en Belgique Deutéronome. Tout le monde tremble dans la négative fidélité TV. Mon salaire est petit baillé. Contre Choli Kobe la sa fouti contre sa fouti moi ben. Sida ak malade ça qui yangati Zapa. Est-ce naturel avec Zapa là le Seigneur. Il attendez le Seigneur a interdit. Venu avec débauche et honte avec adultère. Ça là y est ton ami qui Zapa. Maman a dit tout a dit Choli. Vous rattraper Sida forcément. Amen. Alléluia. Le Seigneur a interdit débauche et adultère.
Manga yongorka ima atene nanduti kobera sui mbinamo iwara epi kobera ni agana kritere ndendende Anga mbati bungo tikol na wali zo wala ko bela to pepe. Ina imate ni damingi nila na cause kapana tene mu wala ko bela ni tongonai. Aga tene fiki ko dena nduni na puputi akoko kwe. Ikumati fat iriti akoko.
Tende attention. Fiki merci na nyapa. Nambi l'année débini na 2021 là. Débini lanzo a facile après donc j'ai palu à ça et puis figon que a cigare na guma bokono. Jamais puis à ça débini gasi quoi donc kete aller na hôpital kita sigambi kita aller na hôpital kita sigambi ton. Na bichilanga face à il faut ça examen bi complet gichi ngasi. Asa mi bawa mi zibe asa mi fundu même king mais ça n'y a pas faut azanga bina wanga pe amuna bi wango to
Bandimbie verset mi larma pe masa sum bi kongu chilet me chiga asan jona pe omani zokwala la bepe masa tombi kombi pe to tunamo mongba menge a shona pe mo fatigué te mo chite mo tutumba ça ka don la mo perdre so alinga réfléchir en d'autres choses après.
Ni barara quoi? Merci. Cause gango tinati association ni la. Betin besi na kutangia mingi. Tu ton la sumbi gana poputala. Iri timbi ake Rangba Rodrigue. Bikombi que mo yoro depuis na hôpital Bede. Mais souci yesu asat na tene so quoi aita so ake tene fadi bi rappeler ben histoire akina mungo yoro tu wal timbi. So mi ba kuma wal timbi a mon premier euro comme ça le tu kui. C'est que là que le commencer tu rouler le que toto le que do mon pas que le tu kui. Bi inga comment tu me peux exprimer terminer la première asambi vundu asambi mawa. Merci.
Ngia sibeti mbila soto ngambiga na popocha ita. Nila ngia sibeti mbi. Tonga da peso kulchimbi alondo chitene tonga tetlo lana sonsiboga chiba docteur. Bimu résultat mi bikiri meni bet mi son bisinanga da bet mi atembi kien koli chimbi il faut bi 15 kilos passer déjà wa chimbi après bi 15 kilos ça veut dire que là le problème sur le ganani donc bi 15 kilos et puis bi duchi passer igi ou c'est ibata mamati tembi konde na lo mbiki kui donc penser igana bi gindenge na ndenge tonso yena tenu fu bi 15 kilos ou le pépère de vitul aussi mbachimbi puisque là soni kina kobela ni na waltin là soni wa pesi waltin a keni keke amena wal ko petit rigité ni
vraiment
zere na mbina nzapa amne ngechimbe ikina nape peut-être ginati la famille ti kolchimbi solo là lo tene nati la famille chala una amena zo ta o solo tene mais na famille ti timbi bi reconnaître après puisque mbitene chitimo wana petit femme. La sumbina la il peut douiller baba comme maman comme métellier tout ça c'est n'ambisi la sumbitena la ala la peut publier ou ala la trahir mbina zo ate bambina ko bela tisida anda te so simbikenji tena itat mi même maman tim jusqu'à la sula
vraiment na ti famille faut mo wambeni zo akko so ma peut secret bon na itat mi on ne sait jamais on m'a tensu mi ça pour ne pas que quelqu'un qui a gumbeni zo na likundo ape a falo fango so a mon kika viti ya krechampe yene chi siso a gizo la ke tenanda tena a fazo
Londogi Não tem mano.
Ah, bom. Ana coisa.
Ah ouais. Tu as gâché quoi le rosal dans le moto. Gâché. Asiga wala gaw. Ama. Asiga guma mboko la muyaka chalaga. Mazala tate sonse kama mazala kovola tena na kenga mungi mandisa. Merci. Monica, après Ouais. Après.
Échanger ta boule à Tchali, échanger tout ici, allez, y'a ta Tchali, qu'est-ce que tu m'as pépé, y'a ta Timo, donc on a mon qu'est-ce que tu m'as, donc mon Kenema va continuer là.
Kama tani matambola lazima turan. Kwa sababu manga ke makana attention ou makana ipo.
Bon, pas de bébé, fais un
Am lo dipine mo yoke comprimé o kona ati lango ko. Et puis philosophe ne mamu usa makana ni ikpomo 1 heure de temps qui encore ikpomo si tu na permettre mo to mo sa ino bane.
Pas que tu surtout qu'on a mis des pièces, ça c'est un qu'on a pu mitambla bas. Bisa mitambla bas. On a les gars de quoi qu'on a gagné. Ça c'est ce béni y aura d'attendre à changer ni.
Rangba mbipita make. Kozo yoroso. Asara expérience ni. A marcha piazza warquada. Mais il y a ta formation c'est que ma expérience yoroso azab 3 molécules so a marché dans beketi Afrique de l'Ouest mingi. Donc ton amo jimle na poa donc minga ki kingo bien kita mais mako mu poaso donc akina legeni anga sonape mais yi ton amo tene moti kono minga pe mo petit sargi espora o mana
Rendiação.
Vou meter coisa lá, pessoal.
E coisa que
Kulchimba wala guérison, wala mbi wa guérison. Et guidé que ça pour ça, tu m'as kulchimba guidé que tu as passé. C'était le mot aide nambi na ye kulchimbi ça rani. Même à travers na ye kulchimbi ça c'est solution et d'appel. Vaut mieux mon zapazama ça grâce mon a kulchimbi. Pour vous qui a permettre de mon le voir guérison. Voilà ça va, le kiri. Le gars pasteur tu te quelqu'un qui le aider ya tu foyer ni le moment boko lambi na amningi ne kota mingi mais ça pas ka tunga si angba ki tozo pa dimbi ki sa toyen
gloire namola kwenja pati. Gloire namola kwenja pati ayo. Gloire namola kwenja pati. Gloire namola kwenja pati ayo. Gloire namola kwenja pati salu. Merci beaucoup.
Amen, Abu. Abano.
Tentang segi so bar usai agak positif ah, tentang segi okola negatif.
Tu me présentes par quand?
Family kondo matian de walmbi.
Kana mi te fata na sigi ako sa negatif abo. Atufa go contrôler ako ti basu me.
Tu contrôler encore ça il atteint à se contrôler. Bon, quand ça raison so ay quand ça raison il n'a pas ça tu son zo. Ala ça ça samna iso.
Tanga dia kwa negatif abo sunga ngam.
Ala sara yin sara sa samna ya kina mole sara ba da mole fabrica ba. Tagi negatif, tagi positif. Il remercie Japa. Comme ça, on remercie Japa. La chi suko de Sara.
Zapane tu me merci na.
Merci monsieur.
Merci te jinju bena grâce mo sai ke kotanganga chani.
Alléluia.
Baba mena zo ikela suna kubela sisi da baba la kui. Ala ki upono. Metonga moye dala son zapa chi batani na fini. Donga la suma kisa na ani zapa. Da bechi mo nambe na mbacha no usi zapa grâce mo sa na ani wasali ga ko na mbacha ni so Seigneur. Nilo so baba ni mugi merci na mo. Ani jaye ko na ya mambo ko chimo. Ani beni mo na leta apo mi jisu na yeye chi shirani sombe na mo. Amen.
Amen.
Imwengo na tikiringo timbi Akenda mende pepeo Diego tere So magnetic handambi So magnetic tembi Sheriti mi odi dana viso Natima Sheriti mi odi dana viso
Merci, Mengesmi. Allô, l'on a fait. Il faut que l'on fasse comme
Kobera ke ga ko on ye ke ton so ko baso kobera kwa ake vini kobera so piti boro boro ga dape hein kobera kwa ke soin ake ti tenemos mo ara sava donc sonjori hein
Mais bah, résultat, Rodrigue, ils ont monté jusqu'à 1200. Si c'est des cas. Rennes, ils ont monté jusqu'à 1000 afin que tout le théâtre là, qu'on peut le petit sarayi, on a la team m'appelle.
Dia waktu itu kita balan. Kita balan. Balan.
Barala.
Kasi mali kasi. Bala tesi kasi usulana la bukasi. Ile ni patron baini ba. Jusqu'à que le soir suku sunami katika pilando chasi ngabala tenizo.
Nina salwa ninga.
Demo suwa ni kingaba ni.
Nina mote chikrizo chikoviso mobaso amalata chini ya chambina ye kiri sala siasa njonape. Ne comme sala si lora ondo avoko mobagba ingape itatizo ni akanjonape simogara biso bipeti kiape na bikimuna moyoroni amokomuna bipata chimbia. Njoni doko tena kadape zasi mamu yoroni mamungunani muna na bisu lo nyoni no samba kenchi lo tena da pamunga muna mama tena yao merci.
That's it.
Ase krisi yo na da po a chimosna ukitaka. Domo yo ana tondon chitena yo na gasi.
Ase hapa mpenyo singa bata kuzipi kangiana. Moyo singi ase hapa po kato yuna gayo hapa.
Lima pe.
Moyo singi abata kuzipi kangiana ya singi. Moyo kumayo. No, pardon.
Les solutions il fallait réfléchir dans dont on a dit bas apôtre. Peut-être que déjà tamblé ben ça y est pour la solution pe. Et qui est balo. Balo ça délivrance na zo ayen. Ou peut-être que il na la lo baba chichingo il caché na lo sula si tambla ba.
Et que tu m'as pas. Tu t'en as pas trop de ça. Je fais beaucoup besoin de. Est-ce que moi, quelqu'un qui est une consécration, tu as ma fin de tir.
courage était alors.
Est-ce que c'est mon ami Yoro?
Guarda un ospitale, sa tu esame qua.
Et puis avoir rien quoi faire.
Tu vieni da succede, vedo su tua radio channel, tu isami. Ya kwa piminga voye ncho compliqué.
Le chauffeur mingi a pas. Le chauffeur tellement pas. On va diable so donc ton so là quoi. Ah quoi so Sara ni évangélisation so délivrance so. À ça que à combattre peut qu'on a peut-être à la tu moi gâche mon so. Mais à la droite tu le timi na prière. À l'assemblée ça pas mingi et puis donc persévérer boum à la persévérer. Nous a pas égal la solution Seigneur. Le service a pas mingi et puis bâti là son bas il faut quoi passer là ti bini qui a pas libéré so bani mais si diable a tu combattre les a pas que dans d'aba il y a quoi ça fait ça pas ça Seigneur Johnny dans un pas ça.
Bi imo gitenchi pata sula comme depending à ça un mois je monte konda son. Aza sero matelo epimbi nga même na pata plambi imo te ta pata ncho dambi gumbi ka votanga chi yo lambi imo so.
Vango yanga da pendo na détonné.
Bisa to imbo puisque yo na mo ki tambi ki pata ncho te achon bi vo yo tencho mo tencho tambi. Binga commence mi pesa pe pardon.
Bombi tene ça à comprendre des personnes qui s'attendent. Bi comme il n'a pas ta tembi.
Voi tene mo tembika nga bet mbi tensi son tensi zo tembi voyo was mo tembika nga bet mbi.
Mbi na niape, mbi na niti muna la nape. Ba ye kumba kola na devant biso. Kumba la ba devant biso.
na dakan na egiska Rodrigue awarafa de mini bangondo le monde a fait un signe ça la mini compagne qui vont changer quartier sogie et c'est comme ça qu'il a la ko igala nige il ça la kuta kusa so mon lango use na dit kusa so la bas délivrance a passé maman sur le bundu à la soa kasi bingo a démon ko kiriki na ngonjo a satan na dit vacation parce que prière sur la mosara so a goyer ngere 30 lo à ça que le londo na ngonjo banda lo kana mauvaise sorte sur tout la terre mais lasso Rodrigue est en train de Jésus. Amen. Nous allons m'en appeler que Jésus s'appelle. Alléluia. Que ton nom soit glorifié. Le moment est là. En gros, je veux que Sougoula directement ça m'a pas continué Zapa à opérer délivrance dans le directement. Yesu allergique pour rotiment. Na ngadi da wala ndo asomo onda simo doni saga paralysé directement, à fatiguer à muscle, à fatiguer biotimon, à fatiguer à veine, à rentimon. Zanguso à limotingo voulu à moufi na mo akilingangu na yati directement ou c'est quoi na leur ti biso na irriti Jésus-Christ Nazareth. Qui fani oda za legi azinalo qui au choumi za pazangangu ti mele simon. Qui au kuni za directement du libéré na irriti Jésus. Qui au mele na directement du libéré na irriti Jésus. Ça il va vouloir activer miracle, activer ça mécanisme quoi soit dans le ganga ça zip à ça. Allez, ça guerre quand on dit tambla par Johnny, ça ngambu tu viens voir par ça, Londo par la foi. Allez, tambla maintenant, Londo là il m'appelle. Allez, Londo m'appelle, tambla par ça, tambla par ça, mon gloire dans sa part. Allez, marchez au nom de Jésus, au nom de Jésus. Allez, marchez au nom de Jésus, marchez au nom de Jésus, marchez au nom de Jésus, au nom de Jésus, au nom de Jésus. Amen. Amen. Gloire à Dieu. Alléluia. Merci Seigneur. Alors, et qui a encore continué. Amen. Le doigt de ça, le date là. Ça n'a pas guéri. Amen. Soit que tout le monde est là, soit là. Mais malabé, ça paye ça. Amen. Amen. Alléluia. Moi, pourquoi tu m'as mis foi?
Merci Jésus. Merci Jésus. Merci, merci. Merci Père. Merci.
So mingi wa gikete? Gikete ouais. Chauffer. OK. Bon, à part gesso, tu y a ça chauffer kete?
Il y a chauffer na katetimbi. Là ni ta exactement moi ils dit kiss atama kiss ami. Là ni yonga yoruna pe.
Ayo yona pe. Bon, il va na ni va. Ayo gecha ndo souvent. Ah voilà. Ala tati yona ngba na ndo souvent. Katisu. Ai so esinge. So et pas douleur ni agonala de sorte que elle est paralysée ni elle est paralysée a déjà quoi cuingo mais elle qui est là tu te mets manger à la sombation
docteur, comme il n'a pas tapé, il faut qu'il ait pas tapé. Simbiga, on a consulté le mot ordonnance au bureau. Bon, mais il n'a pas tapé ça, Simbiga, le docteur. Allez, depuis tout, ça quoi. Bon, là, ça tombe une bague. Amenez quoi, quoi. Changer bâtiment. Il dit quoi, gars, Monica va changer bâtiment. Il dit quoi, gars, Monica va changer bâtiment.
Excusez-moi, qu'est-ce que on a rien. Voilà, ay vraiment bi iri fade mo senja pete fade battere na bilano bi iri rodigo si mi tiens fond c'est mo gay battere par rapport na so songo terre lo so bi buli fi minga ndo beni et puis bi wara souci ti lo quoi lani il y a le soutien bi jilo mo boko na bi na kusala nige mais présentement so mo ba angati gwa ke yo bon akwana ke pesi na ndo timbi bi buli timbi ba si mi tene bon mais il tient l'opé mais à quel quoi tu n'as pas avancé quoi devant mais prier na mille boîtes tu n'as pas mis il y a l'andouzo et tu me gars apôtre déjà ouais à quoi que combika combike bien comme peut ça quoi so quoi en d'après di réfléchir à l'endotiment tu te vas des mon dans la culture fada que na pas dans son moment fada place sur le fada mais tu vois papa on a étati par rapport à statut tu m'as permettre parce que moi que wali ndia ti ga permettre après.
Encore pas les hommes.
Así está.
Non, là, papa, il cousin. Ah, maman, on passe là, pas ici.
J'ai embrassé le sein. Ah, donc j'ai embrassé le sein, j'ai là. T'as jamais embrassé le sein. Ah ouais.
C'est quoi, président?
Il n'y a pas le président.
Quoi, ton gars? Rien ça, moi? Donc, tu poses?
Mais comment il veste? Et il veste un de mon gars. Pas mal.
Moi, il va rester ça. Il va rester ça.
Papa il te remercie dans mon pression parce que mon angia tu m'en avais dit tu t'es maintenu tu m'en fous. Amen. Voilà, sans plus tarder que ça place là étudiant pasteur Rodi Gramba à Sarangwe Mingi de sa côté après. Si tu le lasso certainement nous avons été la vie de l'église. Puis à ça qu'on a servi Jésus.
Utaingia mingi tiba amara sinjapa. Asara mungu, asara ante ukukwea. Isina popotala. Shoni mingi. Tutana na popotala pa beti mbaso. Nila miyi tutana devanta ita timbi. Devanta baba timbi. Baba ingo, mama timbi. Angambi timbi. Defa yeso asombi, ou yeso asara si. Na somme dans la popotala. Mami merci. Bah. Ton téléphone fana là. Amen. Ah bah pour attendre. Pour attendre. Ah ça c'est une personne qui a que Athénée sita à que bon Dieu t'injapa. Pas de punition civile bon Dieu t'injapa. Tu m'as dit la sida. Mais petit comme ça comme tu fais Athénée de ton parce que la situation. Et qu'est-ce qu'elle soit qui dans ton âme. Athénée parce que tout le que c'est là de papier quoi tu dois faire. Parce que les malades sont qui ont un peu de peur. Mais il y a tout le monde comprend. Là, so à que meni, tandis que so angmala ya fini timi tombi tena fata pa me kuta po na terre na do timi. A me kuta faudo, ça veut dire que meni yeso a nembi. Mais to là so bi tena na la minga que bi libérer terre timi bi fardo so na sesa bi libérer terre timi kuta fardo so atinando timi de mo merci minga na japa na mo merci minga japa so na bi wal so le da tena le tena bi tena il faut mi gana devant Église a devant apôtre, bi tene ti malatu, bi bara membre quoi, bi tene zan japa béni zoko quoi, bi tene merci nala, merci. Merci. Là, il y a des attentes, il y a des sida, mais là, c'est le corona. Mais quelqu'un qui a du jande, quelqu'un qui a du maladie. Là, le sida que Fanzo, azo que couille la maladie sida, ah baba azo que qui amène la sida, aïta que qui aïta la sida. Mais dès qu'il y a des japa tétana ténapé, même que la malade, c'est la doigté pécotumo, ça la doigté. Non le que la sida, ou le que la étonzo, ça la téné. Indoé terati.
Amen. Amen.
Tenta te ye kwa ke mamanzarani. Men wezi zapangala kwe. Do inga sola kwe. Mbala kuchitamba chifakitena. Meni yakwa peshi yakora.
A place cannot produce poems. It can only not prevent them. And Freetown is good at that, for Freetown has its own sudden elegances. People are slow to leave it, quick to return. And there are others who come for a year or two and stay for a lifetime, sensing that they've found a city that is in the world, yet sufficiently on the edge of it to have a different resonance. Let me tell you something about this city. All of us, we're all just passing through, and we've all been here forever. Those who came, those who stayed, those who never returned. Tides turn, seasons change, we've waited and we've watched. But we've always been here. We've always listened, because there is a different resonance here. It comes from the river, and the land, and the sky.
It's our place. All of us.
This city belongs to everyone.
And you know when it's your time.
And it's our time.
Listen, we are Freetown.
The golden rules of Freetown.
Don't pretend you're something that you're not.
Don't go thinking you're better than anyone else.
Or that anyone else is better than you.
Don't shout about it. Get on with it.
We are Freetown.
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 Yeah.
We found our voice again.
I'm from India and Freetown.
I'm from China and Freetown.
I'm from the UK and Freetown.
I am from Nigeria and Freetown.
I am from home and Freetown.
This city belongs to everyone.
The fishermen,
The taxi driver,
The barber,
the drummers, the dancers.
all of us.
All of us. Everybody.
We are Freetown.
The past is ours. The future is ours. It's our time again.
and this city belongs to everyone.
The playwright, the greengrocer,
The teacher,
the dog.
This space is ours.
This light is ours.
The beaches are ours.
the rivers, now we own.
The roads are ours.
The bridges, now we own.
We are Freetown.
We are all visitors and we've all been here forever.
We've got the mightiest river.
And the biggest sky.
And there's a resonance again.
Freetown. Freetown.
We are proud of this place.
We love this city.
And we want you to love it too. We are proud of this place.
Na pass we all dey pass like stranger dem, but we all don dey from there. Come here, and you'll feel it, that end of the line sense of freedom. Say yes to Freetown. Say yes to freedom.
and gentlemen, it's the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation coming up with its special Valentine's program from the 1st to the 14th of February as love cuts across boundaries.
So, get set as the SLBC Commercial and Marketing Department has created the platform where individuals, organizations, and businesses can send love messages to their loved ones. We appreciate our customers and other partners using this platform to demonstrate love and care.
The program will be aired on Slbc TV twice on Valentine's Day, February 14, at a cost of 450 leones only.
If interested, you can invite us to your business place from the 1st to the 12th of February. We will record your 1-minute message that will be properly edited and broadcast. Your video will be inserted. So, be romantic and show some love to your loved ones.
So, try us today. You will never regret you did, as the sky will be your limit.
Alternatively, you can send your 1-minute edited videos by WhatsApp on 076-920-510 and send your payment on Orange Money on 072-552-744.
Please note that SLBC reserves the right not to air your videos if the content has nudity or contains illegal materials, as the facility is open to everyone. So come to the SLBC and pay 80 leones to be recorded.
For more information, call on 076-920-510.
My African queen, I love you, I love you.
Baba motetonga na zwa yo kumba nelo.
It's a pleasant good afternoon and welcome to News Hour on SLBC. I am Cecilia Ali Sisi, your top stories this afternoon. Freetown City Council hosts First African Urban Heat Summit Week. Ministry of Fisheries and Marine Resources provides cash for fishermen in Tumbo community. And Chairman Alliance for Green Revolution in Africa visit Mountain Lion Rice Mill Company in Bombali District. Well, these reports and more plus sport and entertainment are all lined up in this edition of the news. Stay with us. Pull this camera on this. Welcome back. We start the newscast with parliamentary update. The leader of government business in Parliament, Honorable Matthew Sanyuma, has said Sierra Leone Railway Development and Regulatory Bill 2024 would set the framework for regulating the operations and activities of rail services and ease transportation challenges of agricultural produce in the feed selling program by the government. Honorable Nima was speaking in Parliament as he committed the document to the Legislative Committee for further scrutiny. Dennis Fraser reports.
Page 12, 13.
Although the Thursday, February 4th sitting was loaded with government bills, but emphasis was placed more on the Sierra Leone Railway Development and Regulatory Bill 2024. Speaking on the importance of the bill, the Minister of Transport and Aviation, Fande Toure, said the bill provides for the establishment of an authority which shall have the powers to impose surface levy on railway and cable car services. It shall also advise the government on matters relating to the development and management and to coordinate the implementation of policies relating to rail transportation affairs.
The bill is divided into 6 parts. Part 1 makes provision for the interpretation and definition of words used throughout the bill. Part 2 provides for the Sierra Leone Railway Development and Regulatory Authority, including the Sierra Leone Railway Development Regulatory Authority Board, whilst Part 3 specifies the functions and powers of the Sierra Leone Railway Development and Regulatory Authority.
Leader of Government Business, Honorable Matthew Sanyuma, reaffirmed that the Sierra Leone Railway Development and Regulatory Bill 2024 will not only set the framework for regulating the operations and activities of rail services in the country, but if approved by Parliament, will ease transportation challenge relating to agricultural produce in the feed salon program.
Thank you all my colleagues for contributing to this bill, and I hope we can succeed in enacting it. And the only side I draw your attention, Mr. Minister, in the enforcement and the pattern of implementation. All of these laws are meaningful if we put in place the authority, giving them the necessary authority.
Other members of Parliament, including the leader of the opposition, said that the bill brought before the House for deliberations and for enactment will provide the authority to be set up with the responsibility to develop and regulate a sustainable railway services.
So this is a laudable venture from the ministry to ensure that rail services are regulated and the rails are regulated so that they will not just plow the streets off or the rails in Sierra Leone as they wish.
Meanwhile, Parliament has enacted both the Tertiary Education Act 2024 and the Tertiary Education Commission Act 2024 to provide for regulations for tertiary institutions in the country after going through the committee of the whole House. Members of Parliament also committed the Professional Social Workers Regulatory Council Bill 2025 to the Legislative Committee for Scrutiny. SLBC, Dennis Fraser reporting.
Now, in a significant support initiative targeting the local fishing community, the Ministry of Fishery and Marine Resources has begun the distribution of stipends promised to the Tombo community. This program aimed at enhancing the livelihoods of fishermen and their families, especially to benefit women fishmongers and licensed boat owners. Stella Bangura went along with the team and compiled this report.
So we dey ask for just what we don't say during this course of time, what you will do to and what you will appreciate or try for help. That no more for you.
The distribution event held at Satombo Wharf brought together community members who expressed their gratitude for the ministry's efforts. Women fishmongers, organized into groups of 10, received a total of 2,500 leones each, while licensed boat owners were awarded stipends of 500 leones. This financial support is aimed at alleviating some of the economic pressures faced during the close fishing season.
Today we are doing the compensation. We are presenting the compensation package. Basically, it's stipend. But that stipend, for example, for the women group, they are getting 2,500. That's 2,500,000 all leones. 2,500 new leons. That's what they are getting for the women groups. So each women group will have up to 10 members. So we've said we'll provide some stipend for the women group so that they can use it to do some to continue their fish trade during the boat owners. Those that license their boats, they are also having something. Each boat owner that license his or her boat will get 500 leons. Yeah, so that they can have some finance in their hand to cushion the situation. We are also going to add rice. The rice is on the high seas coming, and so we make sure that each fisherman, the boat owners, can have a bag of rice. We have all that. We try to make sure that they have some food at home. So good. But those that did not pay license are going to lose out. And we told them, look, you have to pay your license if you want to benefit.
Fishermen and women alike highlighted the importance of such initiatives, which did not only support their families, but also empower women in their roles within the community. They continued by applauding the initiative, as many expressed their appreciation for the ministry's commitment to fulfilling its promises.
Thank you. Thank you. Let God bless you. Let God give you the more. Let Papa government we
are happy because the lockdown now for everybody, so we feel happy to go by that one day. So we know say this is just start. Inshallah, sometime maybe if then 3 by next year, that could be back again. This is
not be expecting us. So, but now what is going to happen? We tell them thank you. We tell you this is my voting and camper. We tell them plenty thank you. We they pray to God back. Let their hard waiting pass back for we. So all glad for that, yeah.
The Ministry of Fisheries and Marine Resources reaffirmed its dedication to supporting the fishing community and is committed to ongoing dialogues to address their needs throughout the year. As the cruise season is ongoing, the ministry's assistance comes as a vital lifeline for many families in Tombo, ensuring that no one is left behind. This initiative is part of a broader effort by the government to promote sustainable fishing practices while strengthening the socio-economic conditions of communities reliant on maritime resources. SLBC News, Stella Bangura reporting.
Away from that, Freetown City Council has played a host to mayors from across the continent. They are in the country to participate in the African Urban Heat Summit Week in Sierra Leone. The theme, Building Heat Resilient African Cities, Tackling Urban Heat through Innovation, Education and Action. Moses Conte witnessed the welcoming and signing ceremony at FCC building, and our report.
Replace evidence. Replace.
It was an amazing scene as mayors from Ghana, Guinea, Liberia, Gambia and Ivory Coast received a hearty reception at the Freetown City Municipality Administrative Ground Floor by the Mayor Yvonne Akisoya and her team. The start of the African Urban Heat Summit in Sierra Leone has added a feather to the country, as it was the first nation in the region to have hosted such event. Mayor of Freetown Municipality, Yvonne Akisoya, said the gathering will be essential to deliberate the threats of extreme heat and its impact on urban areas and vulnerable communities with possible outcomes.
The biggest killer from climate change is actually extreme heat. And I know that in Freetown we've been experiencing it. You know, everyone is feeling, I mean, I was in a meeting this morning and we were all feeling so hot. We have a high percentage of our population living in informal settlements where their housing is made of corrugated iron, which actually is just like putting someone in an oven. So with the rising temperatures, given our context, it has become important for us to be able to understand the impact of extreme heat, raise awareness among our residents so people protect themselves, not only protect themselves directly, but also join forces with us as a city to ensure that we are building long-term mitigants against the impacts of rising temperatures. So key among that would be water.
During the engagement, the HEAT action plan that is set to benefit not only for Africa and other continents will be launched. Moses Conte reporting for SLBC.
Now, the chairman, Alliance for a Green Revolution in Africa, AGRA, former Prime Minister of Ethiopia, has visited the Mountain Lion Rice Mill Company at Makari Chiefdom in Bambali District. The site tour with the Minister of Agriculture was part of his mission to the country. From Makeni, Hassan Foy Kamara reports.
AGRA's key agenda is supporting government in their capacity building and policy drive, and at the same time sharing of best practices within the continent. They are also in seeds, with a vision to transforming agriculture from a solitary struggle for survival into a thriving business. One of the reasons the chairman visited Mountain Lion Rice Milling Company, situated between Masumbu and Makari communities in the Bambali district. He and the Minister of Agriculture, Dr. Henry Musa Kwaka, we are taken to the various units within the facility.
How did you manage the variety that has less in carbohydrates?
Mr. Haile Mariam said they were committed to working with government to sustainably grow Africa's food systems by improving on its practices and utilizing current and growing innovations with deep consideration of climate change and other vulnerabilities. He said their effort would prioritize inclusivity of women, whom he described the backbone in agriculture.
Very good discussion with all ministers of Sierra Leone yesterday, the whole day, after discussion with the president in his farm the day before yesterday. So it shows that there is a leadership commitment, which is a prerequisite for transformation in agri-food systems.
This is over $1 million investment. It's been in operation since 2013, and in the course has created employment for hundreds and support to thousands of farmers.
The government of Sierra Leone came in to help us. How do we get our rice? That's how the government of Sierra Leone came in. They gave us a matching grant that will support smallholder farmers. We have about 4,000 of them. We don't farm ourselves, but we support smallholder farmers. We don't farm ourselves, but we support smallholder farmers. That is, we buy good seeds from somebody like CTEC. We give to farmers. We also hire tractors. We work for farmers. We buy good chemical fertilizers for those who need them and train them also how to use these chemical fertilizers. So when they harvest, we buy this rice from the smallholder farmers and we add value to it.
Donald Smart, Chief Executive Officer, Mountain Lion Agriculture, Sierra Leone. He said he was overwhelmed that government prioritized agriculture and his company was poised to contribute to the success of the Feed Salon project. He said if more citizens invested into agriculture, food security would be speedily achieved. Mountain Lion Rice Mill Company processed 60 metric tons of rice per day, and their product, well branded and packaged, are on international.
You're still watching news from the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation in Freetown. We continue with more stories. Now, since the ban on commercial bike riders in the Central Business District came into effect on the 1st of February this year, a lot of issues has emerged from the latest development. Our reporter Nindoa Toronka visited the central part of Freetown and tells us more on the situation.
It is the morning hours of Wednesday here in the...
You know, all I'm picking and I already passed for good school, now inside community.
Well, the bike man, they know say they know the look to post where they cross, for their own self-interest.
Chief Inspector Soa attached here from the Kisi Division to see commercial bike riders complying with the road policy. For him, some are cooperating while others refuse to do so. However, some Okada riders said they are feeling the economic pinch due to the ban on them.
Most of us will not go to school. And because of job facility, so the big Papa government, we are less sorry for we.
It's true, when they say no for ride inside town,
Some picking and they, yeah, this place is so tight for we. We were ready for bow to the law. We want please for government. But they left with this circular road. And even this morning for that left lunch, it not be able easy for me.
Now that the policy is in effect, it appears that personal benefits of commercial motorbike riders versus public safety are at play. But the latter is being prioritized by governments for the good of all. However, what many want to see is the sustainability of this operation, as similar ones like Operation Weed, Operation Pushback, among others, were not successful as planned. Slbc News, Nandera Tawanka reporting.
Now, Director of Climate Change and Information Services Human Rights Commission Sierra Leone, Abubakar Kamara, has lauded the Ministry of Fisheries and Marine Resources for the close season, but called for human rights-based approach throughout the process. He made a statement during a two-day capacity building training for commissioners and staff of the Commission on Human Rights and Fisheries. Mohamed Koma reports.
The frequent concerns of human rights violations within the fishing sector triggered Human Rights Commission Sierra Leone with support from Danish Institute of Human Rights to furnish members of the Commission with the required knowledge and expertise to tackle potential human rights violations emanating from the fishing industry, especially small-scale fishing. Director of Climate Change and Information Services Abubakar Kamara appreciated Ministry of Fisheries for the closed season, but he paid key attention on compliance with human rights obligations.
Of course, it is obvious in many countries that there must be a period where we allow the juvenile eggs to fertilize, but also as a right-based approach, we are expecting alternative livelihood for those communities. And when that is lacking, that's why we have problems, because they live through those fishes. What is the alternative livelihood for those who depend on a daily basis on fishing?
Secretary General of Sierra Leone Amalgamated Artisanal Fishermen Union, Alhaji Saidu Sise, perceived the engagement as a platform for addressing their challenges. According to him, fishermen have been faced with several human rights violations.
Sometimes we do collide with the industrial fishers by coming in the inshore exclusive zone. The inshore exclusive zone is for the local fishermen, and the EEZ is the economic exclusive zone for the industrial fishers. So by coming inside to chase the shrimps and other species, so they sometimes hurt the local fishermen by cutting their nets, damaging their fishing gears.
Several presentations were done on key human rights issues facing small-scale fishing, including national and international human rights instruments, which were referenced by the lead person of Danish Institute of Human Rights, Maria Petersen. For SLBC, Mohamed Kouma reporting.
Helping Hands Development Sierra Leone, a medical charity group, is providing a 10-day free surgery for patients with various health conditions. The operation started in December 2024. From Aboka, Abdul Karim Kano has more.
The Helping Hand Development Sierra Leone, which comprised of a team of medical doctors from the United States, Canada, and some Sierra Leoneans based in those countries, have commenced a 10-day free surgery for patients who were screened in last December 2024. The exercise, which is taking place at the government hospital in Magorka, is targeting 100 patients with various health conditions. In December 2024, patients were screened and certified for surgery in February 2025. Rebecca Kasbik is a founding member of Helping Hand Development Sierra Leone. She said the organization is doing the surgery at a free of cost for the less privileged in order to restore their health status back to normal and enhance their dignity in society. She added that they will be doing the surgery on 10 patients a day until the 100 target number is exhausted. Madam Kasbik noted that the operations would be done according to standards, hence the doctors are highly professional to handle the various health conditions.
People who can't afford it,
that's something that's you won't see maybe back home in Canada. As long as it's something that's affecting your health, automatically you can get free surgeries. Here people die because they can't afford it. So we decided to come up to the province this time. Usually we do it in Freetown. We've done it in Caritas, Longley Hospital, and this time we're in Abolka Government Hospital. This time we have about 6 different doctors from the US, as well as nurses, and they came quite equipped to do thyroids, hernias, lymphoma, and keloids, appendicitis, and there was one case we did 2 years ago, was a correction of a circumcision on a 2-year-old baby. So, and that was emergency. So these are the ones that we're prepared to do, but if it's something in our scope to do that came in for emergency, we'll definitely do it.
On his part, Medical Superintendent of the Magboroka Government Hospital, Dr. Alex Kano, said he was impressed by the efforts of Helping Hand Development Sierra Leone for taking the bold step to offer the free surgery for the people of Sierra Leone. Some of the patients who succeeded in qualifying for the surgery expressed thanks and appreciation to Helping Hands Development Sierra Leone for the help.
We apologize for that break in transmission. We continue with more stories on the bulletin. The mission of Royal Embassy